Book 2, Chapter 1, Sections 14 to 18 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 14. For a time it was believed in Machenzizi that the German armies had been defeated and very largely destroyed at Liège. It was a mistake not confined to Machenzizi. The first raiding attack was certainly repulsed with heavy losses, and so were the more systematic assaults on August the 6th and 7th. After that, the news from Liège became uncertain, but it was believed in England that some or all of the forts were still holding out, right up to the German entry into Brussels. Meanwhile, the French were pushing into their lost provinces, occupying Altkirch, Mühlhausen, and Saarburg. The Russians were invading Bukovina and East Prussia. The Goeben, the Breslau, and the Panther had been sunk by the newspapers in an imaginary battle in the Mediterranean, and Togoland was captured by the French and British. Neither the force nor the magnitude of the German attack through Belgium was appreciated by the general mind, and it was possible for Mr. Britling to reiterate his fear that the war would be over too soon, long before the full measure of its possible benefits could be secured. But these apprehensions were unfounded. The lessons the war had in store for Mr. Britling were far more drastic than anything he was yet able to imagine, even in his most exalted moods. He resisted the intimations of the fall of Brussels and the appearance of the Germans at Dinant. The first real check to his excessive anticipations of victory for the Allies came with the sudden reappearance of Mr. Durek in a state of astonishment and dismay at Machenzizi. He wired from the Strand office, "Coming to tell you about things," and arrived on the heels of his telegram. He professed to be calling upon Mr. and Mrs. Britling, and to a certain extent he was. But he had a quick eye for the door or windows. His glance roved irrelevantly as he talked. A faint expectation of Cissy came in with him and hovered about him as the scent of violets follows the flower. He was, however, able to say quite a number of things before Mr. Britling's natural tendency to do the telling asserted itself. "My word," said Mr. Durek, "but this is some war! It is going on regardless of every decent consideration. As an American citizen, I naturally expected to be treated with some respect, war or no war. That expectation has not been realized. Europe is dislocated. You have no idea here yet how completely Europe is dislocated. I came to Europe in a perfectly friendly spirit, and I must say I am surprised. Practically, I have been thrown out, neck and crop. All my luggage is lost, away at some one-horse junction near the Dutch frontier that I can't even learn the name of. There's joy in some German home, I guess, over my shirts. They were real good shirts. This tweed suit I have is all the wardrobe I've got in the world. All my money, good American notes. Well, they laughed at them. And when I produced English gold, they suspected me of being English and put me under arrest. I can assure you that the English are most unpopular in Germany at the present time, thoroughly unpopular. Considering that they are getting exactly what they were asking for, these Germans are really remarkably annoyed. Well, I had to get the American consul to advance me money, and I've done more waiting about and irregular fasting and traveling on an empty stomach and viewing the world, so far as it was permitted, from railway sidings, for usually they made us pull the blinds down when anything important was on the track, than any cow that ever came to Chicago. I was handed as freight, low-grade freight. It doesn't bear recalling." Mr. Durek assumed as grave and gloomy an expression as the facial habits of years would permit. "I tell you, I never knew there was such a thing as war until this happened to me. In America, we don't know there is such a thing. It's like pestilence and famine, something in the storybooks. We've forgotten it for anything real. There's just a few grandfathers go around talking about it. Judge Holmes and sage old fellows like him. Otherwise, it's just a game the kids play at. And then suddenly, here's everybody running about in the streets, hating and threatening. And nice old gentlemen with white mustaches and fathers of families, scheming and planning to burn houses, and kill and hurt and terrify. And nice young women, too, looking for an Englishman to spit at. I tell you, I've been within range, and very uncomfortable several times. And what one can't believe is that they are really doing these things. There's a little village called Visay near the Dutch frontier. Some old chap got fooling there with a fowling piece. And they've wiped it out, shot the people by the dozen, put them out in rows 3 deep, and shot them and burnt the place. Short of scalping, Red Indians couldn't have done worse. Respectable German soldiers. No one in England really seems to have any suspicion what is going on in Belgium. You hear stories. People tell them in Holland. It takes your breath away. They have set out just to cow those Belgians. They have started in to be deliberately frightful. You do not begin to understand. Well, outrages. The sort of outrages Americans have never heard of, that one doesn't speak of. Well, rape. They have been raping women for disciplinary purposes, on tables in the marketplace of Liège. Yes, sir, it's a fact. I was told it by a man who had just come out of Belgium. Knew the people, knew the place, knew everything. People over here do not seem to realize that those women are the same sort of women that you might find in Chester or Yarmouth, or in Matching's Easy for the matter of that. They still seem to think that continental women are a different sort of women, more amenable to that sort of treatment. They seem to think there is some special providential law against such things happening to English people. And it's within 200 miles of you, even now. And as far as I can see, there's precious little to prevent it coming nearer. Mr. Britling thought there were a few little obstacles. I've seen the new British Army drilling in London, Mr. Britling. I don't know if you have. I saw a whole battalion, and they hadn't got half a dozen uniforms and not a single rifle to the whole battalion. You don't begin to realize in England what you are up against. You have no idea what it means to be in a country where everybody, the women, the elderly people, the steady middle-aged men, are taking war as seriously as business. They haven't the slightest compunction. I don't know what Germany was like before the war. I had hardly gotten out of my train before the war began. But Germany today is one big armed camp. It's all crawling with soldiers. And every soldier has his uniform and his boots and his arms and his kit. And they're as sure of winning as if they had got London now. They mean to get London. They're cocksure they are going to walk through Belgium, cocksure they will get to Paris by Sedan Day, and then they are going to destroy your fleet with zeppelins and submarines and make a dash across the Channel. They say it's England they are after in this invasion of Belgium. They'll just down France by the way. They say they've got guns to bombard Dover from Calais. They make a boast of it. They know for certain you can't arm your troops. They know you can't turn out 10,000 rifles a week. They come and talk to anyone in the trains and explain just how your defeat is going to be managed. It's just as though they were talking of rounding up cattle. Mr. Britling said they would soon be disillusioned. Mr. Durrock, with the confidence of his authentic observations, remarked after a perceptible interval, "I wonder how." He reverted to the fact that had most struck upon his imagination. Grown-up people, ordinary, intelligent, experienced people, taking war seriously, talking of punishing England. It's a revelation, a sort of solemn enthusiasm, high and low. And the trainloads of men, and the trainloads of guns. Liège, said Mr. Britling. Liège was just a scratch on the paint, said Mr. Durrock. A few thousand dead, a few score thousand dead, doesn't matter. Not a red cent to them. There's a man arrived at the Cecil who saw them marching into Brussels. He sat at table with me at lunch yesterday. All day it went on, a vast unending river of men in grey. Endless wagons, endless guns, the whole manhood of a nation and all its stuff marching. I thought war, said Mr. Durek, was a thing when most people stood about and did the shouting, and a sort of special team did the fighting. Well, Germany isn't fighting like that. I confess it, I'm scared. It's the very biggest thing on record. It's the very limit in wars. I dreamt last night of a grey flood washing everything in front of it. You and me, and Miss Corner. Curious thing, isn't it, that she came into it. We're scrambling up a hill, higher and higher, with that flood pouring after us, sort of splashing into a foam of faces and helmets and bayonets, and clutching hands, and red stuff. Well, Mr. Britling, I admit I'm a little bit overwrought about it, but I can assure you, you don't begin to realize in England what it is you've butted against. 15. Sissy did not come up to the Dower House that afternoon, and so Mr. Durek, after some vague and transparent excuses, made his way to the cottage. Here his report became even more impressive. Teddy sat on the writing-desk beside the typewriter and swung his legs slowly. Letty brooded in the armchair. Sissy presided over certain limited crawling operations of the young heir. They could have the equal of the whole British army killed 3 times over, and scarcely know it had happened. They're all in it. It's a whole country in arms. Teddy nodded thoughtfully. There's our fleet, said Letty. Well, that won't save Paris, will it? Mr. Durek didn't, he declared, want to make disagreeable talk, but this was a thing people in England had to face. He felt like one of them himself. Naturally. He'd sort of hurried home to them. It was just like hurrying home, to tell them of the tremendous thing that was going to hit them. He felt like a man in front of a flood, a great grey flood. He couldn't hide what he had been thinking. Where's our army? Asked Letty suddenly. Lost somewhere in France, said Teddy, like a needle in a bottle of hay. What I keep on worrying at is this, Mr. Durek resumed. Suppose they did come. Suppose somehow they scrambled over 60 or 70,000 men, perhaps. Every man would turn out and take a shot at them, said Letty. But there's no rifles. There's shotguns. That's exactly what I'm afraid of, said Mr. Durek. They'd massacre. You may be the bravest people on earth, said Mr. Durek, but if you haven't got arms and the other chaps have, you're just as if you were sheep. He became gloomily pensive. He roused himself to describe his experiences at some length, and the extraordinary disturbance of his mind. He related more particularly his attempts to see the sights of Cologne during the stir of mobilization. After a time, his narrative flow lost force, and there was a general feeling that he ought to be left alone with Sissy. Teddy had a letter that must be posted. Letty took the infant to crawl on the mossy stones under the pear tree. Mr. Durek leant against the window-sill, and became silent for some moments after the door had closed on Letty. As for you, Sissy, he began at last, I'm anxious. I'm real anxious. I wish you'd let me throw the mantle of Old Glory over you. He looked at her earnestly. Old Glory? Asked Sissy. Well, the Stars and Stripes. I want you to be able to claim American citizenship, in certain eventualities. It wouldn't be so very difficult. All the world over, Sissy, Americans are respected. Nobody dares touch an American citizen. We are an inviolate people. He paused. But how? Asked Sissy. It would be perfectly easy, perfectly. How? Just marry an American citizen, said Mr. Durek, with his face beaming with ingenuous self-approval. "Then you'd be safe, and I'd not have to worry." "Because we're in for a stiff war," cried Sissy. And Mr. Durrock perceived he had blundered. "Because we may be invaded," she said, and Mr. Durrock's sense of error deepened. "I vow," she began. "No!" cried Mr. Durrock, and held out a hand. There was a moment of crisis. "Never will I desert my country while she is at war," said Sissy, reducing her first fierce intention, and adding as though she regretted her concession, "anyhow." "Then it's up to me to end the war, Sissy," said Mr. Durrock, trying to get her back to a less spirited attitude. But Sissy wasn't to be got back so easily. The war was already beckoning to them in the cottage, and drawing them down from the auditorium into the arena. "This is the rightest war in history," she said. "If I was an American, I should be sorry to be one now, and to have to stand out of it. I wish I was a man now, so that I could do something for all the decency and civilization the Germans have outraged. I can't understand how any man can be content to keep out of this and watch Belgium being destroyed. It is like looking on at a murder. It is like watching a dog killing a kitten." Mr. Durrock's expression was that of a man who was suddenly shown strange lights upon the world. 16. Mr. Britling found Mr. Durrock's talk very indigestible. He was parting very reluctantly from his dream of a disastrous collapse of German imperialism, of a tremendous decisive demonstration of the inherent unsoundness of militarist monarchy, to be followed by a world conference of chastened but hopeful nations, and the millennium. He tried now to think that Mr. Durrock had observed badly and misconceived what he saw. An American, unused to any sort of military occurrences, might easily mistake tens of thousands for millions, and the excitement of a few commercial travelers for the enthusiasm of a united people. But the newspapers now, with a kindred reluctance, were beginning to qualify, bit by bit, their first representation of the German attack through Belgium as a vast and already partly thwarted parade of incompetence. The Germans, he gathered, were being continually beaten in Belgium, but just as continually they advanced. Each fresh newspaper name he looked up on the map marked an oncoming tide. Alost, Charleroi. Farther east the French were retreating from the Salle Pass. Surely the British, who had now been in France for a fortnight, would presently be manifest, stemming the onrush. Somewhere perhaps in Brabant or East Flanders. It gave Mr. Britling an unpleasant night to hear at Claverings that the French were very ill-equipped, had no good modern guns, either at Lille or Maubeuge, were short of boots and equipment generally, and rather depressed already at the trend of things. Mr. Britling dismissed this as pessimistic talk, and built his hopes on the still invisible British army hovering somewhere. He would sit over the map of Belgium, choosing where he would prefer to have the British hover. Namur fell. The place names continued to shift southward and westward. The British army, or a part of it, came to light abruptly at Mons. It had been fighting for 38 hours, and defeating enormously superior forces of the enemy. That was reassuring, until a day or so later the Cambrai-le-Cateau line made Mr. Britling realize that the victorious British had recoiled 25 miles. And then came the Sunday of the Times telegram, which spoke of a retreating and a broken army. Mr. Britling did not see this, but Mr. Manning brought over the report of it in a state of profound consternation. Things, he said, seemed to be about as bad as they could be. The English were retreating towards the coast, and in much disorder. They were in the air, and already separated from the trench. They had narrowly escaped a Sedan under the fortifications of Maubeuge. Mr. Britling was stunned. He went to his study and stared helplessly at maps. It was as if David had flung his pebble and missed. But in the afternoon Mr. Manning telephoned to comfort his friend. A reassuring despatch from General French had been published, and all was well, practically, and the British had been splendid. They had been fighting continuously for several days round and about Mons. They had been attacked at odds of 6-1, and they had repulsed and inflicted enormous losses on the enemy. They had established an incontestable personal superiority over the Germans. The Germans had been mown down in heaps. The British had charged through their cavalry like charging through paper. So, at last, and very gloriously for the British and German had met in battle. After the hard fighting of the 26th about Landrecies, the British had been comparatively unmolested. Reinforcements covering double the losses had joined them, and the German advance was definitely checked. Mr. Britling's mind swung back to elation. He took down the entire despatch from Mr. Manning's dictation, and ran out with it into the garden, where Mrs. Britling, with an unwonted expression of anxiety, was presiding over the teas of the usual casual Sunday gathering. The despatch was read aloud twice over. After that there was hockey and high spirits, and then Mr. Britling went up to his study to answer a letter from Mrs. Harrowdean, the first letter that had come from her since their breach at the outbreak of the war, and which he was now in a better mood to answer than he had been hitherto. She had written ignoring his silence and absence, or rather treating it as if it were an incident of no particular importance. Apparently she had not called upon the patient and devoted Oliver as she had threatened. At any rate, there were no signs of Oliver in her communication. But she reproached Mr. Britling for deserting her, and she clamoured for his presence and for kind and strengthening words. She was, she said, scared by this war. She was only a little thing, and it was all too dreadful, and there was not a soul in the world to hold her hand, at least no one who understood in the slightest degree how she felt. But why was not Oliver holding her hand? She was like a child left alone in the dark. It was perfectly horrible the way that people were being kept in the dark. The stories one heard, often from quite trustworthy sources, were enough to depress and terrify anyone. Battleship after battleship had been sunk by German torpedoes, a thing kept secret from us for no earthly reason, and Prince Louis of Battenberg had been discovered to be a spy and had been sent to the Tower. Haldane, too, was a spy. Our army in France had been practically sold by the French. Almost all the French generals were in German pay. The censorship and the press were keeping all this back, but what good was it to keep it back? It was folly not to trust people. But it was all too dreadful for a poor little soul whose only desire was to live happily. Why didn't he come along to her and make her feel she had protecting arms round her? She couldn't think in the daytime. She couldn't sleep at night. Then she broke away into the praises of serenity. Never had she thought so much of his beautiful, silent places as she did now. How she longed to take refuge in some such dreamland from violence and treachery and foolish rumours. She was weary of every reality. She wanted to fly away into some secret hiding-place and cultivate her simple garden there, as Voltaire had done. Sometimes at night she was afraid to undress. She imagined the sound of guns. She imagined landings and frightful scouts, in masks, rushing inland on motor bicycles. It was an ill-timed letter. The nonsense about Prince Louis of Battenberg and Lord Haldane and the torpedoed battleships annoyed him extravagantly. he had just sufficient disposition to believe such tales as to find their importunity exasperating. The idea of going over to Pycraft's to spend his days in comforting a timid little dear obsessed by such fears attracted him not at all. He had already heard enough adverse rumors at Clavering's to make him thoroughly uncomfortable. He had been doubting whether, after all, his examination of war was really much less of a futility than "and now war ends." His mind was full of a sense of incomplete statements and unsubstantial arguments. He was, indeed, in a state of extreme intellectual worry. He was, moreover, extraordinarily out of love with Mrs. Harrowdean. Never had any affection in the whole history of Mr. Britling's heart collapsed so swiftly and completely. He was left incredulous of ever having cared for her at all. Probably he hadn't. Probably the whole business had been deliberate illusion from first to last. The "dear little thing" business, he felt, was all very well as a game of petting, but times were serious now, and a woman of her intelligence should do something better than wallow in fears and elaborate a winsome feebleness. A very unnecessary and tiresome feebleness. He came almost to the pitch of writing that to her. The despatch from General French put him into a kindlier frame of mind. He wrote instead briefly but affectionately, as a gentleman should. "How could you doubt our fleet or our army?" was the gist of his letter. He ignored completely every suggestion of a visit to Pycraft's that her letter had conveyed. He pretended that it had contained nothing of the sort. And with that she passed out of his mind again, under the stress of more commanding interests. Mr. Britling's mood of relief did not last through the week. The defeated Germans continued to advance. Through a week of deepening disillusionment, the main tide of battle rolled back steadily towards Paris. Lille was lost without a struggle. It was lost with mysterious ease. The next name to startle Mr. Britling, as he sat with newspaper and atlas following these great events, was Compiègne. Here! Manifestly, the British were still in retreat. Then the Germans were in possession of Laon and Rheims and still pressing south. Maubeuge, surrounded and cut off for some days, had apparently fallen. It was on Sunday, September the 6th, that the final capitulation of Mr. Britling's facile optimism occurred. He stood in the sunshine, reading the Observer which the gardener's boy had just brought from the May-tree. He had spread it open on a garden table under the blue cedar, and father and son were both reading it, each as much as the other would let him. There was fresh news from France, a story of further German advances. Fighting at Senlis. But that is quite close to Paris. And the appearance of German forces at Nogent-sur-Seine. "Sur Seine?" cried Mr. Britling. "But where can that be? South of the Marne? Or below Paris, perhaps?" It was not marked upon the Observer's map, and Hugh ran into the house for the atlas. When he returned, Mr. Manning was with his father, and they both looked grave. Hugh opened the map of northern France. "Here it is," he said. Mr. Britling considered the position. "Manning says they are at Rouen," he told Hugh. "Our base is to be moved round to La Rochelle." He paused before the last distasteful conclusion. "Practically," he admitted, taking his dose, "they have got Paris. It is almost surrounded now." He sat down to the map. Mr. Manning and Hugh stood regarding him. He made a last effort to imagine some tremendous strategic reversal, some stone from an unexpected sling that should fell this Goliath in the midst of his triumph. "Russia," he said, without any genuine hope. 17. And then it was that Mr. Britling accepted the truth. "One talks," he said, "and then weeks and months later one learns the meaning of the things one has been saying. I was saying a month ago that this is the biggest thing that has happened in history. I said that this was the supreme call upon the will and resources of England. I said there was not a life in all our empire that would not be vitally changed by this war. I said all these things. They came through my mouth. I suppose there was a sort of thought behind them. Only at this moment do I understand what it is that I said. Now, let me say it over, as if I had never said it before. This is the biggest thing in history. That we are all called upon to do our utmost to resist this tremendous attack upon the peace and freedom of the world. Well, doing our utmost does not mean standing about in pleasant gardens waiting for the newspaper. It means the abandonment of ease and security. How lazy we English are nowadays! How readily we grasp the comforting delusion that excuses us from exertion! For the last 3 weeks I have been deliberately believing that a little British army, they say it is scarcely 100,000 men, would somehow break this rush of millions. But it has been driven back, as anyone not in love with easy dreams might have known it would be driven back. Here, and then here, and then here. It has been fighting night and day. It has made the most splendid fight, and the most ineffectual fight. You see the vast swing of the German flail through Belgium. And meanwhile, we have been standing about talking of the use we would make of our victory. We have been asleep, he said. This country has been asleep. At the back of our minds, he went on bitterly, I suppose we thought the French would do the heavy work on land, while we stood by at sea. So far as we thought at all. We're so temperate-minded. We're so full of qualifications and discretions, and so leisurely. Well, France is down. We've got to fight for France now over the ruins of Paris. Because you and I, Manning, didn't grasp the scale of it. Because we indulged in generalizations when we ought to have been drilling and working. Because we've been doing business as usual, and all the rest of that sort of thing, while Western civilization has been in its death agony. If this is to be another 71, on a larger scale, and against not merely France but all Europe, if Prussianism is to walk roughshod over civilization, if France is to be crushed and Belgium murdered, then life is not worth having. Compared with such an issue as that, no other issue, no other interest matters. Yet what are we doing to decide it, you and I? How can it end in anything but a German triumph, if you and I, by the million, stand by? He paused despairfully and stared at the map. What ought we to be doing? Asked Mr. Manning. Every man ought to be in training, said Mr. Britling. Everyone ought to be participating, in some way. At any rate, we ought not to be taking our ease at Matching's Easy any more. 18. It interrupts everything, said Hugh suddenly. These Prussians are the biggest nuisance the world has ever seen. He considered. It's like everyone having to run out because the house catches fire. But of course we have to beat them. It has to be done, and everyone has to take a share. Then we can get on with our work again. Mr. Britling turned his eyes to his eldest son with a startled expression. He had been speaking generally. For the moment he had forgotten Hugh. End of Book 2, Chapter 1. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 3 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the Second. Taking Part. 1. There were now two chief things in the mind of Mr. Britling. One was a large and valiant thing, a thing of heroic and processional quality. The idea of taking up one's share in the great conflict, of leaving the dower house and its circle of habits and activities, and going out. From that point, he wasn't quite sure where he was to go, nor exactly what he meant to do. His imagination inclined to the figure of a volunteer in an improvised uniform, inflicting great damage upon a raiding invader from behind a hedge. The uniform, one presumes, would have been something in the vein of the costume in which he met Mr. Durrock, with a brassard. Or he thought of himself as working at a telephone or in an office, engaged upon any useful quasi-administrative work that called for intelligence rather than training. Still, of course, with a brassard. A month ago he would have had doubts about the meaning of brassard. Now it seemed to be the very keyword for national organization. He had started for London by the early train on Monday morning, with the intention of immediate enrollment in any such service that offered, of getting, in fact, into his brassard at once. The morning papers he bought at the station dashed his conviction of the inevitable fall of Paris into hopeful doubts, but did not shake his resolution. The effect of rout and pursuit and retreat and retreat and retreat had disappeared from the news. The German right was being counterattacked, and seemed in danger of getting pinched between Paris and Verdun, with the British on its flank. This relieved his mind, but it did nothing to modify his new realization of the tremendous gravity of the war. Even if the enemy were held and repulsed a little, there was still work for every man in the task of forcing them back upon their own country. This war was an immense thing. It would touch everybody. That meant that every man must give himself. That he had to give himself. He must let nothing stand between him and that clear understanding. It was utterly shameful now to hold back and not to do one's utmost for civilization, for England, for all the ease and safety one had been given, against these drilled, commanded, obsessed millions. Mr. Britling was a flame of exalted voluntarism, of patriotic devotion that day. But behind all this bravery was the other thing, the second thing in the mind of Mr. Britling, a fear. He was prepared now to spread himself like some valiant turkey gobbler, every feather at its utmost, against the aggressor. He was prepared to go out and flourish bayonets, march and dig to the limit of his power, shoot, die in a ditch if needful, rather than permit German militarism to dominate the world. He had no fear for himself. He was prepared to perish upon the battlefield, or cut a valiant figure in the military hospital. But what he perceived very clearly, and did his utmost not to perceive, was this qualifying and discouraging fact, that the war monster was not nearly so disposed to meet him as he was to meet the war, and that his eyes were fixed on something beside and behind him, that it was already only too evidently stretching out a long and shadowy arm past him, towards Teddy and towards Hugh. The young are the food of war. Teddy wasn't Mr. Britling's business anyhow. Teddy must do as he thought proper. Mr. Britling would not even advise upon that. And as for Hugh, Mr. Britling did his best to brazen it out. "My eldest boy is barely 17, he said. "He's keen to go, and I'd be sorry if he wasn't. He'll get into some cadet corps, of course. He's already done something of that kind at school, or they'll take him into the territorials. But before he's 19, everything will be over, one way or another. I'm afraid, poor chap, he'll feel sold." And having thrust Hugh safely into the background of his mind as juvenile, doing a juvenile share, no sort of man yet. Mr. Britling could give a free rein to his generous imaginations of a national uprising. From the idea of a universal participation in the struggle, he passed by an easy transition to an anticipation of all Britain armed and gravely embattled, across gulfs of obstinate reality. He himself was prepared to say, and accordingly he felt that the great mass of the British must be prepared to say to the government, "Here we are at your disposal. This is not a diplomatist's war, nor a war office war. This is a war of the whole people. We are willing and ready to lay aside our usual occupations and offer our property and ourselves. Whim and individual action are for peace times. Take us and use us as you think fit. Take all we possess." When he thought of the government in this way, he forgot the governing class he knew. The slack-trousered Raeburn, the prim, attentive Filbert, Lady Frensham at the top of her voice, stern, preposterous Carson, boozy Bandershoot and artful Taper, wily Asquith, the eloquent yet unsubstantial George, and the immobile Grey, vanished out of his mind. All those representative exponents of the way things are done in Great Britain faded in the glow of his imaginative effort. He forgot the dreary debates, the floundering newspapers, the bluffs, the intrigues, the sly bargains of the week-end party, the schoolboy honor of grown men, the universal weak dishonesty in thinking. He thought simply of a simplified and ideal government that governed. He thought vaguely of something behind and beyond them, England, the ruling genius of the land, something with a dignified assurance and a stable will. He imagined this shadowy ruler miraculously provided with schemes and statistics against the supreme occasion, which had for so many years been the most conspicuous probability before the country. His mind leaping forwards to the conception of a great nation reluctantly turning its vast resources to the prosecution of a righteous defensive war, filled in the obvious corollaries of plan and calculation. He thought that somewhere, up there must be people who could count, and who had counted everything that we might need for such a struggle, and organizers who had schemed and estimated down to practicable and manageable details. Such lapses from knowledge to faith are perhaps necessary that human heroism may be possible. His conception of his own share in the great national uprising was a very modest one. He was a writer, a footnote to reality. He had no trick of command over men. His role was observation rather than organization, and he saw himself only as an insignificant individual, dropping from his individuality into his place in a great machine, taking a rifle in a trench, guarding a bridge, filling a cartridge, just with a brassard or something like that on, until the great task was done. Sunday night was full of imaginations of order, of the countryside standing up to its task, of roads cleared and resources marshalled, of the petty interests of the private life altogether set aside. And mingling with that, it was still possible for Mr. Britling, he was still young enough, to produce such dreams of personal service, of sudden emergencies swiftly and bravely met, of conspicuous daring and exceptional rewards, such dreams as hover in the brains of every imaginative recruit. The detailed story of Mr. Britling's 2 days' search for some easy and convenient ladder into the surface of his threatened country would be a voluminous one. It would begin with the figure of a neatly brushed patriot, with an intent expression upon his intelligent face, seated in the Londonward train, reading the war news, the first comforting war news for many days, and trying not to look as though his life was torn up by the roots and all his being aflame with devotion. And it would conclude after 48 hours of fuss, inquiry, talk, waiting, telephoning, with the same gentleman, a little fagged, and with a kind of weary apathy in his eyes, returning by the short-cut from the station across Clavering's Park to resume his connection with his abandoned roots. The essential process of the interval had been the correction of Mr. Britling's temporary delusion that the government of the British Empire is either intelligent, instructed, or wise. The great business-as-usual phase was already passing away, and London was in the full tide of recruiting enthusiasm. That tide was breaking against the most miserable arrangements for enlistment it is possible to imagine. Overtaxed and not very competent officers, whose one idea of being very efficient was to refuse civilian help and be very, very slow and circumspect, and very dignified and overbearing, sat in dirty little rooms and snarled at this unheard-of England that pressed at door and window for enrollment. Outside every recruiting office, crowds of men and youths waited, leaning against walls, sitting upon the pavements, waiting for long hours, waiting to the end of the day and returning next morning, without shelter, without food, many sick with hunger. Men who had hurried up from the country, men who had thrown up jobs of every kind, clerks, shopmen, anxious only to serve England and teach those damned Germans a lesson. Between them and this object they had discovered a perplexing barrier, an inattention. As Mr. Britling made his way to St. Martin's Church and across Trafalgar Square, and marked the weary accumulation of this magnificently patriotic stuff, he had his first inkling of the imaginative insufficiency of the War Office that had been so suddenly called upon to organize victory. He was to be more fully informed when he reached his club. His impression of the streets through which he passed was an impression of great unrest. There were noticeably fewer omnibuses and less road traffic generally, but there was a quite unusual number of drifting pedestrians. The current on the pavements was irritatingly sluggish. There were more people standing about, and fewer going upon their business. This was particularly the case with the women he saw. Many of them seemed to have drifted in from the suburbs and outskirts of London in a state of vague expectation, unable to stay in their homes. Everywhere there were the flags of the Allies. In shop windows, over doors, on the bonnets of automobiles, on people's breasts, and there was a great quantity of recruiting posters on the hoardings and in windows. "Your king and country need you," was the chief text, and they still called for 100,000 men, although the demand of Lord Kitchener had risen to 500,000. There were also placards calling for men on nearly all the taxicabs. The big windows of the offices of the Norddeutscher Lloyd in Cockspur Street were boarded up and plastered thickly with recruiting appeals. At his club, Mr. Britling found much talk and belligerent stir. In the hall, Wilkins, the author, was displaying a dummy rifle of bent iron rod to several interested members. It was to be used for drilling until rifles could be got, and it could be made for 18 pence. This was the first intimation Mr. Britling got that the want of foresight of the War Office only began with its unpreparedness for recruits. Men were talking very freely in the club. One of the temporary effects of the war in its earlier stages was to produce a partial thaw in the constitutional British shyness, and men who had glowered at Mr. Britling over their lunches, and had been glowered at by Mr. Britling in silence for years, now started conversations with him. "What is a man of my sort to do?" asked a clean-shaven barrister. "Exactly what I have been asking," said Mr. Britling. "They are fixing the upward age for recruits at 30. It's absurdly low. A man well over 40 like myself is quite fit to line a trench or guard a bridge. I'm not so bad a shot." "We've been discussing home defense volunteers," said the barrister. "Anyhow, we ought to be drilling. But the War Office sets its face as sternly against our doing anything of the sort as though we were going to join the Germans. It's absurd. Even if we older men aren't fit to go abroad, we could at least release troops who could." "If you had the rifles," said a sharp-featured man in grey to the right of Mr. Britling. "I suppose they are to be got," said Mr. Britling. The sharp-featured man indicated by appropriate facial action and head-shaking that this was by no means the case. "Every dead man, many wounded, most prisoners," he said, "mean each one a rifle lost. We have lost 25,000 rifles alone since the war began. Quite apart from arming new troops, we have to replace those rifles with the drafts we send out. Do you know what is the maximum weekly output of rifles at the present time in this country?" Mr. Britling did not know. 9,000. Mr. Britling suddenly understood the significance of Wilkins and his dummy gun. The sharp-featured man added, with an air of concluding the matter, "It's the barrels are the trouble. Complicated machinery. We haven't got it, and we can't make it in a hurry. And there you are." The sharp-featured man had a way of speaking almost as if he was throwing bombs. He threw one now. "Zinc," he said. "We're not short of zinc," said the lawyer. The sharp-featured man nodded, and then became explicit. Zinc was necessary for cartridges. It had to be refined zinc, and very pure, or the shooting went wrong. Well, we had let the refining business drift away from England to Belgium and Germany. There were just one or two British firms still left. Unless we bucked up tremendously, we should get caught short of cartridges. At any rate, of cartridges so made as to ensure good shooting. "And there you are," said the sharp-featured man. But the sharp-featured man did not at that time represent any considerable section of public thought. "I suppose, after all, we can get rifles from America," said the lawyer, "and as for zinc, if the shortage is known, the shortage will be provided for." The prevailing topic in the smoking-room upstairs was the inability of the War Office to deal with the flood of recruits that was pouring in, and its hostility to any such volunteering as Mr. Britling had in mind. Quite a number of members wanted to volunteer. There was much talk of their fitness. "I'm 54, said one, "and I could do my 25 miles in marching kit far better than half those boys of 19. Another was 38. "I must hold the business together," he said, "but why anyhow shouldn't I learn to shoot and use a bayonet?" The personal pique of the rejected lent force to their criticisms of the recruiting and general organization. "The War Office has one incurable system," said a big mine owner. "During peacetime it runs all its home administration with men who will certainly be wanted at the front directly there is a war. Directly war comes, therefore, there is a shift all round, and a new untried man, usually a dug-out in an advanced state of decay, is stuck into the job. Chaos follows automatically. The War Office always has done this, and so far as one can see, it always will. It seems incapable of realizing that another man will be wanted until the first is taken away. Its imagination doesn't even run to that." Mr. Britling found a kindred spirit in Wilkins. Wilkins was expounding his tremendous scheme for universal volunteering. Everybody was to be accepted. Everybody was to be assigned and registered and badged. "A brassard," said Mr. Britling. "It doesn't matter whether we really produce a fighting force or not," said Wilkins. "Everybody now is enthusiastic and serious. Everybody is willing to put on some kind of uniform and submit to some sort of orders. And the thing to do is to catch them in the willing stage. Now is the time to get the country lined up and organized, ready to meet the internal stresses that are bound to come later. But there's no disposition whatever to welcome this universal offering. It's just as though this war was a treat to which only the very select friends of the War Office were to be admitted. And I don't admit that the National Volunteers would be ineffective, even from a military point of view. There are plenty of fit men of our age, and men of proper age who are better employed at home. Armament workers, for example, and there are all the boys under the age. They may not be under the age before things are over. He was even prepared to plan uniforms. "A brassard," repeated Mr. Britling, "and perhaps colored strips on the reverse of a coat." "Colors for the counties," said Wilkins, "and if there isn't colored cloth to be got, there's red flannel. Anything is better than leaving the mass of people to mob about." A momentary vision danced before Mr. Britling's eyes, of red flannel petticoats being torn up in a rapid improvisation of soldiers to resist a sudden invasion. Passing washerwomen suddenly requisitioned. But one must not let oneself be laughed out of good intentions because of ridiculous accessories. The idea, at any rate, was the sound one. The vision of what ought to be done shone brightly while Mr. Britling and Mr. Wilkins maintained it, but presently, under discouraging reminders that there were no rifles, no instructors, and, above all, the open hostility of the established authorities, it faded again. Afterwards, in other conversations, Mr. Britling reverted to more modest ambitions. "Is there no clerical work, no minor administrative work a man might be used for?" he asked. "Any old dugout," said the man with the thin face. "Any old doddering Colonel Newcome is preferred to you in that matter." Mr. Britling emerged from his club about 3:30, with his mind rather dishevelled, and with his private determination to do something promptly for his country's needs, blended by a perplexing how. His search for doors and ways, where no doors and ways existed, went on with a gathering sense of futility. He had a ridiculous sense of pique at being left out, like a child shut out from a room in which a vitally interesting game is being played. "After all, it is our war," he said. He caught the phrase as it dropped from his lips, with a feeling that it said more than he intended. He turned it over and examined it, and the more he did so, the more he was convinced of its truth and soundness. 2. By night there was a new strangeness about London. The authorities were trying to suppress the more brilliant illumination of the chief thoroughfares on account of the possibility of an air raid. Shopkeepers were being compelled to pull down their blinds, and many of the big standard lights were unlit. Mr. Britling thought these precautions were very fussy and unnecessary, and likely to lead to accidents amidst the traffic. But it gave a Rembrandt-esque quality to the London scene, turned it into mysterious arrangements of brown shadows and cones and bars of light. At first many people were recalcitrant, and here and there a restaurant or a draper's window still blazed out and broke the gloom. There were also a number of insubordinate automobiles with big headlights. But the police were being unusually firm. "It will all glitter again in a little time," he told himself. He heard an old lady who was projecting from an offending automobile at Piccadilly Circus, in hot dispute with the police officer. "Zeppelins, indeed," she said. "What nonsense! As if they would dare to come here! Who would let them, I should like to know?" Probably a friend of Lady Frensham, he thought. Still, the idea of Zeppelins over London did seem rather ridiculous to Mr. Britling. He would not have liked to have been caught talking of it himself. There never had been Zeppelins over London. They were gas-bags. 3. On Wednesday morning, Mr. Britling returned to the Dower House, and he was still a civilian unassigned. In the hall he found a tall figure in khaki standing and reading the Times that usually lay upon the hall table. The figure turned at Mr. Britling's entry, and revealed the aquiline features of Mr. Lawrence Carmine. It was as if his friend had stolen a march on him. But Mr. Carmine's face showed nothing of the excitement and patriotic satisfaction that would have seemed natural to Mr. Britling. He was white and jaded, as if he had not slept for many nights. "You see," he explained almost apologetically of the 3 stars upon his sleeve, "I used to be a captain of volunteers." He had been put in charge of a volunteer force, which had been re-embodied and entrusted with the care of the bridges, gasworks, factories, and railway tunnels, and with a number of other minor but necessary duties round about Easinghampton. "I've just got to shut up my house," said Captain Carmine, "and go into lodgings. I confess I hate it. But anyhow, it can't last 6 months. But it's beastly. Ugh!" He seemed disposed to expand that "ugh," and then thought better of it. And presently Mr. Britling took control of the conversation. His 2 days in London had filled him with matter, and he was glad to have something more than Hugh and Teddy and Mrs. Britling to talk it upon. What was happening now in Great Britain, he declared, was adjustment. It was an attempt on the part of a great unorganized nation, an attempt, instinctive at present rather than intelligent, to readjust its government, and particularly its military organization, to the new scale of warfare that Germany had imposed upon the world. For 2 strenuous decades, the British Navy had been growing enormously under the pressure of German naval preparations, but the British military establishment had experienced no corresponding expansion. It was true there had been a futile, rather foolishly conducted agitation for universal military service, but there had been no accumulation of material, no preparation of armament-making machinery, no planning and no foundations for any sort of organization that would have facilitated the rapid expansion of the fighting forces of a country in a time of crisis. Such an idea was absolutely antagonistic to the mental habits of the British military caste. The German method of incorporating all the strength and resources of the country into one national fighting machine was quite strange to the British military mind. Still, even after a month of war had become the comprehensive business of the German nation. To the British, it was an incidental adventure. In Germany, the nation was militarized. In England, the army was specialized. The nation, for nearly every practical purpose, got along without it. Just as political life had also become specialized. Now suddenly we wanted a government to speak for everyone, and an army of the whole people. How were we to find it? Mr. Britling dwelt upon this idea of the specialized character of the British Army and Navy and government. It seemed to him to be the clue to everything that was jarring in the London spectacle. The army had been a thing aloof, for a special end. It had developed all the characteristics of a caste. It had very high standards along the lines of its specialization, but it was inadaptable and conservative. Its exclusiveness was not so much a deliberate culture as a consequence of its detached function. It touched the ordinary social body chiefly through 3 other specialized bodies: the court, the church, and the stage. Apart from that, it saw the great unofficial civilian world as something vague, something unsympathetic, something possibly antagonistic, which it comforted itself by snubbing when it dared, and tricking when it could. Something that projected members of Parliament towards it, and was stingy about money. Directly one grasped how apart the army lived from the ordinary life of the community, from industrialism or from economic necessities, directly one understood that the great mass of Englishmen were simply outsiders to the War Office mind, just as they were outsiders to the political clique. One began to realize the complete unfitness of either government or War Office for the conduct of so great a national effort as was now needed. These people up there did not know anything of the broad mass of English life at all. They did not know how or where things were made. When they wanted things, they just went to a shop somewhere and got them. This was the necessary psychology of a small army under a clique government. Nothing else was to be expected. But now, somehow, the nation had to take hold of the government that it had neglected so long. "You see," said Mr. Britling, repeating a phrase that was becoming more and more essential to his thoughts, "this is our war." "Of course," said Mr. Britling, "these things are not going to be done without a conflict. We aren't going to take hold of our country, which we have neglected so long, without a lot of internal friction. But in England we can make these readjustments without revolution. It is our strength. At present England is confused, but it's a healthy confusion. It's a stir. We have more things to defeat than just Germany. These hosts of recruits, weary, uncared for, besieging the recruiting stations. It's symbolical. Our tremendous reserves of will and manhood. Our almost incredible insufficiency of direction. Those people up there have no idea of the will that surges up in England. They are timid little maneuvering people, afraid of property, afraid of newspapers, afraid of trade unions. They aren't leading us against the Germans, they are just being shoved against the Germans by necessity." From this, Mr. Britling broke away into a fresh addition to his already large collection of contrasts between England and Germany. Germany was a nation which had been swallowed up and incorporated by an army and an administration. The Prussian military system had assimilated to itself the whole German life. It was a state in a state of repletion, a state that had swallowed all its people. Britain was not a state. It was an unincorporated people. The British Army, the British War Office, and the British administration had assimilated nothing. They were little old partial things. The British nation lay outside them, beyond their understanding and tradition. A formless new thing, but a great thing. And now this British nation, this real nation, the outsiders, had to take up arms. Suddenly, all the underlying ideas of that outer, greater English life beyond politics, beyond the services, were challenged, its tolerant good humor, its freedom, and its irresponsibility. It was not simply English life that was threatened. It was all the latitudes of democracy. It was every liberal idea and every liberty. It was civilization in danger. The uncharted liberal system had been taken by the throat. It had to make good or perish. "I went up to London expecting to be told what to do. There is no one to tell anyone what to do. Much less is there anyone to compel us what to do. There's a War Office like a college during a riot, with its doors and windows barred. There's a government like a cockle-boat in an Atlantic gale. One feels the thing ought to have come upon us like the sound of a trumpet. Instead, until now, it has been like a great noise that we just listened to in the next house. And now slowly the nation awakes. London is just like a dazed sleeper, waking up out of a deep sleep to fire and danger, tumult and cries for help, near at hand. The streets give you exactly that effect. People are looking about and listening. One feels that at any moment, in a pause, in a silence, there may come, from far away, over the houses, faint and little, the boom of guns or the small outcries of little French or Belgian villages in agony." Such was the gist of Mr. Britling's discourse. He did most of the table talk and all that mattered. Teddy was an assenting voice. Hugh was silent and apparently a little inattentive. Mrs. Britling was thinking of the courses and the servants and the boys, and giving her husband only half an ear. Captain Carmine said little, and seemed to be troubled by some disagreeable preoccupation. Now and then he would endorse or supplement the things Mr. Britling was saying. Thrice he remarked, People still do not begin to understand. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 3. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 4 to 7 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 4. It was only when they sat together in the barn court out of the way of Mrs. Britling and the children that Captain Carmine was able to explain his listless bearing and jaded appearance. He was suffering from a bad nervous shock. He had hardly taken over his command before one of his men had been killed, and killed in a manner that had left a scar upon his mind. The man had been guarding a tunnel, and he had been knocked down by one train when crossing the line behind another. So it was that the bomb of Sarajevo killed its first victim in Essex. Captain Carmine had found the body. He had found the body in a cloudy moonlight. He had almost fallen over it, and his sensations and emotions had been eminently disagreeable. He had had to drag the body, it was very dreadfully mangled, off the permanent way. The damaged, almost severed head had twisted about very horribly in the uncertain light, and afterwards he had found his sleeves saturated with blood. He had not noted this at the time, and when he had discovered it, he had been sick. He had thought the whole thing more horrible and hateful than any nightmare, but he had succeeded in behaving with a sufficient practicality to set an example to his men. Since this had happened, he had not had an hour of dreamless sleep. "One doesn't expect to be called upon like that," said Captain Carmine, "suddenly here in England, when one is smoking after supper." Mr. Britling listened to this experience with distressed brows. All his talking and thinking became to him like the open page of a monthly magazine. Across it this bloody smear, this thing of red and black, was dragged. 5. The smear was still bright red in Mr. Britling's thoughts when Teddy came to him. "I must go," said Teddy. "I can't stop here any longer." "Go where?" "Into Cocky. I've been thinking of it ever since the war began. Do you remember what you said when we were bullying off at hockey on Bank Holiday, the day before war was declared?" Mr. Britling had forgotten completely. He made an effort. "What did I say?" "You said, 'What the devil are we doing at this hockey? We ought to be drilling or shooting against those confounded Germans.' I've never forgotten it. I ought to have done it before. I've been a scoutmaster. In a little while they will want officers. In London, I'm told, there are a lot of officers' training corps putting men through the work as quickly as possible. If I could go—" "What does Letty think?" said Mr. Britling after a pause. This was right, of course, the only right thing, and yet he was surprised. "She says if you'd let her try to do my work for a time—" "She wants you to go?" "Of course she does," said Teddy. "She wouldn't like me to be a shirker, but I can't unless you help." "I'm quite ready to do that," said Mr. Britling, "but somehow I didn't think it of you. I hadn't somehow thought of you." "What did you think of me?" asked Teddy. "It's bringing the war home to us. Of course you ought to go, if you want to go." He reflected. It was odd to find Teddy in this mood, strung up and serious and businesslike. He felt that in the past he had done Teddy injustice. This young man wasn't as trivial as he had thought him. They fell to discussing ways and means. There might have to be a loan for Teddy's outfit, if he did presently secure a commission. And there were one or two other little matters. Mr. Britling dismissed a ridiculous fancy that he was paying to send Teddy away to something that neither that young man nor Letty understood properly. The next day, Teddy vanished Londonward on his bicycle. He was going to lodge in London in order to be near his training. He was zealous. Never before had Teddy been zealous. Mrs. Teddy came to the Dower House for the correspondence, trying not to look self-conscious and important. 2 Mondays later, a very bright-eyed, excited little boy came running to Mr. Britling, who was smoking after lunch in the rose garden. "Daddy!" squealed the little boy. "Teddy, in khaki!" The other junior Britling danced in front of the hero, who was walking beside Mrs. Britling and trying not to be too aggressively a soldierly figure. He looked a very man in khaki, and more of a boy than ever. Mrs. Teddy came behind, quietly elated. Mr. Britling had a recurrence of that same disagreeable fancy that these young people didn't know exactly what they were going into. He wished he was in khaki himself. Then he fancied this compunction wouldn't trouble him quite so much. The afternoon with them deepened his conviction that they really didn't in the slightest degree understand. Life had been so good to them hitherto that even the idea of Teddy's going off to the war seemed a sort of fun to them. It was just a thing he was doing, a serious, seriously amusing, and very creditable thing. It involved his dressing up in these unusual clothes and receiving salutes in the street. They discussed every possible aspect of his military outlook, with the zest of children who recount the merits of a new game. They were putting Teddy through his stages at a tremendous pace. In quite a little time he thought he would be given the chance of a commission. "They want subalterns badly. Already they've taken nearly a third of our people," he said, and added with the wistfulness of one who glances at inaccessible delights, "1 or 2 may get out to the front quite soon." He spoke as a young actor might speak of a star part, and with a touch of the quality of one who longs to travel in strange lands. One must be patient. Things come at last. "If I'm killed, she gets £80 a year," Teddy explained, among many other particulars. He smiled, the smile of a confident immortal at this amusing idea. "He's my little annuity," said Letty, also smiling, "dead or alive." "We'll miss Teddy in all sorts of ways," said Mr. Britling. "It's only for the duration of the war," said Teddy, "and Letty's very intelligent. I've done my best to chasten the evil in her." "If you think you're going to get back your job after the war," said Letty, "you're very much mistaken. I'm going to raise the standard." "You?" said Teddy, regarding her coldly, and proceeding ostentatiously to talk of other things. 6. "Hugh's going to be in khaki too," the elder junior told Teddy. "He's too young to go out in Kitchener's army, but he's joined the Territorials. He went off on Thursday. I wish Gilbert and me was older." Mr. Britling had known his son's purpose since the evening of Teddy's announcement. Hugh had come to his father's study, as he was sitting musing at his writing desk over the important question whether he should continue his examination of war uninterruptedly, or whether he should not put that on one side for a time, and set himself to state as clearly as possible that not too generally recognized misfit between the will and strength of Britain on the one hand, and her administrative and military organization on the other. He felt that an enormous amount of human enthusiasm and energy was being refused and wasted. That if things went on as they were going, there would continue to be a quite disastrous shortage of gear, and that some broadening change was needed immediately if the swift exemplary victory over Germany that his soul demanded was to be ensured. Suppose he were to write some noisy articles at once, An article, for instance, to be called The War of the Mechanics, or The War of Gear, and another on Without Civil Strength There Is No Victory. If he wrote such things, would they be noted, or would they just vanish indistinguishably into the general mental tumult? Would they be audible and helpful shouts, or just waste of shouting? That, at least, was what he supposed himself to be thinking. It was, at any rate, the main current of his thinking. But all the same, just outside the circle of his attention, a number of other things were dimly apprehended, bobbing up and down in the flood, and ready at the slightest chance to swirl into the center of his thoughts. There was, for instance, Captain Carmine, in the moonlight, lugging up a railway embankment, something horrible, something loose and wet and warm that had very recently been a man. There was Teddy, serious and patriotic, filling a feudal penman with incredulous respect. There was the thin-faced man at the club, and a curious satisfaction he had betrayed in the public disarrangement. And there was Hugh. Particularly there was Hugh, silent but watchful. The boy never babbled. He had his mother's gift of deep, dark silences, out of which she was wont to flash, a black princess waving a sword. He wandered for a little while among memories. But Hugh didn't come out like that, though it always seemed possible he might. Perhaps he didn't come out because he was a son. Revelation to his father wasn't his business. What was he thinking of it all? What was he going to do? Mr. Britling was acutely anxious that his son should volunteer. He was almost certain that he would volunteer, but there was just a little shadow of doubt whether some extraordinary subtlety of mind mightn't have carried the boy into a pacifist attitude. No, that was impossible. In the face of Belgium. But as greatly, and far more deeply in the warm flesh of his being, did Mr. Britling desire that no harm, no evil should happen to Hugh. The door opened, and Hugh came in. Mr. Britling glanced over his shoulder with an affectation of indifference. "Hello," he said. "What do you want?" Hugh walked awkwardly to the hearthrug. "Oh," he said in an offhand tone, "I suppose I've got to go soldiering for a bit. I just thought I'd rather like to go off with a man I know tomorrow." Mr. Britling's manner remained casual. "It's the only thing to do now, I'm afraid," he said. He turned in his chair and regarded his son. "What do you mean to do? OTC?" "I don't think I should make much of an officer. I hate giving orders to other people. We thought we'd just go together into the Essex Regiment as privates." There was a little pause. Both father and son had rehearsed this scene in their minds several times, and now they found that they had no use for a number of sentences that had been most effective in these rehearsals. Mr. Britling scratched his cheek with the end of his pen. "I'm glad you want to go, Hugh," he said. "I don't want to go," said Hugh, with his hands deep in his pockets. "I want to go and work with Cardinal. But this job has to be done by everyone. Haven't you been saying as much all day? It's like turning out to chase a burglar or suppress a mad dog. It's like necessary sanitation." "You aren't attracted by soldiering?" "Not a bit. I won't pretend it, Daddy. I think the whole business is a bore. Germany seems to me now just like some heavy, horrible, dirty mass that has fallen across Belgium and France. We've got to shove the stuff back again, that's all." He volunteered some further remarks to his father's silence. "You know, I can't get up a bit of tootle about this business," he said. "I think killing people or getting killed is a thoroughly nasty habit. I expect my share will be just drilling and fatigue duties and route marches and loafing here in England." "You can't possibly go out for 2 years," said Mr. Britling, as if he regretted it. A slight hesitation appeared in Hugh's eyes. "I suppose not," he said. "Things ought to be over by then, anyhow," Mr. Britling added, betraying his real feelings. "So it's really just helping at the furthest end of the shove," Hugh endorsed, but still with that touch of reservation in his manner. The pause had the effect of closing the theoretical side of the question. "Where do you propose to enlist?" said Mr. Britling, coming down to practical details. 7. The Battle of the Marne passed into the Battle of the Aisne, and then the long lines of the struggle streamed northwestward until the British were back in Belgium, failing to clutch Menin, and then defending Ypres. The elation of September followed the bedazzlement and dismay of August into the chapter of forgotten moods. And Mr. Britling's sense of the magnitude, the weight and duration of this war beyond all wars increased steadily. The feel of it was less and less a feeling of crisis, and more a feeling of new conditions. It wasn't, as it had seemed at first, the end of one human phase and the beginning of another. It was in itself a phase. It was a new way of living. And still he could find no real point of contact for himself with it all, except the point of his pen. Only at his writing desk, and more particularly at night, were the great presences of the conflict his. Yet he was always desiring some more personal and physical participation. Hugh came along one day in October in an ill-fitting uniform, looking already coarser in fibre, and with a nose scorched red by the autumnal sun. He said the life was rough, but it made him feel extraordinarily well. Perhaps man was made to toil until he dropped asleep from exhaustion, to fast for 10 or 12 hours, and then eat like a wolf. He was acquiring a taste for Woodbine cigarettes, and a heady variety of mineral waters called Monsters. He feared promotion. He felt he could never take the high line with other human beings demanded of a corporal. He was still trying to read a little chemistry and crystallography, but it didn't go with the life. In the scanty leisure of a recruit in training, it was more agreeable to lie about and write doggerel verses and draw caricatures of the men in one's platoon. Invited to choose what he liked by his family, he demanded a large tuck-box such as he used to have at school, only much larger, and a big tin of insect powder. It must be able to kill ticks. When he had gone, the craving for a personal share in the nation's physical exertions became overpowering in Mr. Britling. He wanted, he felt, to get his skin into it. He had decided that the volunteer movement was a hopeless one. The War Office, after a stout resistance to any volunteer movement at all, decided to recognize it in such a manner as to make it ridiculous. The volunteers were to have no officers and no uniforms that could be remotely mistaken for those of the regulars, so that in the event of an invasion, the Germans would be able to tell what they had to deal with miles away. Wilkins found his conception of a whole nation, all enrolled, all listed and badged according to capacity, his dream of everyone falling into place in one great voluntary national effort, treated as the childish dreaming of that most ignorant of all human types, a novelist. Punch was delicately funny about him. He was represented as wearing a preposterous cocked hat of his own designing cocked hats for everyone. Wilkins was told to shut up in a multitude of anonymous letters, and publicly and privately to leave things to Kitchener. To bellow in loud clear tones, leave things to Kitchener, and to depart for the theatre or the river or an automobile tour, was felt very generally at that time to be the proper conduct for a patriot. There was a very general persuasion that to become a volunteer when one ought to be just modestly doing nothing at all was in some obscure way a form of disloyalty. So Mr. Britling was out of conceit with volunteering, and instead he went and was duly sworn and entrusted with the badge of a special constable. The duties of a special constable were chiefly not to understand what was going on in the military sphere, and to do what he was told in the way of watching and warding conceivably vulnerable points. He had also to be available in the event of civil disorder. Mr. Britling was provided with a truncheon, and sent out to guard various culverts, bridges, and fords in the hilly country to the northwestward of Matching-Zizi. It was never very clear to him what he would do if he found a motor car full of armed enemies engaged in undermining a culvert or treacherously deepening some strategic ford. He supposed he would either engage them in conversation or hit them with his truncheon, or perhaps do both things simultaneously. But as he really did not believe for a moment that any human being was likely to tamper with the telegraphs, telephones, ways, and appliances committed to his care, his uncertainty did not trouble him very much. He prowled the lonely lanes and paths in the darkness, and became better acquainted with a multitude of intriguing little cries and noises that came from the hedges and coverts at night. One night he rescued a young leveret from a stoat, who seemed more than half inclined to give him battle for its prey, until he cowed and defeated it with the glare of his electric torch. As he prowled the countryside under the great hemisphere of Essex sky, or leant against fences, or sat drowsily upon gates, or sheltered from wind and rain under ricks or sheds, he had much time for meditation, and his thoughts went down and down below his first surface impressions of the war. He thought no longer of the rights and wrongs of this particular conflict, but of the underlying forces in mankind that made war possible. He planned no more ingenious treaties and conventions between the nations, and instead he faced the deeper riddles of essential evil and of conceivable changes in the heart of man. And the rain assailed him, and thorns tore him, and the soaked soft meadows bogged and betrayed his wandering feet, and the little underworld of the hedges and ditches hissed and squealed in the darkness, and pursued and fled, and devoured or were slain. And one night in April he was perplexed by a commotion among the pheasants, and a barking of distant dogs, and then, to his great astonishment, he heard noises like a distant firework display, and saw something like a phantom yellowish fountain pen in the sky, far away to the east, lit intermittently by a quivering searchlight, and going very swiftly. And after he had rubbed his eyes and looked again, he realized that he was looking at a Zeppelin flying Londonward over Essex. And all that night was wonder. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 4 to 7. Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 8 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 8. While Mr. Britling was trying to find his duty in the routine of a special constable, Mrs. Britling set to work with great energy to attend various classes and qualify herself for Red Cross work. And early in October came the great drive of the Germans toward Antwerp and the sea, the great drive that was apparently designed to reach Calais, and which swept before it multitudes of Flemish refugees. There was an exodus of all classes from Antwerp into Holland and England, and then a huge process of depopulation in Flanders and the Pas de Calais. This flood came to the eastern and southern parts of England, and particularly to London, and there hastily improvised organizations distributed it to a number of local committees, each of which took a share of the refugees, hired and furnished unoccupied houses for the use of the penniless, and assisted those who had means into comfortable quarters. The Matching's Easy Committee found itself with accommodation for 60 people, and with a miscellaneous bag of 30 individuals entrusted to its care, who had been part of the load of a little pirate steamboat from Ostend. There were 2 Flemish peasant families, and the rest were more or less middle-class refugees from Antwerp. They were brought from the station to the tithe barn at Clavering's, and there distributed, under the personal supervision of Lady Homerton and her agent, among those who were prepared for their entertainment. There was something like competition among the would-be hosts. Everybody was glad of the chance of doing something, and anxious to show these Belgians what England thought of their plucky little country. Mr. Britling was proud to lead off a Mr. Vonderpont, a neat little bearded man in a black tailcoat, a black bowler hat, and a knitted muffler, with a large rucksack and a conspicuously foreign-looking bicycle, to the hospitalities of Dower House. Mr. Vonderpont had escaped from Antwerp at the 11th hour. He had caught a severe cold, and, it would seem, lost his wife and family in the process. He had much to tell Mr. Britling, and in his zeal to tell it, he did not at once discover that, though Mr. Britling knew French quite well, he did not know it very rapidly. The dinner that night at the Dower House marked a distinct fresh step in the approach of the Great War to the old habits and securities of Matching's Easy. The war had indeed filled everyone's mind to the exclusion of all other topics since its very beginning. It had carried off Herr Heinrich to Germany, Teddy to London, and Hugh to Colchester. It had put a special brassard round Mr. Britling's arm, and carried him out into the night, given Mrs. Britling several certificates, and interrupted the frequent visits and gossip of Mr. Lawrence Carmine. But so far it had not established a direct contact between the life of Matching's Easy and the grim business of shot, shell, and bayonet at the front. But now here was the Dower House accomplishing wonderful idioms in Anglo-French, and an animated guest telling them, sometimes one understood clearly, and sometimes the meaning was clouded, of men blown to pieces under his eyes, of fragments of human beings lying about in the streets. There was trouble over the expression omoplate d'une femme, until one of the youngsters got the dictionary and found out it was the shoulder-blade of a woman. Of pools of blood everywhere, and of flight in the darkness. Mr. Vonderpont had been in charge of the dynamos at the Antwerp power station. He had been keeping the electrified wires in the entanglements alive, and he had stuck to his post until the German high explosives had shattered his wires and rendered his dynamos useless. He gave vivid little pictures of the noises of the bombardment, of the dead lying casually in the open spaces, of the failure of the German guns to hit the bridge of boats across which the bulk of the defenders and refugees escaped. He produced a little tourist's map of the city of Antwerp, and dotted at it with a pencil case. What do you call? Shells, fell so, and so, and so. Across here he had fled on his bicana, and along here and here. He had carried off his rifle, and hid it with the rifles of various other Belgians, between floor and ceiling of a house in Zeebrugge. He had found the pirate steamer in the harbour, its captain resolved to extract the uttermost fare out of every refugee he took to London. When they were all aboard and started, they found there was no food except the hard ration biscuits of some Belgian soldiers. They had portioned this out like shipwrecked people on a raft. The mare had been calme, thank heaven. All night they had been pumping. He had helped with the pumps. But Mr. Vonderpont hoped still to get a reckoning with the captain of that ship. Mr. Vonderpont had had shots at various Zeppelins. When the Zeppelins came to Antwerp, everybody turned out on the roofs and shot at them. He was contemptuous of Zeppelins. he made derisive gestures to express his opinion of them. They could do nothing unless they came low, and if they came low you could hit them. One which ventured down had been riddled. It had had to drop all its bombs. Luckily they fell in an open field, in order to make its lame escape. It was all nonsense to say, as the English papers did, that they took part in the final bombardment. Not a Zeppelin. So he talked, and the Britling family listened, and understood as much as they could, and replied and questioned in Anglo-French. Here was a man who but a few days ago had been steering his bicycle in the streets of Antwerp to avoid shell craters, pools of blood, and the torn-off arms and shoulder-blades of women. He had seen houses flaring, set afire by incendiary bombs, and once at a corner he had been knocked off his bicycle by the poof of a bursting shell. Not only were these things in the same world with us, they were sitting at our table. He told one grim story of an invalid woman unable to move, lying in bed in her appartement, and of how her husband went out on the balcony to look at the Zeppelin. There was a great noise of shooting. Ever and again he would put his head back into the room and tell her things, and then after a time he was silent and looked in no more. She called to him and called again. Becoming frightened, she raised herself by a great effort and peered through the glass. At first she was too puzzled to understand what had happened. He was hanging over the front of the balcony, with his head twisted oddly. Twisted and shattered. He had been killed by shrapnel, fired from the outer fortifications. These are the things that happen in histories and stories. They do not happen at Matching Zizi. Mr. Vonderpont did not seem to be angry with the Germans, but he manifestly regarded them as people to be killed. He denounced nothing that they had done. He related. They were just an evil accident that had happened to Belgium and mankind. They had to be destroyed. He gave Mr. Britling an extraordinary persuasion that knives were being sharpened in every cellar in Brussels and Antwerp against the day of inevitable retreat, of a resolution to exterminate the invader that was far too deep to be vindictive. And the man was most amazingly unconquered. Mr. Britling perceived the label on his habitual dinner wine with a slight embarrassment. "Do you care," he asked, "to drink a German wine? This is Bernkasteller from the Moselle." Mr. Vonderpont reflected. "But it is a good wine," he said. "After the peace it will be Belgian. Yes, if we are to be safe in the future from such a war as this, we must have our boundaries right up to the Rhine." So he sat and talked, flushed and, as it were, elated by the vividness of all that he had undergone. He had no trace of tragic quality, no hint of subjugation. But for his costume and his trimmed beard and his language, he might have been a Dubliner or a Cockney. He was astonishingly cut off from all his belongings. His house in Antwerp was abandoned to the invader, valuables and cherished objects very skilfully buried in the garden. He had no change of clothing except what the rucksack held. His only footwear were the boots he came in. He could not get on any of the slippers in the house, they were all too small for him, until suddenly Mrs. Britling bethought herself of Herr Heinrich's pair, still left unpacked upstairs. She produced them, and they fitted exactly. It seemed only poetical justice, a foretaste of national compensations, to annex them to Belgium forthwith. Also, it became manifest that Mr. Vonderpont was cut off from all his family, and suddenly he became briskly critical of the English way of doing things. His wife and child had preceded him to England, crossing by Ostend and Folkestone a fortnight ago. Her parents had come in August. Both groups had been seized upon by improvised British organizations, and very thoroughly and completely lost. He had written to the Belgian embassy, and they had referred him to a committee in London, and the committee had begun its services by discovering a Madame Vonderpont hitherto unknown to him at Camberwell, and displaying a certain suspicion and hostility when he said she would not do. There had been some futile telegrams. "What," asked Mr. Vonderpont, "ought one to do?" Mr. Britling temporized by saying he would make inquiries, and put Mr. Vonderpont off for 2 days. Then he decided to go up to London with him and make inquiries on the spot. Mr. Vonderpont did not discover his family, but Mr. Britling discovered the profound truth of a comment of Herr Heinrich's, which he had hitherto considered utterly trivial, but which had nevertheless stuck in his memory. "The English," Herr Heinrich had said, "do not understand indexing. It is the root of all good organization." Finally, Mr. Vonderpont adopted the irregular course of asking every Belgian he met if they had seen anyone from his district in Antwerp, if they had heard of the name of Vonderpont, if they had encountered so-and-so or so-and-so. And by obstinacy and good fortune, he really got on to the track of Madame Vonderpont. She had been carried off into Kent, and a day later the Dower House was the scene of a happy reunion. Madame was a slender lady, dressed well and plainly, with a Belgian common sense and a Catholic reserve, and André was like a child of wax, delicate and charming and unsubstantial. It seemed incredible that he could ever grow into anything so buoyant and incessant as his father. The Britling boys had to be warned not to damage him. A sitting-room was handed over to the Belgians for their private use, and for a time the two families settled into the Dower House side by side. Anglo-French became the table language of the household. It hampered Mr. Britling very considerably, and both families set themselves to much unrecorded observation, much unspoken mutual criticism, and the exercise of great patience. It was tiresome for the English to be tied to a language that crippled all spontaneous talk. These linguistic gymnastics were fun to begin with, but soon they became very troublesome. And the Belgians suspected sensibilities in their hosts, and a vast unwritten code of etiquette that did not exist. At first they were always waiting, as it were, to be invited or told or included. They seemed always deferentially backing out from intrusions. Moreover, they would not at first reveal what food they liked or what they didn't like, or whether they wanted more or less. But these difficulties were soon smoothed away. They anglicized quickly and cleverly. André grew bold and cheerful, and lost his first distrust of his rather older English playmates. Every day at lunch he produced a new, carefully prepared piece of English, though for some time he retained a marked preference for "Good morning, sir," and "Thank you very much," over all other locutions, and fell back upon them on all possible and many impossible occasions. And he could do some sleight-of-hand tricks with remarkable skill and humour, and fold paper with quite astonishing results. Meanwhile, Mr. Vonderpont sought temporary employment in England, went for long rides upon his bicycle, exchanged views with Mr. Britling upon a variety of subjects, and became a wonderful player of hockey. He played hockey with an extraordinary zest and nimbleness. Always he played in the tailcoat, and the knitted muffler was never relinquished. He treated the game entirely as an occasion for quick tricks and personal agility. He bounded about the field like a kitten, he pirouetted suddenly, he leapt into the air and came down in new directions. His fresh-colored face was alive with delight. The coat-tails and the muffler trailed and swished about breathlessly behind his agility. He never passed to other players. He never realized his appointed place in the game. He sought simply to make himself a leaping screen about the ball as he drove it towards the goal. But André he would not permit to play at all, and Madame played like a lady, like a Madonna, like a saint carrying the instrument of her martyrdom. The game and its enthusiasms flowed round her and receded from her. She remained quite valiant, but tolerant, restrained, doing her best to do the extraordinary things required of her, but essentially a being of passive dignities, living chiefly for them. Letty, careering by her, keen and swift, was like a creature of a different species. Mr. Britling celebrated abundantly about these contrasts. "What has been blown in among us by these German shells," he said, "is essentially a Catholic family, blown clean out of its setting, we who are really Neo-Europeans. At first you imagine there is nothing separating us but language. Presently you find that language is the least of our separations. These people are people living upon fundamentally different ideas from ours, ideas far more definite and complete than ours. You imagine that home in Antwerp as something much more rounded off, much more closed in, a cell, a real social unit, a different thing altogether from this place of meeting. Our boys play cheerfully with all comers. Little André hasn't learnt to play with any outside children at all. We must seem incredibly open to these Vonderponts. A house without sides. Last Sunday I could not find out the names of the two girls who came on bicycles and played so well. They came with Kitty Westrop, and Vonderpont wanted to know how they were related to us, or how was it they came. Look at Madame. She's built on a fundamentally different plan from any of our womenkind here. Tennis, the bicycle, co-education, the two-step, the higher education of women. Say these things over to yourself, and think of her. It's like talking of a nun in riding breeches. She's a specialized woman, specializing in womanhood. Her sphere is the home. Soft, trailing, draping skirts, slow movements, a veiled face. For no oriental veil could be more effectual than her beautiful Catholic quiet. Catholicism invented the invisible purdah. She's far more akin to that sweet little Indian lady with the wonderful robes whom Carmine brought over with her tall husband last summer than she is to Letty or Sissy. She, too, undertook to play hockey, and played it very much as Madame Vonderpont played it. "The more I see of our hockey," said Mr. Britling, "the more wonderful it seems to me as a touchstone of character and culture and breeding." Mr. Manning, to whom he was delivering this discourse, switched him on to a new track by asking what he meant by Neo-European. "It's a bad phrase," said Mr. Britling. "I'll withdraw it. Let me try and state exactly what I have in mind. I mean something that is coming up in America and here and the Scandinavian countries and Russia, a new culture, an escape from the Levantine religion and the Catholic culture that came to us from the Mediterranean. Let me drop Neo-European. Let me say Northern. We are Northerners. The key, the heart, the nucleus and essence of every culture is its conception of the relations of men and women. And this new culture tends to diminish the specialization of women as women, to let them out from the cell of the home into common citizenship with men. It's a new culture, still in process of development, which will make men more social and cooperative, and women bolder, swifter, more responsible and less cloistered. It minimizes instead of exaggerating the importance of sex." "And," said Mr. Britling, in very much the tones in which a preacher might say, "sixthly, it is just all this northern tendency that this world struggle is going to release. This war is pounding through Europe, smashing up homes, dispersing and mixing homes, setting Madame Vonderpont playing hockey, and André climbing trees with my young ruffians. It is killing young men by the millions, altering the proportions of the sexes for a generation, bringing women into business and office and industry, destroying the accumulated wealth, that kept so many of them in refined idleness, flooding the world with strange doubts and novel ideas. End of Book 2, Chapter 2, Section 8. Book 2, Chapter 2, Sections 9 to 11 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 9. But the conflict of manners and customs that followed the invasion of the English villages by French and Belgian refugees did not always present the immigrants as Catholics and the hosts as Neo-European. In the case of Mr. Dimple, it was the other way round. He met Mr. Britling in Clavering's Park and told him his troubles. "Of course," he said, "we have to do our utmost for brave little Belgium. I would be the last to complain of any little inconvenience one may experience in doing that. Still, I must confess, I think you and dear Mrs. Britling are fortunate, exceptionally fortunate, in the Belgians you have got. My guests, it's unfortunate. The man is some sort of journalist, and quite, much too much, an atheist. An open, positive one. Not simply honest doubt. I'm quite prepared for honest doubt nowadays. You and I have no quarrel over that. But he is aggressive. He makes remarks about miracles, quite derogatory remarks, and not always in French. Sometimes he almost speaks English, and in front of my sister. And he goes out, he says, looking for a café. He never finds a café, but he certainly finds every public house within a radius of miles. And he comes back smelling dreadfully of beer. When I drop a little hint, he blames the beer. He says it is not good beer. Our good Essex beer. He doesn't understand any of our simple ways. He's sophisticated. The girls about here wear Belgian flags, and air their little bits of French. And he takes it as an encouragement. Only yesterday there was a scene. It seems he tried to kiss the Hickson girl at the inn, Maudie. And his wife, a great big slow woman. In every way she is ample. It's dreadful even to seem to criticize, but I do so wish she would not see fit to sit down and nourish her baby in my poor old bachelor drawing-room, often at the most unseasonable times, and so lavishly." Mr. Britling attempted consolations. "But anyhow," said Mr. Dimple, "I'm better off than poor dear Mrs. Bin. She secured 2 milliners. She insisted upon them. And their clothes were certainly beautifully made. Even my poor old unworldly eye could tell that. And she thought 2 milliners would be so useful with a large family like hers. They certainly said they were milliners. But it seems, I don't know what we shall do about them. My dear Mr. Britling, those young women are anything but milliners, anything but milliners." A faint gleam of amusement was only too perceptible through the good man's horror. Sirens, my dear Mr. Britling, sirens, by profession. 10. October passed into November, and day by day Mr. Britling was forced to apprehend new aspects of the war, to think and rethink the war, to have his first conclusions checked and tested, twisted askew, replaced. His thoughts went far and wide and deeper, until all his earlier writing seemed painfully shallow to him, seemed a mere automatic response of obvious comments to the stimulus of the war's surprise. As his ideas became subtler and profounder, they became more difficult to express. He talked less. He became abstracted and irritable at table. To 2 people in particular, Mr. Britling found his real ideas inexpressible. To Mr. Durek and to Mr. Vonderpond. Each of these gentlemen brought with him the implication or the intimation of a critical attitude towards England. It was all very well for Mr. Britling himself to be critical of England. That is an Englishman's privilege. To hear Mr. Vanderpont questioning British efficiency, or to suspect Mr. Durrick of high, thin American superiorities to war, was almost worse than to hear Mrs. Harrowdean saying hostile things about Edith. It roused an even acuter protective emotion. In the case of Mr. Vanderpont, matters were complicated by the difficulty of the language, which made anything but the crudest statements subject to incalculable misconception. Mr. Vanderpont had not the extreme tactfulness of his so typically Catholic wife. He made it only too plain that he thought the British postal and telegraph service slow and slack, and the management of the Great Eastern branch lines wasteful and inefficient. He said the workmen in the fields, and the workmen he saw upon some cottages near the junction, worked slowlier and with less interest than he had ever seen any workman display in all his life before. He marvelled that Mr. Britling lit his house with acetylene and not electric light. He thought fresh eggs were insanely dear, and his opinion of Matching's easy pig-keeping was uncomplimentary. The roads, he said, were not a means of getting from place to place. They were a dédale. He drew derisive maps with his finger on the tablecloth of the lane system about the Dower House. He was astonished that there was no café in Matching's Easy. He declared that the public house, to which he went with considerable expectation, was no public house at all. It was just a sly place for drinking beer. All these were things Mr. Britling might have remarked himself. From a Belgian refugee, he found them intolerable. He set himself to explain to Mr. Vanderpont, firstly, that these things did not matter in the slightest degree. The national attention, the national interest, ran in other directions. And secondly, that they were, as a matter of fact and on the whole, merits slightly disguised. He produced a pleasant theory that England is really not the Englishman's field. It is his breeding place, his resting place, a place not for efficiency but good humour. If Mr. Vanderpont were to make inquiries, he would find there was scarcely a home in Matching's Easy that had not sent some energetic representative out of England to become one of the English of the world. England was the last place in which English energy was spent. These hedges, these dilatory roads, were full of associations. There was a road that turned aside near Market Saffron to avoid Turk's Wood. It had been called Turk's Wood first in the 14th century, after a man of that name. He quoted Chesterton's happy verses to justify these winding lanes. The road turned first towards the left, where Perkins' quarry made the cleft. The path turned next towards the right, because the mastiff used to bite. And again. And I should say they wound about to find the town of Roundabout, the merry town of Roundabout that makes the world go round. If our easy-going ways hampered a hard efficiency, they did at least develop humour and humanity. Our diplomacy, at any rate, had not failed us. He did not believe a word of this stuff. His deep, irrational love for England made him say these things. For years he had been getting himself into hot water because he had been writing and hinting just such criticisms as Mr. Vanderpont expressed so bluntly. But he wasn't going to accept foreign help in dissecting his mother. And another curious effect that Mr. Vanderpont had upon Mr. Britling was to produce an obstinate confidence about the war and the nearness of the German collapse. He would promise Mr. Vanderpont that he should be back in Antwerp before May, that the Germans would be over the Rhine by July. He knew perfectly well that his ignorance of all the military conditions was unqualified, but still he could not restrain himself from this kind of thing so soon as he began to speak entente cordiale, Anglo-French, that is to say. Something in his relationship to Mr. Vonderpont obliged him to be acutely and absurdly the protecting British. At times he felt like a conscious bankrupt talking off the hour of disclosure. But indeed, all that Mr. Britling was trying to say against the difficulties of a strange language and an alien temperament was that the honour of England would never be cleared until Belgium was restored and avenged. While Mr. Britling was patrolling unimportant roads and entertaining Mr. Vonderpont with discourses upon the nearness of victory and the subtle estimableness of all that was indolent, wasteful, and evasive in English life, the war was passing from its first swift phases into a slower, grimmer struggle. The German retreat ended at the Aisne, and the long outflanking manoeuvres of both hosts towards the Channel began. The English attempts to assist Belgium in October came too late for the preservation of Antwerp, and after a long and complicated struggle in Flanders, the British failed to outflank the German right, lost Ghent, Menin, and the Belgian coast, but held Ypres and beat back every attempt of the enemy to reach Dunkirk and Calais. Meanwhile, the smaller German colonies and islands were falling to the navy. The Australian battleship Sydney smashed the Emden at Coco Island, and the British naval disaster of Coronel was wiped out by the Battle of the Falklands. The Russians were victorious upon their left and took Lemberg, and after some vicissitudes of fortune, advanced to Przemyśl, occupying the larger part of Galicia. But the disaster of Tannenberg had broken their progress in East Prussia, and the Germans were pressing towards Warsaw. Turkey had joined the war and suffered enormous losses in the Caucasus. The Dardanelles had been shelled for the first time, and the British were at Basra on the Euphrates. 11. The Christmas of 1914 found England, whose landscape had hitherto been almost as peaceful and soldierless as Massachusetts, already far gone along the path of transformation into a country full of soldiers and munition makers and military supplies. The soldiers came first, on the well-known and greatly admired British principle of first catch your hare and then build your kitchen. Always before, Christmas had been a time of much gaiety and dressing up and prancing and two-stepping at the Dower House. But this year everything was too uncertain to allow of any gathering of guests. Hugh got leave for the day after Christmas, but Teddy was tied, and Sissy and Letty went off with the small boy to take lodgings near him. The Vonderponts had hoped to see an English Christmas at Matching's Easy, but within 3 weeks of Christmas Day, Mr. Vonderpont found a job that he could do in Nottingham, and carried off his family. The two small boys cheered their hearts with paper decorations, but the Christmas tree was condemned as too German, and it was discovered that Santa Claus had suddenly become Old Father Christmas again. The small boys discovered that the price of lead soldiers had risen, and were unable to buy electric torches on which they had set their hearts. There was to have been a Christmas party at Clavering's, but at the last moment Lady Homerton had to hurry off to an orphan nephew who had been seriously wounded near Ypres, and the light of Clavering's was darkened. Soon after Christmas there were rumours of an impending descent of the headquarters staff of the South-Eastern Army upon Clavering's. Then Mr. Britling found Lady Homerton back from France, and very indignant, because after all the headquarters were to go to Lady Wensleydale at Ladyholt. It was, she felt, a reflection upon Clavering's. Lady Homerton became still more indignant when presently the new armies, which were gathering now all over England like floods in a low-lying meadow, came pouring into the parishes about Clavering's to the extent of a battalion and a territorial battery. Mr. Britling heard of their advent only a day or two before they arrived. There came a bright young officer with an orderly, billeting. He was much exercised to get, as he expressed it several times, a quart into a pint bottle. He was greatly pleased with the barn. He asked the size of it and did calculations. He could stick 25 men into it easy. It would go far to solve his problems. He could manage without coming into the house at all. It was a ripping place. No end. "But beds," said Mr. Britling. "Lord, they don't want beds," said the young officer. The whole Britling family, who were lamenting the loss of their Belgians, welcomed the coming of the 25 with great enthusiasm. It made them feel that they were doing something useful once more. For 3 days Mrs. Britling had to feed her new lodgers. The kitchen motors had as usual gone astray, and she did so in a style that made their boastings about their billet almost insufferable to the rest of their battery. The billeting allowance at that time was 9 pence a head, and Mr. Britling, ashamed of making a profit out of his country, supplied not only generous firing and lighting, but unlimited cigarettes, cards and games, illustrated newspapers, a cocoa supper with such little surprises as sprats and jam roly-poly, and a number of more incidental comforts. The men arrived fasting under the command of 2 very sage middle-aged corporals, and responded to Mrs. Britling's hospitalities by a number of good resolutions, many of which they kept. They never made noises after 10:30, or at least only now and then when a sing-song broke out with unusual violence. They got up and went out at 5 or 6 in the morning without a sound. They were almost inconveniently helpful with washing up and tidying round. In quite a little time, Mrs. Britling's mind had adapted itself to the spectacle of 6 young men in cocky breeches and shirts performing their toilets in and about her scullery, or improvising an unsanctioned game of football between the hockey goals. These men were not the miscellaneous men of the new armies. They were the earlier territorial type, with no heroics about them. They came from the Midlands, and their 2 middle-aged corporals kept them well in hand and ruled them like a band of brothers. But they had an illegal side that developed in directions that set Mr. Britling theorizing. They seemed, for example, to poach by nature, as children play and sing. They possessed a promiscuous white dog. They began to add rabbits to their supper menu, unaccountable rabbits. One night there was a mighty smell of frying fish from the kitchen, and the cook reported trout. "Trout?" said Mr. Britling to one of the corporals. "Now where did you chaps get trout?" The fisherman, they said, had got them with a hair noose. They produced the fisherman, of whom they were manifestly proud. It was, he explained, a method of fishing he had learnt when in New York harbor. He had been a stoker. He displayed a confidence in Mr. Britling that made that gentleman an accessory after his offence, his very serious offence against pre-war laws and customs. It was plain that the trout were the trout that Mr. Pumshock, the stockbroker and amateur gentleman, had preserved so carefully in the easy. Hitherto the countryside had been forced to regard Mr. Pumshock's trout with an almost superstitious respect. A year ago young Snooker had done a month for one of those very trout. But now things were different. "But I don't really fancy freshwater fish," said the fisherman. "It's just the catching of 'em I like." And a few weeks later the trumpeter, an angel-faced freckled child with deep blue eyes, brought in a dozen partridge eggs, which he wanted Mary to cook for him. The domesticity of the sacred birds, it was clear, was no longer safe in England. Then again the big guns would go swinging down the road and into Clavering's Park, and perform various exercises with commendable smartness, and a profound disregard for Lady Homerton's known objection to any departure from the public footpath. And one afternoon, as Mr. Britling took his constitutional walk, a reverie was set going in his mind by the sight of a neglected-looking pheasant with a white collar. The world of Matching Zizi was getting full now of such elderly birds. Would that go on again after the war? He imagined his son Hugh as a grandfather, telling the little ones about parks and preserves and game laws, and footmen and butlers, and the marvelous game of golf, and how, suddenly, Mars came tramping through the land in khaki, and all these things faded and vanished, so that presently it was discovered they were gone. End of Book 2, Chapter 2. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 3rd, Malignity. 1. And while the countryside of England changed steadily from its lax pacific amenity to the likeness of a rather slovenly armed camp, while long fixed boundaries shifted and dissolved, and a great irreparable wasting of the world's resources gathered way, Mr. Britling did his duty as a special constable, gave his eldest son to the territorials, entertained Belgians, petted his soldiers in the barn, helped Teddy to his commission, contributed to war charities, sold out securities at a loss, and subscribed to the war loan, and thought endlessly about the war. He could think continuously, day by day, of nothing else. His mind was as caught as a galley slave, as unable to escape from tugging at this oar. All his universe was a magnetic field which oriented everything, whether he would have it so or not, to this one polar question. His thoughts grew firmer and clearer. They went deeper and wider. His first superficial judgments were endorsed and deepened, or replaced by others. He thought along the lonely lanes at night. He thought at his desk. He thought in bed. He thought in his bath. He tried over his thoughts in essays and leading articles, and reviewed them and corrected them. Now and then came relaxation and lassitude, but never release. The war towered over him like a vigilant teacher, day after day, week after week, regardless of fatigue and impatience, holding a rod in its hand. 2. Certain things had to be forced upon Mr. Britling, because they jarred so greatly with his habits of mind that he would never have accepted them, if he could have avoided doing so. Notably, he would not recognize at first the extreme bitterness of this war. He would not believe that the attack upon Britain, and Western Europe generally, expressed the concentrated emotion of a whole nation. He thought that the Allies were in conflict with a system, and not with a national will. He fought against the persuasion that the whole mass of a great civilized nation could be inspired by a genuine and sustained hatred. Hostility was an uncongenial thing to him. He would not recognize that the greater proportion of human beings are more readily hostile than friendly. He did his best to believe. In his "and now war ends," he did his best to make other people believe that this war was the perverse exploit of a small group of people, of limited but powerful influences, an outrage upon the general geniality of mankind. The cruelty, mischief, and futility of war were so obvious to him that he was almost apologetic in asserting them. He believed that war had but to begin and demonstrate its quality among the Western nations in order to unify them all against its repetition. They would exclaim, "But we can't do things like this to one another." He saw the aggressive imperialism of Germany called to account even by its own people. A struggle, a collapse, a liberal-minded conference of world powers, and a universal resumption of amiability upon a more assured basis of security. He believed, and many people in England believed with him, that a great section of the Germans would welcome triumphant allies as their liberators from intolerable political obsessions. The English, because of their insularity, had been political amateurs for endless generations. It was their supreme vice, it was their supreme virtue, to be easy-going. They had lived in an atmosphere of comedy, and denied in the whole tenor of their lives that life is tragic. Not even the Americans had been more isolated. The Americans had had their Indians, their Negroes, their War of Secession. Until the Great War, the Channel was as broad as the Atlantic for holding off every vital challenge. Even Ireland was away, a 4-hour crossing. And so the English had developed to the fullest extent the virtues and vices of safety and comfort. They had a hatred of science and dramatic behavior. They could see no reason for exactness or intensity. They disliked proceeding to extremes. Ultimately, everything would turn out all right. But they knew what it is to be carried into conflicts by energetic minorities and the trick of circumstances, and they were ready to understand the case of any other country which has suffered that fate. All their habits inclined them to fight good-temperedly and comfortably, to quarrel with a government and not with a people. It took Mr. Britling at least a couple of months of warfare to understand that the Germans were fighting in an altogether different spirit. The first intimations of this that struck upon his mind were the news of the behavior of the Kaiser and the Berlin crowd upon the declaration of war, and the violent treatment of the British subjects seeking to return to their homes. Everywhere such people had been insulted and ill-treated. It was the spontaneous expression of a long-gathered bitterness. While the British ambassador was being howled out of Berlin, the German ambassador to England was taking a farewell stroll quite unmolested in St. James's Park. One item that struck particularly upon Mr. Britling's imagination was the story of the chorus of young women who assembled on the railway platform of the station through which the British ambassador was passing, to sing, to his drawn blinds, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. Mr. Britling could imagine those young people, probably dressed more or less uniformly in white, with flushed faces and shining eyes, letting their voices go full-throated in the modern German way. And then came stories of atrocities, stories of the shooting of old men and the butchery of children by the wayside, stories of wounded men bayoneted or burnt alive, of massacres of harmless citizens, of looting and filthy outrages. Mr. Britling did his utmost not to believe these things. They contradicted his habitual world. They produced horrible strains in his mind. They might, he hoped, be misreported so as to seem more violent or less justifiable than they were. They might be the acts of stray criminals and quite disconnected from the normal operations of the war. Here and there some weak-minded officer may have sought to make himself terrible. And as for the bombardment of cathedrals and the crime of Louvain, well, Mr. Britling was prepared to argue that Gothic architecture is not sacrosanct if military necessity cuts through it. It was only after the war had been going on some months that Mr. Britling's fluttering, unwilling mind was pinned down by official reports and a cloud of witnesses to a definite belief in the grim reality of systematic rape and murder, destruction, dirtiness, and abominable compulsions that blackened the first rush of the Prussians into Belgium and Champagne. They came, hating and threatening the lands they outraged. They sought occasion to do frightful deeds. When they could not be frightful in the houses they occupied, then to the best of their ability they were destructive and filthy. The facts took Mr. Britling by the throat. The first thing that really pierced Mr. Britling, with the conviction that there was something essentially different in the English and the German attitude towards the war, was the sight of a bale of German comic papers in the study of a friend in London. They were filled with caricatures of the Allies, and more particularly of the English, and they displayed a force and quality of passion, an incredible force and quality of passion. Their amazing hate and their amazing filthiness alike overwhelmed Mr. Britling. There was no appearance of national pride or national dignity, but a bellowing patriotism, and a limitless desire to hurt and humiliate. They spat. They were red in the face, and they spat. He sat with these violent sheets in his hands, ashamed. "But I say," he said feebly, "it's the sort of thing that might come out of a lunatic asylum." One incredible craving was manifest in every one of them. The German caricaturist seemed unable to represent his enemies except in extremely tight trousers or in none. He was equally unable to represent them without thrusting a sword or bayonet, spluttering blood, into the more indelicate parts of their persons. This was the leitmotif of the war as the German humorists presented it. "But," said Mr. Britling, "these things can't represent anything like the general state of mind in Germany." "They do," said his friend. "But it's blind fury, at the dirt-throwing stage." "The whole of Germany is in that blind fury," said his friend. "While we are going about astonished and rather incredulous about this war, and still rather inclined to laugh, that's the state of mind of Germany. There's a sort of deliberation in it. They think it gives them strength. They want to foam at the mouth. They do their utmost to foam more. They write themselves up. Have you heard of the Hymn of Hate?" Mr. Britling had not. "There was a translation of it in last week's Spectator. This is the sort of thing we are trying to fight in good temper and without extravagance. Listen, Britling. You will we hate with a lasting hate. We will never forego our hate. Hate by water and hate by land. Hate of the head and hate of the hand. Hate of the hammer and hate of the crown. Hate of 70 millions choking down. We love as one, we hate as one. We have one foe and one alone, England." He read on to the end. "Well," he said when he had finished reading, "what do you think of it?" "I want to feel his bumps," said Mr. Britling after a pause. "It's incomprehensible." "They're singing that up and down Germany. Lissauer, I hear, has been decorated." "It's stark malignity," said Mr. Britling. "What have we done?" "It's colossal. What is to happen to the world if these people prevail?" "I can't believe it, even with this evidence before me. No, I want to feel their bumps." 3. "You see," said Mr. Britling, trying to get it into focus, "I have known quite decent Germans. There must be some sort of misunderstanding. I wonder what makes them hate us. There seems to me no reason in it." "I think it is just thoroughness," said his friend. "They are at war. To be at war is to hate." "That isn't at all my idea." "We're not a thorough people. When we think of anything, we also think of its opposite. When we adopt an opinion, we also take in a provisional idea that it is probably nearly as wrong as it is right. We are atmospheric. They are concrete. All this filthy, vile, unjust, and cruel stuff is honest, genuine war. We pretend war does not hurt. They know better. The Germans are a simple, honest people. It is their virtue. Possibly it is their only virtue. 4. Mr. Britling was only one of a multitude who wanted to feel the bumps of Germany at that time. The effort to understand a people who had suddenly become incredible was indeed one of the most remarkable facts in English intellectual life during the opening phases of the war. The English state of mind was unlimited astonishment. There was an enormous sale of any German books that seemed likely to illuminate the mystery of this amazing concentration of hostility. The works of Bernhardi, Treitschke, Nietzsche, Houston Stewart Chamberlain became the material of countless articles and interminable discussions. One saw little clerks on the way to the office, and workmen going home after their work, earnestly reading these remarkable writers. They were asking, just as Mr. Britling was asking, what it was the British Empire had struck against. They were trying to account for this wild storm of hostility that was coming at them out of Central Europe. It was a natural next stage to this, when after all it became manifest that instead of there being a liberal and reluctant Germany at the back of imperialism and Junkerdom, there was apparently one solid and enthusiastic people, to suppose that the Germans were in some distinctive way evil, that they were racially more envious, arrogant, and aggressive than the rest of mankind. Upon that supposition, a great number of English people settled. They concluded that the Germans had a peculiar devil of their own, and had to be treated accordingly. That was the second stage in the process of national apprehension, and it was marked by the first beginnings of a spy hunt, by the first denunciation of naturalized aliens, and by some anti-German rioting among the mixed alien population in the East End. Most of the bakers in the East End of London were Germans, and for some months after the war began, they went on with their trade unmolested. Now many of these shops were wrecked. It was only in October that the British gave these first signs of a sense that they were fighting not merely political Germany, but the Germans. But the idea of a peculiar malignity in the German quality as a key to the broad issue of the war was even less satisfactory and less permanent in Mr. Britling's mind than his first crude opposition of militarism and a peaceful humanity as embodied respectively in the Central Powers and the Russo-Western Alliance. It led logically to the conclusion that the extermination of the German peoples was the only security for the general amiability of the world, a conclusion that appealed but weakly to his essential kindliness. After all, the Germans he had met and seen were neither cruel nor hate-inspired. He came back to that obstinately. From the harshness and vileness of the printed word and the unclean picture, he fell back upon the flesh and blood, the humanity and sterling worth of, as a sample, young Heinrich, who was, moreover, a thoroughly German young German, a thoroughly Prussian young Prussian. At times, young Heinrich alone stood between Mr. Britling and the belief that Germany and the whole German race was essentially wicked, essentially a canting robber nation. Young Heinrich became a sort of advocate for his people before the tribunal of Mr. Britling's mind, and on his shoulder sat an absurdly pampered squirrel. Heinrich's fresh, pink, sedulous face, very earnest, adjusting his glasses, saying, "Please," intervened and insisted upon an arrest of judgment. Since the young man's departure, he had sent 2 postcards of greeting directly to the family Britling, and 1 letter through the friendly intervention of Mr. Britling's American publisher. Once also he sent a message through a friend in Norway. The postcards simply recorded stages in the passage of a distraught pacifist across Holland to his enrollment. The letter by way of America came 2 months later. He had been converted into a combatant with extreme rapidity. He had been trained for 3 weeks, had spent a fortnight in hospital with a severe cold, and had then gone to Belgium as a transport driver. His father had been a horse dealer, and he was familiar with horses. "If anything happens to me," he wrote, "please send my violin, at least, very carefully to my mother." It was characteristic that he reported himself as very comfortably quartered in Courtrai with very nice people. The niceness involved restraints. "Only never," he added, "do we talk about the war. It is better not to do so." He mentioned the violin also in the later communication through Norway. Therein he lamented the lost flesh-pots of Courtrai. He had been in Posen, and now he was in the Carpathians, up to his knees in snow, and very uncomfortable. And then, abruptly, all news from him ceased. Month followed month, and no further letter came. "Something has happened to him. Perhaps he is a prisoner. I hope our little Heinrich hasn't got seriously damaged. He may be wounded. Or perhaps they stop his letters. Very probably they stop his letters." 5. Mr. Britling would sit in his armchair and stare at his fire, and recall conflicting memories of Germany, of a pleasant land, of friendly people. He had spent many a jolly holiday there. So recently as 1911, all the Britling family had gone up the Rhine from Rotterdam, had visited a string of great cities, and stayed for a cheerful month of sunshine at Neunkirchen in the Odenwald. The little village perches high among the hills and woods, and at its very center is the inn and the linden tree and Adam Meyer. Or at least Adam Meyer was there. Whether he is there now, only the spirit of change can tell. If he live to be 100, no friendly English will ever again come tramping along by the track of the Blaue Brücke or the Weisse Strecke to enjoy his hospitality. There are rivers of blood between, and 1,000 memories of hate. It was a village distended with hospitalities. Not only the inn, but all the houses about the place of the linden tree, the shoemakers, the postmistresses, the White House beyond, every house indeed except the pastor's house, were full of Adam Meyer's summer guests. And about it and over it went and soared Adam Meyer, seeing they ate well, seeing they rested well, seeing they had music and did not miss the moonlight. A host who forgot profit in hospitality, an innkeeper with the passion of an artist for his inn. Music, moonlight, the simple German sentiment, the hearty German voices, the great picnic in a Stuhlwagen, the orderly round games the boys played with the German children, and the tramps and confidences Hugh had with Kurt and Karl, and at last a crowning jollification, a dance, with some gypsy musicians whom Mr. Britling discovered, when the Germans taught the English various entertaining sports, with baskets and potatoes and forfeits, and the English introduced the Germans to the license of the two-step. And everybody sang Britannia Rule the Waves and Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. And Adam Meyer got on a chair and made a tremendous speech, more in dialect than ever. And there was much drinking of beer and syrups in the moonlight under the linden. Afterwards there had been a periodic sending of postcards and greetings, which indeed only the war had ended. Right pleasant people those Germans had been, sun and green leaf lovers, for whom frisch auf seemed the most natural of national cries. Mr. Britling thought of the individual Germans who had made up the assembly, of the men's amusingly fierce little hats of green and blue, with an inevitable feather thrust perkily into the hatband behind, of the kindly plumpnesses behind their turned-up moustaches, of the blonde sedentary women, very wise about the comforts of life, and very kind to the children, of their earnest pleasure in landscape and art and great writers, of their general frequent desire to sing, of their plasticity under the directing hands of Adam Meyer. He thought of the mellow South German landscape, rolling away broad and fair, of the little clean red-roofed townships, the old castles, the big prosperous farms, the neatly marked pedestrian routes, the hospitable inns, and the artless, abundant Aussichtsturms. He saw all those memories now through a veil of indescribable sadness, as of a world lost, gone down like the cities of Lyonnesse beneath deep seas. Right pleasant people in a sunny land. Yet here, pressing relentlessly upon his mind, were the murders of Visse, the massacres of Dinant, the massacres of Louvain, murder red-handed and horrible upon an inoffensive people, foully invaded, foully treated, murder done with a sickening cant of righteousness and racial pretension. The two pictures would not stay steadily in his mind together. When he thought of the broken faith that had poured those slaughtering hosts into the decent peace of Belgium, that had smashed her cities, burnt her villages, and filled the pretty gorges of the Ardennes with blood and smoke and terror, he was flooded with self-righteous indignation, a self-righteous indignation that was, indeed, entirely Teutonic in its quality, that for a time drowned out his former friendship and every kindly disposition towards Germany, that inspired him with destructive impulses, and obsessed him with a desire to hear of death and more death and yet death in every German town and home. 6. It will be an incredible thing to the happier reader of a coming age, if ever this poor record of experience reaches a reader in the days to come, to learn how much of the mental life of Mr. Britling was occupied at this time with the mere horror and atrocity of warfare. It is idle and hopeless to speculate now how that future reader will envisage this war. It may take on broad dramatic outlines. It may seem a thing just, logical, necessary, the burning of many barriers, the destruction of many obstacles. Mr. Britling was too near to the dirt and pain and heat for any such broad landscape consolations. Every day some new detail of evil beat into his mind. Now it would be the artless story of some Belgian refugee. There was a girl from Alost in the village, for example, who had heard the fusillade that meant the shooting of citizens, the shooting of people she had known. She had seen the still blood-stained wall against which two murdered cousins had died, the streaked sand along which their bodies had been dragged. 3 German soldiers had been quartered in her house with her and her invalid mother, and had talked freely of the massacres in which they had been employed. One of them was, in civil life, a young schoolmaster, and he had, he said, to kill a woman and a baby. The girl had been incredulous. Yes, he had done so. Of course he had done so. His officer had made him do it, had stood over him. He could do nothing but obey. But since then he had been unable to sleep, unable to forget. "We had to punish the people," he said. "They had fired on us." And besides, his officer had been drunk. It had been impossible to argue. His officer had an unrelenting character at all times. Over and over again, Mr. Britling would try to imagine that young schoolmaster soldier at Alost. He imagined, with a weak, staring face and watery blue eyes behind his glasses, and that memory of murder. Then again it would be some incident of death and mutilation in Antwerp that Mr. Vonderpont described to him. The Germans in Belgium were shooting women frequently, not simply for grave spying, but for trivial offences. Then came the battleship raid on Whitby and Scarborough, and the killing, among other victims, of a number of children on their way to school. This shocked Mr. Britling absurdly, much more than the Belgian crimes had done. They were English children, at home! The drowning of a great number of people on a torpedoed ship full of refugees from Flanders filled his mind with pitiful imaginings for days. The Zeppelin raids, with their slow crescendo of blood-stained futility, began before the end of 1914. It was small consolation for Mr. Britling to reflect that English homes and women and children were, after all, undergoing only the same kind of experience that our ships have inflicted scores of times in the past upon innocent people in the villages of Africa and Polynesia. Each month the war grew bitterer and more cruel. Early in 1915, the Germans began their submarine war, and for a time Mr. Britling's concern was chiefly for the sailors and passengers of the ships destroyed. He noted with horror the increasing indisposition of the German submarines to give any notice to their victims. He did not understand the grim reasons that were turning every submarine attack into a desperate challenge of death. For the Germans under the seas had pitted themselves against a sea power far more resourceful, more steadfast and skillful, sterner and more silent than their own. It was not for many months that Mr. Britling learnt the realities of the submarine blockade. Submarine after submarine went out of the German harbors into the North Sea, never to return. No prisoners were reported, no boasting was published by the British fishers of men. U-boat after U-boat vanished into a chilling mystery. Only later did Mr. Britling begin to hear whispers and form ideas of the noiseless, suffocating grip that sought through the waters for its prey. The Falaba crime, in which the German sailors were reported to have jeered at the drowning victims in the water, was followed by the sinking of the Lusitania. At that, a wave of real anger swept through the Empire. Hate was begetting hate at last. There were violent riots in Great Britain and in South Africa. Wretched little German hairdressers and bakers and so forth fled for their lives, to pay for the momentary satisfaction of the Kaiser and Herr Boleyn. Scores of German homes in England were wrecked and looted, hundreds of Germans maltreated. War is war. Hard upon the Lusitania storm came the publication of the Bryce Report, with its relentless array of witnesses, its particulars of countless acts of cruelty and arrogant unreason and uncleanness in Belgium and the occupied territory of France. Came also the gasping torture of gas, the use of flame jets, and a new exacerbation of the savagery of the actual fighting. For a time, it seemed as though the taking of prisoners along the Western Front would cease. Tales of torture and mutilation, tales of the kind that arise nowhere and out of nothing, and poison men's minds to the most pitiless retaliations, drifted along the opposing fronts. The realities were evil enough without any rumors. Over various dinner tables, Mr. Britling heard this and that first-hand testimony of harshness and spite. One story that stuck in his memory was of British prisoners on the journey into Germany being put apart at a station from their French companions in misfortune and forced to run the gauntlet back to their train between the fists and bayonets of files of German soldiers. And there were convincing stories of the same prisoners, robbed of overcoats in bitter weather, baited with dogs, separated from their countrymen, and thrust among Russians and Poles with whom they could hold no speech. So Lissauer's hate song bore its fruit in 1,000 cruelties to wounded and defenseless men. The English had cheated Great Germany of another easy victory like that of '71. They had to be punished. That was all too plainly the psychological process. At one German station, a woman had got out of a train and crossed a platform to spit on the face of a wounded Englishman. And there was no monopoly of such things on either side. At some journalistic gathering, Mr. Britling met a little white-faced, resolute lady who had recently been nursing in the north of France. She told of wounded men lying among the coal of coal-sheds, of a shortage of nurses and every sort of material, of an absolute refusal to permit any share in such things to reach the German swine. "Why have they come here? Let our own boys have it first. Why couldn't they stay in their own country? Let the filth die." Two soldiers impressed to carry a wounded German officer on a stretcher had given him a joy-ride, pitching him up and down as one tosses a man in a blanket. "He was lucky to get off with that." "All our men aren't angels," said a cheerful young captain back from the front. "If you had heard a little group of our East London boys talking of what they meant to do when they got into Germany, you'd feel anxious." "But that was just talk," said Mr. Britling weakly, after a pause. There were times when Mr. Britling's mind was imprisoned beyond any hope of escape amidst such monstrous realities. He was ashamed of his one secret consolation. For nearly 2 years yet, Hugh could not go out to it. There would surely be peace before that. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 1 to 6. Book 2, Chapter 3, Sections 7 to 12 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. Tormenting the thought of Mr. Britling almost more acutely than this growing tale of stupidly inflicted suffering and waste and sheer destruction was the collapse of the British mind from its first fine phase of braced-up effort into a state of bickering futility. Too long had British life been corrupted by the fictions of loyalty to an uninspiring and alien court, of national piety in an official church, of freedom in a politician-rigged state, of justice in an economic system where the advertiser, the sweater, and usurer had 100 advantages over the producer and artisan, to maintain itself now steadily at any high pitch of heroic endeavor. It had bought its comfort with the demoralization of its servants. It had no completely honest organs. Its spirit was clogged by its accumulated insincerities. Brought at last face to face with a bitter hostility and a powerful and unscrupulous enemy, an enemy socialistic, scientific, and efficient to an unexampled degree, it seemed indeed to be inspired for a time by an unwanted energy and unanimity. Youth and the common people shone. The sons of every class went out to fight and die, full of a splendid dream of this war. Easy-going vanished from the foreground of the picture, but only to creep back again as the first inspiration passed. Presently, the older men, the seasoned politicians, the owners and hucksters, the charming women, and the habitual consumers began to recover from this blaze of moral exaltation. Old habits of mind and procedure reasserted themselves. The war, which had begun so dramatically, missed its climax. There was neither heroic swift defeat nor heroic swift victory. There was indecision, the most trying test of all for an undisciplined people. Before the Battle of Yser had fully developed, the dramatic quality had gone out of the war. It had ceased to be either a tragedy or a triumph. For both sides, it became a monstrous strain and wasting. It had become a wearisome thrusting against a pressure of evils. Under that strain, the dignity of England broke, and revealed a malignity less focused and intense than the German, but perhaps even more distressing. No paternal government had organized the British spirit for patriotic ends. It became now peevish and impatient, like some ill-trained man who is sick. It directed itself no longer against the enemy alone, but fitfully against imagined traitors and shirkers. It wasted its energies in a deepening and spreading net of internal squabbles and accusations. Now it was the wily indolence of the Prime Minister, now it was the German culture of the Lord Chancellor, now the imaginative enterprise of the First Lord of the Admiralty, that focused a vindictive campaign. There began a hunt for spies and of suspects of German origin in every quarter except the highest. A denunciation now of traitors, now of people with imaginations, now of scientific men, now of the personal friend of the commander-in-chief, now of this group and then of that group. Every day Mr. Britling read his 3 or 4 newspapers with a deepening disappointment. When he turned from the newspaper to his post, he would find the anonymous letter-writer had been busy. Perhaps Mr. Britling had remarked that Germans were, after all, human beings, or that if England had listened to Matthew Arnold in the 80s, our officers by this time might have added efficiency to their courage and good temper. Perhaps he had himself put a touch of irritant acid into his comment. Back flared the hate. "Who are you, sir? What are you, sir? What right have you, sir? What claim have you, sir?" 8. Life had a wrangling birth. On the head of every one of us rests the ancestral curse of 50 million murders. So Mr. Britling's thoughts shaped themselves in words, as he prowled one night in March, chill and melancholy, across a rushy meadow under an overcast sky. The death squeal of some little beast caught suddenly in a distant copse had set loose this train of thought. Life struggling under a birth curse, he thought. How nearly I come back at times to the Christian theology. And then redemption by the shedding of blood. Life like a rebellious child, struggling out of the control of the hate which made it what it is. But that was Mr. Britling's idea of Gnosticism, not of Orthodox Christianity. He went off for a time into faded reminiscences of theological reading. What had been the Gnostic idea? That the God of the Old Testament was the devil of the New? But that had been the idea of the Manichaeans. Mr. Britling, between the black hedges, came back presently from his attempts to recall his youthful inquiries into man's ancient speculations, to the enduring riddles that have outlasted 1,000 speculations. Has hate been necessary? And is it still necessary? And will it always be necessary? Is all life a war forever? The rabbit is nimble, lives keenly, is prevented from degenerating into a diseased crawling eater of herbs by the incessant ferret. Without the ferret of war, what would life become? War is murder truly, but is not peace decay? It was during these prowling nights in the first winter of the war that Mr. Britling planned a new writing that was to go whole abysses beneath the facile superficiality of "And Now War Ends." It was to be called The Anatomy of Hate. It was to deal very faithfully with the function of hate as a corrective to inefficiency. So long as men were slack, men must be fierce. This conviction pressed upon him. In spite of his detestation of war, Mr. Britling found it impossible to maintain that any sort of peace state was better than a state of war. If wars produced destructions and cruelties, peace could produce indolence, perversity, greedy accumulation, and selfish indulgences. War is discipline for evil, but peace may be relaxation from good. The poor man may be as wretched in peacetime as in wartime. The gathering forces of an evil peace, the malignity and waste of war, are but obverse and reverse of the metal of ill-adjusted human relationships. Was there no greater peace possible? Not a mere recuperative pause in killing and destruction, but a phase of noble and creative living, a phase of building, of discovery, of beauty and research. He remembered, as one remembers the dead, dreams he had once dreamt of the great cities, the splendid freedoms of a coming age, of marvelous enlargements of human faculty, of a coming science that would be light, and of art that could be power. But would that former peace have ever risen to that? After all, had such visions ever been more than idle dreams? Had the war done more than unmask reality? He came to a gate and leant over it. The darkness drizzled about him. He turned up his collar and watched the dim shapes of trees and hedges gather out of the night to meet the dismal dawn. He was cold and hungry and weary. He may have drowsed. At least he had a vision, very real and plain, a vision very different from any dream of utopia. It seemed to him that suddenly a mine burst under a great ship at sea, that men shouted and women sobbed and cowered, and flares played upon the rain-pitted black waves. And then the picture changed and showed a battle upon land, and searchlights were flickering through the rain, and shells flashed luridly, and men darkly seen in silhouette against red flames ran with fixed bayonets, and slipped and floundered over the mud, and at last, shouting thinly through the wind, leapt down into the enemy trenches. And then he was alone again, staring over a wet, black field, towards a dim crest of shapeless trees. 9. Abruptly and shockingly, this malignity of warfare, which had been so far only a festering cluster of reports and stories and rumors and suspicions, stretched out its arm into Essex, and struck a barb of grotesque cruelty into the very heart of Mr. Britling. Late one afternoon came a telegram from Filmington-on-Sea, where Aunt Wilshire had been recovering her temper in a boarding-house after a round of visits in Yorkshire and the moorlands, and she had been very seriously injured by an overnight German air raid. It was a raid that had not been even mentioned in the morning's papers. She had asked to see him. It was, ran the compressed telegraphic phrase, advisable to come at once. Mrs. Britling helped him pack a bag, and came with him to the station in order to drive the car back to the Dower House. For the gardener's boy, who had hitherto attended to these small duties, had now gone off as an unskilled labourer to some munition works at Chelmsford. Mr. Britling sat in the slow train that carried him across country to the junction for Filmington, and failed altogether to realize what had happened to the old lady. He had an absurd feeling that it was characteristic of her to intervene in affairs in this manner. She had always been so tough and unbent an old lady that until he saw her he could not imagine her as being really seriously and pitifully hurt. But he found her in the hospital, very much hurt indeed. She had been smashed in some complicated manner that left the upper part of her body intact, and lying slantingly upon pillows. Over the horror of bandaged broken limbs and tormented flesh below, sheets and a counterpane were drawn. Morphia had been injected, he understood, to save her from pain, but presently it might be necessary for her to suffer. She lay up in her bed, with an effect of being enthroned, very white and still. Her strong profile, with its big nose and her straggling hair, and a certain dignity, gave her the appearance of some very important, very old man, of an aged pope, for instance, rather than of an old woman. She had made no remark after they had set her and dressed her and put her to bed, except, "Send for Hughie Britling, the Dower House, Matching's easy. He is the best of the bunch." She had repeated the address and this commendation firmly over and over again, in large print as it were, even after they had assured her that a telegram had been dispatched. In the night, they said, she had talked of him. He was not sure at first that she knew of his presence. "Here I am, Aunt Wilshire," he said. She gave no sign. "Your nephew, Hugh." "Mean and preposterous," she said very distinctly. But she was not thinking of Mr. Britling. She was talking of something else. She was saying, "It should not have been known I was here. There are spies everywhere, everywhere. There is a spy now, or a lump very like a spy. They pretend it is a hot water bottle. Pretext. Oh, yes, I admit. Absurd. But I have been pursued by spies, endless spies, endless spies. Their devices are almost incredible. He has never forgiven me. All this on account of a carpet, a palace carpet, over which I had no control. I spoke my mind. He knew I knew of it. I never concealed it. So I was hunted. For years he had meditated revenge. Now he has it. But at what a cost! And they call him Emperor, Emperor! His arm is withered. His son, imbecile. He will die, without dignity." Her voice weakened, but it was evident she wanted to say something more. "I'm here," said Mr. Britling. "Your nephew, Hughie." She listened. "Can you understand me?" he asked. She became suddenly an earnest, tender human being. "My dear," she said, and seemed to search for something in her mind, and failed to find it. "You have always understood me," she tried. "You have always been a good boy to me, Hughie," she said, rather vacantly, and added after some moments of still reflection, "Au fond." After that she was silent for some minutes, and took no notice of his whispers. Then she recollected what had been in her mind. She put out a hand that sought for Mr. Britling's sleeve. "Hughie." "I'm here, Auntie," said Mr. Britling. "I'm here." "Don't let him get at your Hughie. Too good for it, dear. Oh, much, much too good. People let these wars and excitements run away with them. They put too much into them. They aren't worth it. Don't let him get at your Hughie." "No." "You understand me, Hughie?" "Perfectly, Auntie." "Then don't forget it. Ever." She had said what she wanted to say. She had made her testament. She closed her eyes. He was amazed to find this grotesque old creature had suddenly become beautiful, in that silvery vein of beauty one sometimes finds in very old men. She was exalted, as great artists will sometimes exalt the portraits of the aged. He was moved to kiss her forehead. There came a little tug at his sleeve. "I think that is enough," said the nurse, who had stood forgotten at his elbow. "But I can come again." "Perhaps." She indicated departure by a movement of her hand. 10. The next day Aunt Wilshire was unconscious of her visitor. They had altered her position so that she lay now horizontally, staring inflexibly at the ceiling and muttering queer old disconnected things. The Windsor Castle carpet story was still running through her mind, but mixed up with it now were scraps of the current newspaper controversies about the conduct of the war. And she was still thinking of the dynastic aspects of the war, and of spies. She had something upon her mind about the king's more German aunts. "As a precaution," she said, "as a precaution. Watch them all. The Princess Christian, laying foundation stones, cement, guns. Or else, why should they always be laying foundation stones? Always. Why? Hushed up. None of these things," she said, "in the newspapers. They ought to be." And then, after an interval, very distinctly, "The Duke of Wellington, my ancestor, in reality. Publish and be damned." After that, she lay still. The doctors and nurses could hold out only very faint hopes to Mr. Britling's inquiries. They said, indeed, it was astonishing that she was still alive. And about 7 o'clock that evening, she died. 11. Mr. Britling, after he had looked at his dead cousin for the last time, wandered for an hour or so about the silent little watering place before he returned to his hotel. There was no one to talk to, and nothing else to do, but to think of her death. The night was cold and bleak, but full of stars. He had already mastered the local topography, and he knew now exactly where all the bombs that had been showered upon the place had fallen. Here was the corner of blackened walls and roasted beams, where 3 wounded horses had been burnt alive in a barn. Here the row of houses, some smashed, some almost intact, where a mutilated child had screamed for 2 hours before she could be rescued from the debris that had pinned her down and taken to the hospital. Everywhere by the dim light of the shaded street lamps he could see the black holes and gaps of broken windows, sometimes abundant, sometimes rare and exceptional, among otherwise uninjured dwellings. Many of the victims he had visited in the little cottage hospital where Aunt Wilshire had just died. She was the 11th dead. Altogether, 57 people had been killed or injured in this brilliant German action. They were all civilians, and only 12 were men. 2 Zeppelins had come in from over the sea, and had been fired at by an anti-aircraft gun coming on an automobile from Ipswich. The first intimation the people of the town had had of the raid was the report of this gun. Many had run out to see what was happening. It was doubtful if anyone had really seen the Zeppelins, though everyone testified to the sound of their engines. Then, suddenly, the bombs had come streaming down. Only 6 had made hits upon houses or people. The rest had fallen ruinously and very close together on the local golf links, and at least half had not exploded at all, and did not seem to have been released to explode. A third at least of the injured people had been in bed when destruction came upon them. The story was like a page from some fantastic romance of Jules Verne's. The peace of the little old town, the people going to bed, the quiet streets, the quiet starry sky. And then for 10 minutes an uproar of guns and shells, a clatter of breaking glass, and then a fire here, a fire there, a child's voice, pitched high by pain and terror, scared people going to and fro with lanterns, and the sky empty again, the raiders gone. 5 minutes before, Aunt Wilshire had been sitting in the boarding-house drawing-room, playing a great stern Patience, the Emperor Patience. "Napoleon, my dear, not that Potsdam creature. that took hours to do. 5 minutes later, she was a thing of elemental terror and agony, bleeding wounds and shattered bones, plunging about in the darkness amidst a heap of wreckage. And already the German airmen were buzzing away to sea again, proud of themselves, pleased, no doubt, like boys who have thrown a stone through a window, beating their way back to thanks and rewards, to iron crosses and the proud embraces of delighted fraus and fräuleins. For the first time, it seemed to Mr. Britling, he really saw the immediate horror of war, the dense, cruel stupidity of the business, plain and close. It was as if he had never perceived anything of the sort before, as if he had been dealing with stories, pictures, shows, and representations that he knew to be shams. But that this dear, absurd old creature, this thing of home, this being of familiar humors and familiar irritations, should be torn to pieces, left in torment like a smashed mouse over which an automobile has passed, brought the whole business to a raw and quivering focus. Not a soul among all those who had been rent and torn and tortured in this agony of millions, but was to any one who understood and had been near to it, in some way lovable, in some way laughable, in some way worthy of respect and care. Poor Aunt Wilshire was but the sample thrust in his face of all this mangled multitude, whose green-white lips had sweated in anguish, whose broken bones had thrust raggedly through red dripping flesh. The detested features of the German Crown Prince jerked into the center of Mr. Britling's picture. The young man stood in his dapper uniform and grinned under his long nose, carrying himself jauntily, proud of his extreme importance to so many lives. And for a while Mr. Britling could do nothing but rage. "Devils they are!" he cried to the stars. "Devils! Devilish fools, rather! Cruel blockheads! Apes with all science in their hands! My God, but we will teach them a lesson yet!" That was the key of his mood for an hour of aimless wandering that was only checked at last by a sentinel who turned him back towards the town. He wandered muttering. He found great comfort in scheming vindictive destruction for countless Germans. He dreamt of swift armored aeroplanes swooping down upon the flying airship and sending it reeling earthward, the men screaming. He imagined a shattered Zeppelin staggering earthward in the fields behind the Dower House, and how he would himself run out with a spade and smite the Germans down. "Quarter indeed! Kamerad, take that, you foul murderer!" In the dim light, the sentinel saw the retreating figure of Mr. Britling make an extravagant gesture, and wondered what it might mean. Signaling? What ought an intelligent sentry to do? Let fly at him? Arrest him? Take no notice? Mr. Britling was at that moment killing Count Zeppelin and beating out his brains. Count Zeppelin was killed that night, and the German Emperor was assassinated. A score of lesser victims were offered up to the Maenies of Aunt Wilshire. There were memorable cruelties before the wrath and bitterness of Mr. Britling was appeased. And then suddenly he had had enough of these thoughts. They were thrust aside. They vanished out of his mind. 12. All the while that Mr. Britling had been indulging in these imaginative slaughterings, and spending the tears and hate that had gathered in his heart, his reason had been sitting apart and above the storm, like the sun waiting above thunder, like a wise nurse watching and patient above the wild passions of a child. And all the time his reason had been maintaining silently and firmly, without shouting, without speech, that the men who had made this hour were indeed not devils, were no more devils than Mr. Britling was a devil, but sinful men of like nature with himself, hard, stupid, caught in the same web of circumstance. "Kill them in your passion if you will," said reason, "but understand, this thing was done neither by devils nor fools, but by a conspiracy of foolish motives, by the weak acquiescences of the clever, by a crime that was no man's crime, but the natural necessary outcome of the ineffectiveness, the blind motives and muddle-headedness of all mankind." So reason maintained her thesis, like a light above the head of Mr. Britling, at which he would not look, while he hewed airmen to quivering rags with a spade that he had sharpened, and stifled German princes with their own poison gas, given slowly and as painfully as possible. "And what of the towns our ships have bombarded?" asked reason unheeded. "What of those Tasmanians our people utterly swept away?" "What of French machine guns in the Atlas?" reason pressed the case. "Of Himalayan villages burning? Of the things we did in China? Especially of the things we did in China?" Mr. Britling gave no heed to that. "The Germans in China were worse than we were," he threw out. He was maddened by the thought of the Zeppelin making off, high and far in the sky, a thing dwindling to nothing among the stars, and the thought of those murderers escaping him. Time after time he stood still and shook his fist at Boötes, slowly sweeping up the sky. And at last, sick and wretched, he sat down on a seat upon the deserted parade under the stars, close to the soughing of the invisible sea below. His mind drifted back once more to those ancient heresies of the Gnostics and the Manichaeans, which saw the God of the world as altogether evil, which sought only to escape by the utmost abstinences and evasions and perversions from the black wickedness of being. For a while his soul sank down into the uncongenial darknesses of these creeds of despair. "I who have loved life," he murmured, and could have believed for a time that he wished he had never had a son. Is the whole scheme of nature evil? Is life in its essence cruel? Is man stretched quivering upon the table of the eternal vivisector for no end, and without pity? These were thoughts that Mr. Britling had never faced before the war. They came to him now, and they came only to be rejected by the inherent quality of his mind. For weeks, consciously and subconsciously, his mind had been grappling with this riddle. He had thought of it during his lonely prowlings as a special constable. It had flung itself in monstrous symbols across the dark canvas of his dreams. Is there, indeed, a devil of pure cruelty? Does any creature, even the very cruelest of creatures, really apprehend the pain it causes, or inflict it for the sake of the infliction? He summoned a score of memories, a score of imaginations, to bear their witness before the tribunal of his mind. He forgot cold and loneliness in the speculation. He sat, trying all being, on this score, under the cold, indifferent stars. He thought of certain instances of boyish cruelty that had horrified him in his own boyhood, and it was clear to him that indeed it was not cruelty. It was curiosity, dense-textured, thick-skinned, so that it could not feel even the anguish of a blinded cat. Those boys who had wrung his childish soul to nigh intolerable misery had not, indeed, been tormenting so much as observing torment, testing life as wantonly as one breaks thin ice in the early days of winter. In very much cruelty, the real motive is surely no worse than that obtuse curiosity, A mere step of understanding, a mere quickening of the nerves and mind, makes it impossible. But that is not true of all or most cruelty. Most cruelty has something else in it, something more than the clumsy plunging into experience of the hobbledehoy. It is vindictive or indignant. It is never tranquil and sensuous. It draws its incentive, however crippled and monstrous the justification may be, from something punitive in man's instinct, something, therefore, that implies a sense, however misguided, of righteousness and vindication. That factor is present even in spite, when some vile or atrocious thing is done out of envy or malice. That envy and malice has in it always. Always? Yes, always. A genuine condemnation of the hated thing, as an unrighteous thing, as an unjust usurpation, as an inexcusable privilege, as a sinful overconfidence. Those men in the airship? He was coming to that. He found himself asking himself whether it was possible for a human being to do any cruel act without an excuse, or at least without the feeling of excusability. And in the case of these Germans and the outrages they had committed and the retaliations they had provoked, he perceived that always there was the element of a perceptible, if inadequate, justification, just as there would be if presently he were to maltreat a fallen German airman. There was anger in their vileness. These Germans were an unsubtle people, a people in the worst and best sense of the words, plain and honest. They were prone to moral indignation, and moral indignation is the mother of most of the cruelty in the world. They perceived the indolence of the English and Russians. They perceived their disregard of science and system. They could not perceive the longer reach of these greater races, and it seemed to them that the mission of Germany was to chastise and correct this laxity. Surely, they had argued, God was not on the side of those who kept an untilled field. So they had butchered these old ladies and slaughtered these children, just to show us the consequences. All along of dirtiness, all along of mess, all along of doing things rather more or less. The very justification our English poet has found for 1,000 overbearing actions in the East. Forget not order and the real. That was the underlying message of bomb and gas and submarine. After all, what right had we English not to have a gun or an aeroplane fit to bring down that Zeppelin ignominiously and conclusively? Had we not undertaken empire? Were we not the leaders of great nations? Had we, indeed, much right to complain if our imperial pose was flouted? There, at least, said Mr. Britling's reason, is one of the lines of thought that brought that unseen cruelty out of the night high over the houses of Filmington-on-Sea. That, in a sense, is the cause of this killing. Cruel it is, and abominable, yes, but is it altogether cruel? Hasn't it, after all, a sort of stupid rightness? Isn't it a stupid reaction to an indolence at least equally stupid? What was this rightness that lurked below cruelty? What was the inspiration of this pressure of spite, this anger that was aroused by ineffective gentleness and kindliness? Was it indeed an altogether evil thing? Was it not rather an impulse, blind as yet, but in its ultimate quality as good as mercy, greater perhaps in its ultimate values than mercy? This idea had been gathering in Mr. Britling's mind for many weeks. It had been growing and taking shape as he wrote, making experimental beginnings for his essay, The Anatomy of Hate. Is there not, he now asked himself plainly, a creative and corrective impulse behind all hate? Is not this malignity indeed only the ape-like precursor of the great disciplines of a creative state? The invincible hopefulness of his sanguine temperament had now got Mr. Britling well out of the pessimistic pit again. Already he had been on the verge of his phrase while wandering across the rushy fields toward Market Saffron. Now it came to him again, like a legitimate monarch returning from exile. When hate shall have become creative energy, hate which passes into creative power, gentleness which is indolence and the herald of euthanasia. Pity is but a passing grace, for mankind will not always be pitiful. But meanwhile, how long were men so to mingle wrong with right, to be energetic without mercy, and kindly without energy? For a time, Mr. Britling sat on the lonely parade under the stars and in the sound of the sea, brooding upon these ideas. His mind could make no further steps. It had worked for its spell. His rage had ebbed away now altogether. His despair was no longer infinite. But the world was dark and dreadful still. It seemed none the less dark because at the end there was a gleam of light. It was a gleam of light far beyond the limits of his own life, far beyond the life of his son. It had no balm for these sufferings. Between it and himself stretched the weary generations still to come, generations of bickering and accusation, greed and faint-heartedness, and half-truth and the hasty blow. And all those years would be full of pitiful things, such pitiful things as the blackened ruins in the town behind, the little grey-faced corpses, the lives torn and wasted, the hopes extinguished and the gladness gone. He was no longer thinking of the Germans as diabolical. They were human. They had a case. It was a stupid case, but our case, too, was a stupid case. How stupid were all our cases! What was it we missed? Something, he felt, very close to us, and very elusive. Something that would resolve 100 tangled oppositions. His mind hung at that. Back upon his consciousness came crowding the horrors and desolations that had been his daily food now for 3/4 of a year. He groaned aloud. He struggled against that renewed envelopment of his spirit. "Oh, blood-stained fools!" he cried. "Oh, pitiful, tormented fools! Even that vile airship was a ship of fools. We are all fools still, striving apes, irritated beyond measure by our own striving, easily moved to anger." Some train of subconscious suggestion brought a long-forgotten speech back into Mr. Britling's mind, a speech that is full of that light which still seeks so mysteriously and indefatigably to break through the darkness and thickness of the human mind. He whispered the words. No unfamiliar words could have had the same effect of comfort and conviction. He whispered it of those men whom he still imagined flying far away there eastward, through the clear freezing air beneath the stars, those muffled sailors and engineers who had caused so much pain and agony in this little town. "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." End of Book 2, Chapter 3. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 1 to 6 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 4th. In the Web of the Ineffective. 1. Hugh's letters were becoming a very important influence upon Mr. Britling's thought. Hugh had always been something of a letter-writer, and now what was perhaps an inherited desire to set things down was manifest. He had been accustomed to decorate his letters from school with absurd little sketches. Sometimes his letters had been all sketches, and now he broke from drawing to writing and back to drawing in a way that pleased his father mightily. The father loved this queer trick of caricature. He did not possess it himself, and so it seemed to him the most wonderful of all Hugh's little equipment of gifts. Mr. Britling used to carry these letters about until their edges got grimy. He would show them to anyone he felt capable of appreciating their youthful freshness. He would quote them as final and conclusive evidence to establish this or that. He did not dream how many thousands of mothers and fathers were treasuring such documents. He thought other sons were dull young men by comparison with Hugh. The earlier letters told much of the charms of discipline and the open air. "All the bother about what one has to do with oneself is over," wrote Hugh. "One has disposed of oneself. That has the effect of a great relief. Instead of telling oneself that one ought to get up in the morning, a bugle tells you that. And there's no nonsense about it, no chance of lying and arguing about it with oneself. I begin to see the sense of men going into monasteries and putting themselves under rules. One is carried along in a sort of moral automobile instead of trudging the road." And he was also sounding new physical experiences. "Never before," he declared, "have I known what fatigue is. It's a miraculous thing. One drops down in one's clothes on any hard old thing and sleeps." And in his early letters he was greatly exercised by the elementary science of drill and discipline, and the discussion of whether these things were necessary. He began by assuming that their importance was overrated. He went on to discover that they constituted the very essentials of all good soldiering. "In a crisis," he concluded, "there is no telling what will get hold of a man, his higher instincts or his lower. He may show courage of a very splendid sort, or a hasty discretion. A habit is much more trustworthy than an instinct. So discipline sets up a habit of steady and courageous bearing. If you keep your head, you are at liberty to be splendid. If you lose it, the habit will carry you through." The young man was also very profound upon the effects of the suggestion of various exercises upon the mind. "It is surprising how bloodthirsty one feels in a bayonet charge. We have to shout. We are encouraged to shout. The effect is to paralyze one's higher centers. One ceases to question anything. One becomes a bayoneteer. As I go bounding forward, I imagine fat men, succulent men ahead, and I am filled with the desire to do them in neatly. This sort of thing." A sketch of slaughter followed, with a large and valiant Hugh leaving a train of fallen behind him. "Not like this. This is how I used to draw it in my innocent childhood, but it is incorrect. More than one German on the bayonet at a time is an encumbrance, and it would be swank, a thing we detest in the army." The second sketch showed the same brave hero with half a dozen of the enemy skewered like cat's meat. "As for the widows and children, I disregard 'em." 2. But presently Hugh began to be bored. "Route marching again," he wrote, "for no earthly reason than that they can do nothing else with us. We are getting no decent musketry training because there are no rifles. We are wasting half our time. If you multiply half a week by the number of men in the army, you will see we waste centuries weekly. If most of these men here had just been enrolled and left to go about their business while we trained officers and instructors and got equipment for them, and if they had then been put through their paces as rapidly as possible, it would have been infinitely better for the country. In a sort of way we are keeping raw. In a sort of way we are getting stale. I get irritated by this. I feel we are not being properly done by. Half our men are educated men, reasonably educated, but we are always being treated as though we were too stupid for words. No good grousing, I suppose, but after Statesminster and a glimpse of old Cardinal's way of doing things, one gets a kind of toothache in the mind at the sight of everything being done twice as slowly and half as well as it needs to be. He went off at a tangent to describe the men in his platoon. The best man in our lot is an ex-grocer's assistant, but in order to save us from vain generalizations, it happens that the worst man, a moon-faced creature almost incapable of lacing up his boots without help and objurgation, is also an ex-grocer's assistant. Our most offensive member is a little cad with a snubbed nose, who has read Kipling and imagines he is the nearest thing that ever has been to Private Ortheris. He goes about looking for the other two of the soldiers' three. It is rather like an unpopular politician trying to form a ministry. And he is conscientiously foul-mouthed. He feels losing a chance of saying bloody as acutely as a snob feels dropping an H. He goes back sometimes and says the sentence over again and puts the bloody in. I used to swear a little out of the range of your parental ear, but Ortheris has cured me. When he is about, I am mincing in my speech. I perceive now that cursing is a way of chewing one's own dirt. In a platoon there is no elbow room for indifference. You must either love or hate. I have a feeling that my first taste of battle will not be with Germans, but with Private Ortheris. And one letter was just a picture, a parody of the well-known picture of the bivouac below and the soldier's dream of return to his beloved above. But Master Hugh in the dream was embracing an enormous retort, while a convenient galvanometer registered his emotion and little tripods danced around him. 3. Then came a letter which plunged abruptly into criticism. My dear parent, this is a swearing letter. I must let go to somebody. And somehow none of the other chaps are convenient. I don't know if I ought to be put against a wall and shot for it, but I hereby declare that all the officers of this battalion, over and above the rank of captain, are a constellation of incapables, and several of the captains are herewith included. Some of them are men of a pleasant disposition and carefully aborted mental powers, and some are men of an unpleasant disposition and no mental powers at all. And I believe, a little enlightened by your recent letter to the Times, that they are a fair sample of the entire army class which has got to win this war. Usually they are indolent, but when they are thoroughly roused they are fussy. The time they should spend in enlarging their minds and increasing their military efficiency, they devote to keeping fit. They are, roughly speaking, fit for nothing. They cannot move us 30 miles without getting half of us left about, without losing touch with food and shelter, and starving us for 36 hours or so in the process. And they cannot count beyond the fingers of one hand, not having learnt to use the nose for arithmetical operations. I conclude this war is going to be a sort of battle of Inkerman on a large scale. We chaps in the ranks will have to do the job. Leading is off. All of this, my dear parent, is just a blow-off. I have been needlessly starved, and fagged to death, and exasperated. We have moved 25 miles across country, in 57 hours, and without food for about 18 hours. I have been with my captain, who has been billeting us here in Cheesingold. Oh, he is a muff! Oh, God! Oh, God of heaven, what a muff! He is afraid of printed matter, but he controls himself heroically. He prides himself upon having no sense of locality, confound it! Prides himself! He went about this village, which is a little dispersed, at a slight trot, and wouldn't avail himself of the 1-inch map I happened to have. He judged the capacity of each room with his eye, and wouldn't let me measure, even with God's own paces. Not with the legs I inherit. "We'll put 5 fellas here," he said. "What do you want to measure the room for? We haven't come to lay down carpets." Then, having assigned men by coup d'oeil so as to congest half the village miserably, he found the other half unoccupied, and had to begin all over again. "If you measured the floor space first, sir," I said, "and made a list of the houses—" "That isn't the way I'm going to do it," he said, fixing me with a pitiless eye. "That isn't the way they are going to do it, Daddy. The sort of thing that is done over here in the Green Army will be done over there in the Dry. They won't be in time. They'll lose their guns where now they lose our kitchens. I'm a mute soldier. I've got to do what I'm told. Still, I begin to understand the Battle of Neuve Chapelle. They say the relations of men and officers in the new army are beautiful. Some day I may learn to love my officer, but not just yet. Not till I've forgotten the operations leading up to the occupation of Cheesingholt. He muffs his real job without a blush, and yet he would rather be shot than do his bootlaces up crisscross. What I say about officers applies only and solely to him, really. How well I understand now the shooting of officers by their men. But, indeed, fatigue and exasperation apart, this shift has been done atrociously." The young man returned to these criticisms in a later letter. "You will think I am always carping, but it does seem to me that nearly everything is being done here in the most wasteful way possible. We waste time, we waste labor, we waste material. Oh, Lord, how we waste our country's money! These aren't, I can assure you, the opinions of a conceited young man. It's nothing to be conceited about. We're bored to death by standing about this infernal little village. There is nothing to do, except trail after a small number of slatternly young women we despise and hate. I don't, Daddy, and I don't drink. Why have I inherited no vices? We had a fight here yesterday. Sheer boredom. Ortheris has a swollen lip, and another private has a bad black eye. There is to be a return match. I perceive the chief horror of warfare is boredom. Our feeding here is typical of the whole system. It is a system invented not with any idea of getting the best results. That does not enter into the War Office philosophy, but to have a rule for everything and avoid arguments. There is rather too generous an allowance of bread and stuff per man, and there is a very fierce but not very efficient system of weighing and checking. A rather too generous allowance is, of course, a direct incentive to waste or stealing, as anyone but our silly old duffer of a War Office would know. The checking is for quantity, which any fool can understand, rather than for quality. The test for the quality of army meat is the smell. If it doesn't smell bad, it is good. Then the raw material is handed over to a cook. He is a common soldier who has been made into a cook by a simple ceremony. He is told, "You are a cook." He does his best to be. Usually he roasts or bakes to begin with, guessing when the joint is done. Afterwards he hacks up what is left of his joints and makes a stew for next day. A stew is hacked meat boiled up in a big pot. It has much fat floating on the top. After you have eaten your fill, you want to sit about quiet. The men are fed usually in a large tent or barn. We have a barn. It is not a clean barn, and just to make it more like a picnic, there are insufficient plates, knives, and forks. I tell you, no army people can count beyond 8 or 10. The corporals, after their morning's work, have to carve. When they have done carving, they tell me they feel they have had enough dinner. They sit about looking pale, and wander off afterwards to the village pub. I shall probably become a corporal soon. In these islands, before the war began, there was a surplus of women over men of about 1,000,000. See the publications of the Fabian Society, now so popular among the young. None of these women have been trusted by the government with the difficult task of cooking and giving out food to our soldiers. No man of the ordinary soldier class ever cooks anything until he is a soldier. All food left over after the stew, or otherwise rendered uneatable by the cook, is thrown away. We throw away pail loads. We bury meat. Also, we get 3 pairs of socks. We work pretty hard. We don't know how to darn socks. When the heels wear through, come blisters. Bad blisters disable a man. Of the 1,000,000 of surplus women, see above, the government has not had the intelligence to get any to darn our socks. So a certain percentage of us go lame, and so on and so on. You will think all this is awful grousing, but the point I want to make, I hereby, to ease my feelings, make it now in a fair round hand, is that all this business could be done far better and far cheaper if it wasn't left to these absolutely inexperienced and extremely exclusive military gentlemen. They think they are leading England and showing us all how, instead of which they are just keeping us back. Why in thunder are they doing everything? Not one of them, when he is at home, is allowed to order the dinner or poke his nose into his own kitchen or check the household books. The ordinary British colonel is a helpless old gentleman. He ought to have a nurse. This is not merely the trivial grievance of my insulted stomach. It is a serious matter for the country. Sooner or later, the country may want the food that is being wasted in all these capers. In the aggregate, it must amount to a daily destruction of tons of stuff of all sorts. Tons! Suppose the war lasts longer than we reckon. From this point, Hugh's letter jumped to a general discussion of the military mind. Our officers are beastly good chaps, nearly all of them. That's where the perplexity of the whole thing comes in. If only they weren't such good chaps! If only they were like the Prussian officers to their men, then we'd just take on a revolution as well as the war, and make everything tidy at once. But they are decent, they are charming. Only they do not think hard, and they do not understand that doing a job properly means doing it as directly and thought-outly as you possibly can. They won't worry about things. If their tempers were worse, perhaps their work might be better. They won't use maps or timetables or books of reference. When we move to a new place, they pick up what they can about it by hearsay. Not one of our lot has the gumption to possess a contoured map or a Michelin guide. They have hearsay minds. They are fussy and petty and wasteful, and in the way of getting things done, pretentious. By their code, they're paragons of honor. Courage, they're all right about that, no end of it. Honesty, truthfulness, and so on, high. They have a kind of horsey standard of smartness and pluck, too, that isn't bad, and they have a fine horror of whiskers and being unbuttoned. But the mistake they make is to class thinking with whiskers as a sort of fussy side-growth, instead of classing it with unbuttoned-upness. They hate economy and preparation. They won't see that inefficiency is a sort of dishonesty. If a man doesn't steal 6pence, they think it a light matter if he wastes half a crown. Here follows wisdom. From the point of view of a nation at war, 6pence is just a 5th part of half a crown. When I began this letter, I was boiling with indignation, complicated, I suspect, by this morning's stew. Now I have written thus far, I feel I'm an ungenerous grumbler. It is remarkable, my dear parent, that I let off these things to you. I like writing to you. I couldn't possibly say the things I can write. Heinrich had a confidential friend at Breslau to whom he used to write about his soul. I never had one of those Teutonic friendships, and I haven't got a soul. But I have to write. One must write to someone. And in this place there is nothing else to do. And now the old lady downstairs is turning down the gas. She always does at 10:30. She didn't ought. She gets 9 pence each. Excuse the pencil. That letter ended abruptly. The next two were brief and cheerful. Then suddenly came a new note. "We've got rifles! We're real armed soldiers at last! Every blessed man has got a rifle! And they come from Japan! They are of a sort of light wood that is like new oak and art furniture, and makes one feel that one belongs to the 1st Garden Suburb Regiment. But I believe much can be done with linseed oil. And they are real rifles. They go bang. We are a little light-headed about them. Only our training and discipline prevent our letting fly at incautious spectators on the skyline. I saw a man yesterday about half a mile off. I was possessed by the idea that I could get him, right in the middle. Ortheris, the little beast, has got a motor bicycle, which he calls his B-Y Auto. No one knows why. And only death or dishonorable conduct will save me, I gather, from becoming a corporal in the course of the next month. 4. A subsequent letter threw fresh light on the career of the young man with the auto. Before the rifle and the auto, and in spite of his fights with some person or persons unknown, Ortheris found trouble. Hugh told the story with the unblushing savoir-faire of the very young. By the by, Ortheris, following the indications of his creator and succumbing to the universal boredom before the rifles came, forgot Lord Kitchener's advice and attempted seduction, with painful results, which he insists upon confiding to the entire platoon. He has been severely smacked and scratched by the proposed victim, and warned off the premises, licensed premises, by her father and mother, both formidable persons. They did more than warn him off the premises. They had displayed neither a proper horror of Don Juan, nor a proper respect for the king's uniform. Mother, we realize, got hold of him and cuffed him severely. "What the 'ell's a chap to do?" cried Ortheris. "You can't go 'itting a woman back." Father had set a dog on him. A less ingenuous character would be silent about such passages. I should be too egotistical and humiliated altogether, but that is not his quality. He tells us in tones of naive wonder. He talks about it and talks about it. "I don't care what the old woman did," he says. "Not really. What hurts me about it is that I just made a sort of mistake 'ow she'd take it. You see, I sort of feel I've hurt and insulted her. And really I didn't mean to. Swap me, I didn't mean to. God help me. I wouldn't have 'ad it 'appened as it 'as happened, not for worlds. And now I can't get round to her, or anything, not to explain. You chaps may laugh, but you don't know what there is in it. I tell you it worries me something frightful. You think I'm just a little cad who took liberties he didn't ought to." Note of anger drowning uncharitable grunts of assent. "How the 'ell is he to know when he didn't ought to? I swear she liked me." This sort of thing goes on for hours, in the darkness. "I got regular sort of fond of her." And the extraordinary thing is, it makes me begin to get regular fond of Ortheris. I think it is because the affair has surprised him right out of acting Ortheris and Tommy Atkins for a bit, into his proper self. He's frightfully like some sort of mongrel, with a lot of wiry-haired terrier and a touch of Airedale in it. A mongrel you like in spite of the flavour of all the horrid things he's been nosing into. And he's as hard as nails, and, my dear Daddy, he can't box for nuts. 5. Mr. Britling, with an understanding much quickened by Hugh's letters, went about Essex in his automobile, and on 1 or 2 journeys into Berkshire and Buckinghamshire, and marked the steady conversion of the old Pacific countryside into an armed camp. He was disposed to minimize Hugh's criticisms. He found in them something of the harshness of youth, which is far too keen-edged to be tolerant with half-performance, and our poor human evasion of perfection's overstrain. Our poor human evasion of perfection's overstrain. This phrase was Mr. Britling's. To Mr. Britling, looking less closely and more broadly, the new army was a pride and a marvel. He liked to come into some quiet village and note the clusters of sturdy, khaki-clad youngsters going about their business, the tethered horses, the air of subdued bustle, the occasional glimpses of guns and ammunition trains. Wherever one went now, there were soldiers and still more soldiers. There was a steady flow of men into Flanders, and presently to Gallipoli, but it seemed to have no effect upon the multitude in training at home. He was pleasantly excited by the evident increase in the proportion of military material upon the railways. He liked the promise and mystery of the long lines of trucks bearing tarpaulin-covered wagons and carts and guns that he would pass on his way to Liverpool Street Station. He could apprehend defeat in the silence of the night, but when he saw the men, when he went about the land, then it was impossible to believe in any end but victory. But through the spring and summer there was no victory. The great offensive of May was checked and abandoned after a series of ineffective and very costly attacks between Ypres and Soissons. The Germans had developed a highly scientific defensive, in which machine guns replaced rifles, and a maximum of punishment was inflicted upon an assaulting force with a minimum of human loss. The War Office had never thought much of machine guns before, but now it thought a good deal. Moreover, the energies of Britain were being turned more and more towards the Dardanelles. The idea of an attack upon the Dardanelles had a traditional attractiveness for the British mind. Old men had been brought up from childhood with "forcing the Dardanelles" as a familiar phrase. It had none of the flighty novelty and vulgarity about it that made an aerial offensive seem so unwarrantable a proceeding. Forcing the Dardanelles was historically British. It made no break with tradition. Soon after Turkey entered the war, British submarines appeared in the Sea of Marmara, and in February a systematic bombardment of the Dardanelles began. This was continued intermittently for a month, the defenders profiting by their experiences and by spells of bad weather to strengthen their works. This first phase of the attack culminated in the loss of the Irresistible, Ocean, and Bouvet, when on the 17th of March the attacking fleet closed in upon the Narrows. After an interlude of 6 weeks to allow of further preparations on the part of the defenders, who were now thoroughly alive to what was coming, the Allied armies gathered upon the scene, and a difficult and costly landing was achieved at 2 points upon the peninsula of Gallipoli. With that began a slow and bloody siege of the defences of the Dardanelles, clambering up to the surprise landing of a fresh British army in Suvla Bay in August, and its failure in the Battle of Anafarta, through incompetent commanders and a general sloppiness of leading, to cut off and capture Maidos and the Narrows' defences. Meanwhile, the Russian hosts, which had reached their high-water mark in the capture of Przemysl, were being forced back, first in the south and then in the north. The Germans recaptured Lemberg, entered Warsaw, and pressed on to take Brest-Litovsk. The Russian lines rolled back with an impressive effect of defeat, and the Germans thrust towards Riga and Petrograd, reaching Vilna about the middle of September. Day after day, Mr. Britling traced the swaying fortunes of the conflict, with impatience, with perplexity, but with no loss of confidence in the ultimate success of Britain. The country was still swarming with troops, and still under summer sunshine. A second hay harvest redeemed the scantiness of the first. The wheat crops were wonderful, and the great fig tree at the corner of the dower house had never borne so bountifully nor such excellent juicy figs. And one day in early June, while those figs were still only a hope, Teddy appeared at the dower house with Letty, to say good-bye before going to the front. He was going out in a draft to fill up various gaps and losses. He did not know where. Essex was doing well but bloodily over there. Mrs. Britling had tea set out upon the lawn under the blue cedar, and Mr. Britling found himself at a loss for appropriate sayings, and talked in his confusion almost as though Teddy's departure was of no significance at all. He was still haunted by that odd sense of responsibility for Teddy. Teddy was not nearly so animated as he had been in his pre-cocky days. There was a quiet exaltation in his manner rather than a lively excitement. He knew now what he was in for. He knew now that war was not a lark, that for him it was to be the gravest experience he had ever had or was likely to have. There were no more jokes about Letty's pension, and a general avoidance of the topics of high explosives and asphyxiating gas. Mr. and Mrs. Britling took the young people to the gate. "Good luck!" cried Mr. Britling as they receded. Teddy replied with a wave of the hand. Mr. Britling stood watching them for some moments as they walked towards the little cottage which was to be the scene of their private parting. "I don't like his going," he said. "I hope it will be all right with him. Teddy's so grave nowadays. It's a mean thing, I know. It has none of the Roman touch, but I am glad that this can't happen with you." He computed. "Not for a year and 3 months, even if they march him into it upon his very birthday. It may all be over by then." 6. In that computation, he reckoned without Hugh. Within a month, Hugh was also saying good-bye. "But how's this?" protested Mr. Britling, who had already guessed the answer. "You're not 19. "I'm 19 enough for this job," said Hugh. "In fact, I enlisted as 19. Mr. Britling said nothing for a little while. Then he spoke with a catch in his breath. "I don't blame you," he said. "It was the right spirit." Drill and responsibilities of non-commissioned rank had imposed a novel manliness upon the bearing of Corporal Britling. "I always classified a little above my age at Statesminster," he said, as though that cleared up everything. He looked at a rosebud as though it interested him. Then he remarked rather casually, "I thought," he said, "that if I was to go to war, I'd better do the thing properly. It seemed sort of half and half, not to be eligible for the trenches. I ought to have told you." "Yes," Mr. Britling decided. "I was shy about it at first. I thought perhaps the war would be over before it was necessary to discuss anything. Didn't want to go into it." "Exactly," said Mr. Britling, as though that was a complete explanation. "It's been a good year for your roses," said Hugh. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 1 to 6. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 7 to 11 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H. G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 7. Hugh was to stop the night. He spent what seemed to him and everyone a long, shy, inexpressive evening. Only the small boys were really natural and animated. They were much impressed and excited by his departure, and wanted to ask 100 questions about the life in the trenches. Many of them Hugh had to promise to answer when he got there. Then he would see just exactly how things were. Mrs. Britling was motherly and intelligent about his outfit. "Will you want winter things?" she asked. But when he was alone with his father after everyone had gone to bed, they found themselves able to talk. "This sort of thing seems more to us than it would be to a French family," Hugh remarked, standing on the hearthrug. "Yes," agreed Mr. Britling, "their minds would be better prepared. They'd have their appropriate things to say. They have been educated by the tradition of service. And 71. Then he spoke, almost resentfully. "The older men ought to go before you boys. Who is to carry on if a lot of you get killed?" Hugh reflected. "In the stiffest battle that ever can be, the odds are against getting killed," he said. "I suppose they are. 1 in 3 or 4 in the very hottest corners." Mr. Britling expressed no satisfaction. "Everyone is going through something of this sort." "All the decent people, at any rate," said Mr. Britling. "It will be an extraordinary experience. Somehow it seems out of proportion." "With what?" "With life generally, as one has known it." "It isn't in proportion," Mr. Britling admitted. "Incommensurables," said Hugh. He considered his phrasing. "It's not," he said, "as though one was going into another part of the same world, or turning up another side of the world one was used to. It is just as if one had been living in a room, and one had been asked to step outside. It makes me think of a queer little thing that happened when I was in London last winter. I got into queer company. I don't think I told you. I went to have supper with some students in Chelsea. I hadn't been to the place before, but they seemed all right, just people like me, and everybody. And after supper they took me on to some people they didn't know very well, people who had to do with some school of dramatic art. There were 2 or 3 young actresses there, and a singer, and people of that sort, sitting about smoking cigarettes, and we began talking plays and books and picture shows and all that stuff. And suddenly there was a knocking at the door, and someone went out and found a policeman with a warrant on the landing. They took off our host's son. It had to do with a murder." Hugh paused. "It was the Bedford Mansions mystery. I don't suppose you remember about it, or read about it at the time. He'd killed a man. It doesn't matter about the particulars anyhow, but what I mean is the effect. The effect of a comfortable, well-lit, orderly room, and the sense of harmless people, and then the door opening, and the policeman, and the cold draught flowing in. Murder! A girl who seemed to know the people well explained to me in whispers what was happening. It was like the opening of a trap door, going down into some pit you have always known was there, but never really believed in." "I know," said Mr. Britling. "I know. That's just how I feel about this war business. There's no real death over here. It's laid out and boxed up, and accidents are all padded about. If one got a toss from a horse here, you'd be in bed and comfortable in no time. And there, it's like another planet. It's outside. I'm going outside. Instead of there being no death anywhere, it is death everywhere outside there. We shall be using our utmost wits to kill each other, a kind of reverse to this world." Mr. Britling nodded. "I've never seen a dead body yet. In Dower House Land there aren't dead bodies." "We've kept things from you, horrid things of that sort." "I'm not complaining," said Hugh, "but Master Hugh, the Master Hugh you kept things from, will never come back." He went on quickly as his father raised distressed eyes to him. I mean that anyhow this Hugh will never come back. Another one may, but I shall have been outside, and it will all be different." He paused. Never had Mr. Britling been so little disposed to take up the discourse. "Like a man," he said, seeking an image, and doing no more than imitate his son's, "who goes out of a busy lighted room through a trap-door into a blizzard to mend the roof." For some moments neither father nor sons had anything more. They had a queer sense of insurmountable insufficiency. Neither was saying what he had wanted to say to the other, but it was not clear to them now what they had to say to one another. "It's wonderful," said Mr. Britling. Hugh could only manage, "The world has turned right over." "The job has to be done," said Mr. Britling. "The job has to be done," said Hugh. The pause lengthened. "You'll be getting up early tomorrow," said Mr. Britling. 8. When Mr. Britling was alone in his own room, all the thoughts and feelings that had been held up downstairs began to run more and more rapidly and abundantly through his mind. He had a feeling. Every now and again in the last few years he had had the same feeling, as though he was only just beginning to discover Hugh. This perpetual rediscovery of one's children is the experience of every observant parent. He had always considered Hugh as a youth, and now a man stood over him and talked as one man to another. And this man, this very new man, mint new and clean and clear, filled Mr. Britling with surprise and admiration. It was as if he perceived the beauty of youth for the first time in Hugh's slender, well-balanced, khaki-clad body. There was infinite delicacy in his clear complexion, his clear eyes. The delicately penciled eyebrow that was so exactly like his mother's. And this thing of brightness and bravery talked as gravely and as wisely as any weather-worn, shop-soiled old fellow. The boy was wise. Hugh thought for himself. He thought round and through his position, not egotistically, but with a quality of responsibility. He wasn't just hero-worshipping and imitating, just spinning some self-centered romance. If he was a fair sample of his generation, then it was a better generation than Mr. Britling's had been. At that, Mr. Britling's mind went off at a tangent to the grievance of the rejected volunteer. It was acutely shameful to him that all these fine lads should be going off to death and wounds, while the men of 40 and over lay snug at home. How stupid it was to fix things like that! Here were the fathers who had done their work, shot their bolts, returned some value for the costs of their education, unable to get training, unable to be of any service, shamefully safe, doing April Fool work as special constables, while their young innocents, untried, all their gathering possibilities of service unbroached, went down into the deadly trenches. The war would leave the world a world of cripples and old men and children. He felt himself as a cowardly brute, fat, wheezy, out of training, sheltering behind this dear one branch of Mary's life. He writhed with impotent humiliation. How stupidly the world is managed! He began to fret and rage. He could not lie in peace in his bed. He got up and prowled about his room, blundering against chairs and tables in the darkness. We were too stupid to do the most obvious things. We were sending all these boys into hardship and pitiless danger. We were sending them ill-equipped, insufficiently supported. We were sending our children through the fires to Moloch, because, essentially, we English were a world of indolent, pampered, sham good-humored, old and middle-aged men. So he distributed the intolerable load of self-accusation. Why was he doing nothing to change things, to get them better? What was the good of an assumed modesty, an effort at tolerance for and confidence in these boozy old lawyers, these ranting platform men, these stiff-witted officers and hidebound officials? They were butchering the youth of England. Old men sat out of danger, contriving death for the lads in the trenches. That was the reality of the thing. "My son!" he cried sharply in the darkness. His sense of our national deficiencies became tormentingly, fantastically acute. It was as if all his cherished delusions had fallen from the scheme of things. What was the good of making believe that up there they were planning some great counterstroke that would end in victory? It was as plain as daylight that they had neither the power of imagination nor the collective intelligence even to conceive of a counterstroke. Any dull mass may resist, but only imagination can strike. Imagination! To the end, we should not strike. We might strike through the air. We might strike across the sea. We might strike hard at Gallipoli, instead of dribbling inadequate armies thither, as our fathers dribbled men at the Redan. But the old men would sit at their tables, replete and sleepy, and shake their cunning old heads. The press would chatter and make odd, ambiguous sounds like a shipload of monkeys in a storm. The political harridans would get the wrong men appointed, would attack every possible leader with scandal and abuse and falsehood. The spirit and honor and drama had gone out of this war. Our only hope now was exhaustion. Our only strategy was to barter blood for blood, trusting that our tank would prove the deeper. While into this tank stepped Hugh, young and smiling. The war became a nightmare vision. 9. In the morning, Mr. Britling's face was white from his overnight brainstorm, and Hugh's was fresh from wholesome sleep. They walked about the lawn, and Mr. Britling talked hopefully of the general outlook, until it was time for them to start to the station. The little old station-master grasped the situation at once, and presided over their last hand-clasp. "Good luck, Hugh!" cried Mr. Britling. "Good luck!" cried the little old station-master. "It's not easy a parting," he said to Mr. Britling, as the train slipped down the line. "There's been many a parting here since this here old war began. Many. And some as won't come back again, neither." 10. For some days Mr. Britling could think of nothing but Hugh, and always with a dull pain at his heart. He felt as he had felt long ago, while he had waited downstairs, and Hugh upstairs had been under the knife of a surgeon. But this time the operation went on, and still went on. At the worst his boy had but 1 chance in 5 of death or serious injury, but for a time he could think of nothing but that 1 chance. He felt it pressing upon his mind, pressing him down. Then, instead of breaking under that pressure, he was released by the trick of the sanguine temperament. His mind turned over, abruptly, to the 4 chances out of 5. It was like a dislocated joint slipping back into place. It was as sudden as that. He found he had adapted himself to the prospect of Hugh in mortal danger. It had become a fact established, a usual thing. He could bear with it, and go about his affairs. He went up to London, and met other men at the club in the same emotional predicament. He realized that it was neither very wonderful nor exceptionally tragic now to have a son at the front. "My boy is in Gallipoli," said one. "It's tough work there." "My lad's in Flanders," said Mr. Britling. "Nothing would satisfy him but the front. He's 3 months short of 18. He misstated his age." And they went on to talk newspaper, just as if the world was where it had always been. But until a postcard came from Hugh, Mr. Britling watched the postman like a lovesick girl. Hugh wrote more frequently than his father had dared to hope, penciled letters for the most part. It was as if he was beginning to feel an inherited need for talk, and was a little at a loss for a sympathetic ear. Park, his schoolmate, who had enlisted with him, wasn't, it seemed, a theorizer. "Park becomes a martinet," Hugh wrote. "Also, he is a sergeant now, and this makes rather a gulf between us." Mr. Britling had the greatest difficulty in writing back. There were many grave, deep things he wanted to say, and never did. Instead, he gave elaborate details of the small affairs of the Dower House. Once or twice, with a half-unconscious imitation of his boy's style, he took a shot at the theological and philosophical hares that Hugh had started. But the exemplary letters that he composed of nights from a father to a son at war were never written down. It was just as well, for there are many things of that sort that are good to think and bad to say. Hugh was not very explicit about his position or daily duties. What he wrote now had to pass through the hands of a censor, and any sort of definite information might cause the suppression of his letter. Mr. Britling conceived of him, for the most part, as quartered some way behind the front, but in a flat, desolated country, and within hearing of great guns. He assisted his imagination with the illustrated papers. Sometimes he put him farther back, into pleasant old towns after the fashion of Beauvais, and imagined loitering groups in the front of cafes. Sometimes he filled in the obvious suggestions of the phrase that all the Pas-de-Calais was now one vast British camp. Then he crowded the picture with tethered horses and tents and grey-painted wagons, and Hugh in the foreground, bare-armed with a bucket. Hugh's letters divided themselves pretty fairly between two main topics. The first was the interest of the art of war. The second, the reaction against warfare. "After one has got over the emotion of it," he wrote, "and when one's mind has just accepted and forgotten, as it does, the horrors and waste of it all, then I begin to perceive that war is absolutely the best game in the world. That is the real strength of war, I submit. Not as you put it in that early pamphlet of yours, ambition, cruelty, and all those things. Those things give an excuse for war. They rush timid and base people into war. But the essential matter is the hold of the thing itself upon an active imagination. It's such a big game. Instead of being fenced into a field and tied down to one set of tools as you are in almost every other game, you have all the world to play, and you may use whatever you can use. You can use every scrap of imagination and invention that is in you, and it's wonderful. But real soldiers aren't cruel. And war isn't cruel in its essence, only in its consequences. Over here one gets hold of scraps of talk that light up things. Most of the barbarities were done, it is quite clear, by an excited civilian sort of men in a kind of inflamed state. The great part of the German army in the early stage of the war was really an army of demented civilians. Trained civilians, no doubt, but civilians in soul. They were nice, orderly, clean, law-abiding men, suddenly torn up by the roots and flung into quite shocking conditions. They felt they were rushing at death, and that decency was at an end. They thought every Belgian had a gun behind the hedge and a knife in his trouser leg. They saw villages burning and dead people and men smashed to bits. They lived in a kind of nightmare. They didn't know what they were doing. They did horrible things, just as one does them sometimes in dreams. He flung out his conclusion with just his mother's leaping consecutiveness. Conscript soldiers are the ruin of war. Half the Germans and a lot of the French ought never to have been brought within 10 miles of a battlefield. What makes all this so plain are the diaries the French and English have been finding on the dead. You know, at the early stage of the war, every German soldier was expected to keep a diary. He was ordered to do it. The idea was to keep him interested in the war. Consequently, from the dead and wounded, our people have got thousands. It helps one to realize that the Germans aren't really soldiers at all, not as our men are. They are obedient, law-abiding, intelligent people who have been shoved into this. They have to see the war as something romantic and melodramatic, or as something moral, or as tragic fate. They have to bellow songs about Deutschland or drag in Gott. They don't take to the game as our men take to the game. I confess I'm taking to the game. I wish at times I had gone into the OTC with Teddy and got a better hold of it. I was too high-browed about this war business. I dream now of getting a commission. That diary hunting strategy is just the sort of thing that makes this war intellectually fascinating. Everything is being thought out and then tried over that can possibly make victory. The Germans go in for psychology much more than we do, just as they go in for war more than we do, but they don't seem to be really clever about it. So they set out to make all their men understand the war, while our chaps are singing Tipperary. But what the men put down aren't the beautiful things they ought to put down. Most of them shove down lists of their meals. Some of the diaries are all just lists of things eaten. And a lot of them have written the most damning stuff about outrages and looting, which the French are translating and publishing. The Germans would give anything now to get back these silly diaries. And now they have made an order that no one shall go into battle with any written papers at all. Our people got so keen on documenting and the value of chance writings that one of the principal things to do after a German attack had failed had been to hook in the documentary dead and find out what they had on them. It's a curious sport, this body fishing. You have a sort of triple hook on a rope, and you throw it and drag. They do the same. The other day, one body near Hoge was hooked by both sides, and they had a tug-of-war, with a sharpshooter or so cutting in whenever our men got too excited. Several men were hit. The Irish, it was an Irish regiment, got him, or at least they got the better part of him. Now that I am a sergeant, Park talks to me again about all these things, and we have a first lieutenant too keen to resist such technical details. They are purely technical details. You must take them as that. One does not think of the dead body as a man recently deceased, who had perhaps a wife and business connections and a weakness for oysters or pale brandy, or as something that laughed and cried and didn't like getting hurt. That would spoil everything. One thinks of him merely as a uniform with marks upon it that will tell us what kind of stuff we have against us, and possibly with papers that will give us a hint of how far he and his lot are getting sick of the whole affair. There's a kind of hardening, not only of the body, but of the mind through all this life out here. One is living on a different level. You know, just before I came away, you talked of Dower House land, and outside. This is outside. It's different. Our men here are kind enough still to little things, kittens or birds or flowers. Behind the front, for example, everywhere there are Tommy gardens. Some are quite bright little patches. But it's just nonsense to suppose we are tender to the wounded up here, and, putting it plainly, there isn't a scrap of pity left for the enemy. Not a scrap, not a trace of such feeling. They were tender about the wounded in the early days, men tell me, and reverent about the dead. It's all gone now. There have been atrocities, gas, unforgettable things. Everything is harder. Our people are inclined now to laugh at a man who gets hit, and to be annoyed at a man with a troublesome wound. The other day, they say, there was a big dead German outside the Essex trenches. He became a nuisance, and he was dragged in and taken behind the line and buried. After he was buried, a kindly soul was putting a board over him with "Somebody's Fritz" on it, when a shell burst close by. It blew the man with the board a dozen yards and wounded him, and it restored Fritz to the open air. He was lifted clean out. He flew head over heels like a windmill. This was regarded as a tremendous joke against the men who had been at the pains of burying him. For a time, nobody else would touch Fritz, who was now some yards behind his original grave. Then, as he got worse and worse, he was buried again by some devoted sanitarians, and this time the inscription was "Somebody's Fritz, R.I.P." And as luck would have it, he was spun up again, in pieces. The trench howled with laughter and cries of "Good old Fritz! This isn't the resurrection, Fritz!" Another thing that appeals to the sunny humor of the trenches as a really delicious practical joke is the trick of the fuses. We have two kinds of fuse: a slow-burning fuse, such as is used for hand grenades and such-like things, a sort of yard-a-minute fuse, and a rapid fuse that goes 100 yards a second, for firing mines and so on. The latter is carefully distinguished from the former by a conspicuous red thread. Also, as you know, it is the habit of the enemy and ourselves, when the trenches are near enough, to enliven each other by the casting of homely but effective hand grenades made out of tins. When a grenade drops in a British trench, somebody seizes it instantly and throws it back. To hoist the German with his own petard is particularly sweet to the British mind. When a grenade drops into a German trench, everybody runs. At least, that is what I am told happens by the men from our trenches, though possibly each side has its exceptions. If the bomb explodes, it explodes. If it doesn't, Hans and Fritz presently come creeping back to see what has happened. Sometimes the fuse hasn't caught properly. It has been thrown by a nervous man. Or it hasn't burnt properly. Then Hans or Fritz puts in a new fuse and sends it back with loving care. To hoist the Briton with his own petard is particularly sweet to the German mind. But here it is that military genius comes in. Some gifted spirit on our side procured, probably by larceny, a length of mine fuse, the rapid sort, and spent a laborious day removing the red thread and making it into the likeness of its slow brother. Then bits of it were attached to tin bombs and shied, unlit of course, into the German trenches. A long but happy pause followed. I can see the chaps holding themselves in. Hans and Fritz were understood to be creeping back, to be examining the unlit fuse, to be applying a light thereunto, in order to restore it to its maker after their custom. A loud bang in the German trenches indicated the moment of lighting, and the exit of Hans and Fritz to worlds less humorous. The genius in the British trenches went on with the preparation of the next surprise bomb, against the arrival of Kurt and Karl. Hans, Fritz, Kurt, Karl, Michael, and Wilhelm. It went for quite a long time before they grew suspicious. You once wrote that all fighting ought to be done nowadays by metal soldiers. I perceive, my dear Daddy, that all real fighting is. 11. Not all Hugh's letters were concerned with these grim technicalities. It was not always that news and gossip came along. It was rare that a young man with a commission would condescend to talk shop to two young men without one. There were few newspapers and fewer maps, and even in France and within sound of guns, Hugh could presently find warfare almost as much a bore as it had been at times in England. But his criticism of military methods died away. "Things are done better out here," he remarked, and "we're nearer reality here. I begin to respect my captain, who is developing a sense of locality, happily for our prospects." And in another place he speculated in an oddly characteristic manner whether he was getting used to the army way, whether he was beginning to see the sense of the army way, or whether it really was that the army way braced up nearer and nearer to efficiency as it got nearer to the enemy. And here one hasn't the haunting feeling that war is after all an hallucination. It's already common sense and the business of life. In England, I always had a sneaking idea that I had dressed up in my uniform. I never dreamt before I came here how much war is a business of waiting about and going through duties and exercises that were only too obviously a means of preventing or discovering just how much waiting about we were doing. I suppose there is no great harm in describing the place I am in here. It's a kind of scenery that is somehow all of a piece with the life we lead day by day. It is a village that has been only partly smashed up. It has never been fought through. Indeed, the Germans were never within 2 miles of it. But it was shelled intermittently for months before we made our advance. Almost all the houses are still standing, but there is not a window left with a square foot of glass in the place. 1 or 2 houses have been burned out, and 1 or 2 are just as though they had been kicked to pieces by a lunatic giant. We sleep in batches of 4 or 5 on the floors of the rooms. There are very few inhabitants about, but the village inn still goes on. It has one poor, weary billiard table, very small, with very big balls, and the cues are without tops. It is the amusement of the place. Ortheris does miracles at it. When he leaves the army, he says he's going to be a marker, a B-blank-Y marker. The country about us is flat, featureless, desolate. How I long for hills, even for Essex mud hills. Then the road runs on towards the front, a brick road frightfully worn, lined with poplars. Just at the end of the village, mechanical transport ends, and there is a kind of depot, from which all the stuff goes up by mules or men or bicycles to the trenches. It is the only movement in the place, and I have spent hours watching men shift grub or ammunition or lending them a hand. All day one hears guns, a kind of thud at the stomach, and now and then one sees an aeroplane, very high and small. Just beyond this point there is a group of poplars which have been punished by a German shell. They are broken off and splintered in the most astonishing way, all split and ravelled out, like the end of a cane that has been broken and twisted to get the ends apart. The choice of one's leisure is to watch the ASC, or play football, 20 aside, or sit about indoors, or stand in the doorway, or walk down to the estaminet and wait 5 or 6 deep for the billiard table. Ultimately, one sits, and so you get these unconscionable letters. "Unconscionable," said Mr. Britling. "Of course, he will grow out of that sort of thing. And he'll write some day, sure enough. He'll write." He went on reading the letter. "We read, of course, but there never could be a library here big enough to keep us going. We can do with all sorts of books, but I don't think the ordinary sensational novel is quite the catch it was for a lot of them in peacetime. Some break towards serious reading in the oddest fashion. Old Park, for example, says he wants books you can chew. He is reading a cheap edition of The Origin of Species. He used to regard Florence Warden and William Le Queux as the supreme delights of print. I wish you could send him Metchnikoff's Nature of Man, or Pearson's Ethics of Free Thought. I feel I am building up his tender mind. Not for me, though, Daddy. Nothing of that sort for me. These things take people differently. What I want here is literary opium. I want something about fauns and nymphs in broad low glades. I would like to read Spenser's Faerie Queen. I don't think I have read it. and yet I have a very distinct impression of knights and dragons and sorcerers and wicked magic ladies moving through a sort of pre-Raphaelite tapestry scenery, only with a light on them. I could do with some Hewlett of the forest lovers kind, or with Joseph Conrad in his Kew Palmhouse mood. And there is a book, I once looked into it at a man's room in London. I don't know the title, but it was by Richard Garnett, and it was all about gods who were in reduced circumstances, but amidst sunny picturesque scenery. Scenery without steel or poles or wire. A thing after the manner of Heine's Florentine Nights. Any book about Greek gods would be welcome. Anything about temples of ivory-colored stone and purple seas, red caps, chests of jewels, and lizards in the sun. I wish there was another Thais. The men here are getting a kind of newspaper sheet of literature scraps called the Times Broadsheets. Snippets, but mostly from good stuff. They're small enough to stir the appetite, but not to satisfy it. Rather an irritant, and one wants no irritant. I used to imagine reading was meant to be a stimulant. Out here it has to be an anodyne. Have you heard of a book called Tom Cringle's Log? War is an exciting game that I never wanted to play. It excites once in a couple of months, and the rest of it is dirt and muddle and boredom, and smashed houses and spoilt roads, and muddy scenery and boredom, and the lumbering along of supplies, and the lumbering back of the wounded and weary, and boredom and continual vague guessing of how it will end, and boredom and boredom and boredom, and thinking of the work you are going to do, and the travel you are going to have, and the waste of life, and the waste of days, and boredom, and splintered poplars, and stink, everywhere stink and dirt and boredom. And all because these accursed Prussians were too stupid to understand what a boredom they were getting ready, when they pranced and stuck their chests out and earned the praises of Mr. Thomas Carlyle. Gott strafe Deutschland! So send me some books, books of dreams, books about China, and the willow-pattern plate, and the Golden Age, and Fairyland. And send them soon, and address them very carefully. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 7 to 11. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 12 to 14 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 12. Teddy's misadventure happened while figs were still ripening on Mr. Britling's big tree. It was Sissy brought the news to Mr. Britling. She came up to the dower house with a white, scared face. "I've come up for the letters," she said. "There's bad news of Teddy, and Letty's rather in a state." "He's not—" Mr. Britling left the word unsaid. "He's wounded and missing," said Sissy. "A prisoner," said Mr. Britling. "And wounded. How, we don't know." She added, "Letty has gone to telegraph." "Telegraph to whom?" "To the War Office, to know what sort of wound he has. They tell nothing. It's disgraceful." "It doesn't say severely." "It says just nothing. Wounded and missing. Surely they ought to give us particulars." Mr. Britling thought. His first thought was that now news might come at any time that Hugh was wounded and missing. Then he set himself to persuade Sissy that the absence of seriously meant that Teddy was only quite bearably wounded, and that if he was also missing, it might be difficult for the War Office to ascertain at once just exactly what she wanted to know. But Sissy said merely that Letty was in an awful state, and after Mr. Britling had given her a few instructions for his typing, he went down to the cottage to repeat these mitigatory considerations to Letty. He found her much whiter than her sister, and in a state of cold indignation with the War Office. It was clear she thought that organization ought to have taken better care of Teddy. She had a curious effect of feeling that something was being kept back from her. It was manifest, too, that she was disposed to regard Mr. Britling as biased in favor of the authorities. "At any rate," she said, "they could have answered my telegram promptly. I sent it at 8. 2 hours of scornful silence." This fierce, strained, unjust Letty was a new aspect to Mr. Britling. Her treatment of his proffered consolations made him feel slightly henpecked. "And just fancy," she said, "they have no means of knowing if he has arrived safely on the German side. How can they know he is a prisoner without knowing that? But the word is missing. That means a prisoner," said Letty uncivilly. 13. Mr. Britling returned to the Dower House, perplexed and profoundly disturbed. He had a distressful sense that things were far more serious with Teddy than he had tried to persuade Letty they were, that wounded and missing meant indeed a man abandoned to very sinister probabilities. He was distressed for Teddy, and still more acutely distressed for Mrs. Teddy, whose every note and gesture betrayed suppositions even more sinister than his own. And that preposterous sense of liability, because he had helped Teddy to get his commission, was more distressful than it had ever been. He was surprised that Letty had not assailed him with railing accusations. And this event had wiped off at one sweep all the protective scab of habituation that had gathered over the wound of Hugh's departure. He was back face to face with the one evil chance in 5. In the hall there was lying a letter from Hugh that had come by the second post. It was a relief even to see it. Hugh had had his first spell in the trenches. Before his departure he had promised his half-brothers a long and circumstantial account of what the trenches were really like. Here he redeemed his promise. He had evidently ridden with the idea that the letter would be handed over to them. "Tell the Bruddykinses I'm glad they're going to Brinsmead School. Later on, I suppose, they will go on to Statesminster. I suppose that you don't care to send them so far in these troubled times. And now, about those trenches, as I promised. The great thing to grasp is that they are narrow. They are a sort of negative wall. They are more like giant cracks in the ground than anything else. But perhaps I had better begin by telling how we got there. We started about 1 in the morning, laden up with everything you can possibly imagine on a soldier, and in addition I had a kettle, filled with water. Most of the chaps had bundles of firewood, and some had extra bread. We marched out of our quarters along the road for a mile or more, and then we took the fields, and presently came to a crest, and dropped into a sort of maze of zigzag trenches, going up to the front trench. These trenches, you know, are much deeper than one's height. You don't see anything. It's like walking along a mud-walled passage. You just trudge along them in single file. Every now and then someone stumbles into a soakaway for rainwater, or swears at a soft place, or somebody blunders into the man in front of him. This seems to go on for hours and hours. It certainly went on for an hour, so I suppose we did 2 or 3 miles of it. At one place we crossed a dip in the ground and a ditch, and the trench was built up with sandbags up to the ditch, and there was a plank. Overhead there were stars, and now and then a sort of blaze thing they send up lit up the edges of the trench and gave one a glimpse of a tree-top or a factory roof far away. Then for a time it was more difficult to go on because you were blinded. Suddenly, just when you were believing that this sort of trudge was going on forever, we were in the support trenches behind the firing line, and found the men we were relieving ready to come back. And the firing line itself? Just the same sort of ditch, with a parapet of sandbags, but with dugouts, queer big holes helped out with sleepers from a nearby railway track, opening into it from behind. Dugouts vary a good deal. Many are rather like the cubby house we made at the end of the orchard last summer, only the walls are thick enough to stand a high explosive shell. The best dugout in our company's bit of front was quite a dressy affair, with some woodwork and a door got from the ruins of a house 20 or 30 yards behind us. It had a stove in it, too, and a chimney, and pans to keep water in. It was the best dugout for miles. This house had a well, and there was a special trench ran back to that, and all day long there was a coming and going for water. There had once been a pump over the well, but a shell had smashed that. And now you expect me to tell of Germans and the fight and shelling and all sorts of things. I haven't seen a live German. I haven't been within 200 yards of a shell burst. There has been no attack, and I haven't got the VC. I have made myself muddy beyond describing. I've been working all the time, but I've not fired a shot or fought a hapworth. We were busy all the time, just at work, repairing the parapet, which had to be done gingerly because of snipers, bringing our food in from the rear in big carriers, getting water, pushing our trench out from an angle slanting ways forward. Getting meals, clearing up, and so on takes a lot of time. We make tea in big kettles in the big dugout, which 2 whole companies use for their cooking, and carry them with a pole through the handles to our platoons. We wash up and wash and shave. Dinner preparation and consumption takes 2 or 3 hours. Tea, too, uses up time. It's like camping out and picnicking in the park. The first time, and next too, we have been mixed with some Sussex men who have been here longer and know the business. It works out that we do most of the fatigue. Afterwards we shall go up alone to a pitch of our own. But all the time you want to know about the Germans. They are 1/4 of a mile away at this part, or nearly 1/4 of a mile. When you snatch a peep at them, it is like a low party-colored stone wall, only the stones are sandbags. The Germans have them black and white, so that you cannot tell which are loopholes and which are black bags. Our people haven't been so clever, and the War Office love of uniformity has given us only white bags. No doubt it looks neater, but it makes our loopholes plain. For a time black sandbags were refused. The Germans sniped at us, but not very much. Only one of our lot was hit by a chance shot that came through the sandbag at the top of the parapet. He just had a cut in the neck which didn't prevent his walking back. They shelled the trenches 1/2 mile to the left of us, though, and it looked pretty hot. The sandbags flew about. But the men lie low, and it looks worse than it is. The weather was fine and pleasant, as General French always says. And after 3 days and nights of cramped existence and petty chores, 1 in the foremost trench and 2 a little way back, and then 2 days in support, we came back. And here we are again, waiting for our second go. The night time is perhaps a little more nervy than the day. You get your head up and look about, and see the flat, dim country with its ruined houses and its lumps of stuff that are dead bodies, and its long, vague lines of sandbags, and the searchlights going like white windmill arms, and an occasional flare or star shell. And you have a nasty feeling of people creeping and creeping all night between the trenches. Some of us went out to strengthen a place in the parapet that was only 1 sandbag thick, where a man had been hit during the day. We made it 4 bags thick, right up to the top. All the while you were doing it, you dreaded to find yourself in the white glare of a searchlight, and you had a feeling that something would hit you suddenly from behind. I had to make up my mind not to look round, or I should have kept on looking round. Also, our chaps kept shooting over us, within a foot of one's head, just to persuade the Germans that we were not out of the trench. Nothing happened to us. We got back all right. It was silly to have left that parapet only one bag thick. There's the truth, and all of my first time in the trenches. And the Germans? I tell you, there was no actual fighting at all. I never saw the head of one. But now, see what a good Breddykins I am. I have seen a fight, a real exciting fight, and I have kept it to the last to tell you about. It was a fight in the air, and the British won. It began with a German machine appearing, very minute and high, sailing towards our lines a long way to the left. We could tell it was a German because of the black cross. They decorate every aeroplane with a black iron cross on its wings and tail. That our officer could see with his glasses. He let me look. Suddenly, whack, 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 came a line of little puffs of smoke behind it, and then one in front of it, which meant that our anti-aircraft guns were having a go at it. Then, suddenly, Archibald stopped, and we could see the British machine buzzing across the path of the German. It was just like two birds circling in the air. Or wasps. They buzzed like wasps. There was a little crackling, like brushing your hair in frosty weather. They were shooting at each other. Then our lieutenant called out, "Hit, by Jove!" and handed the glasses to Park, and instantly wanted them back. He says he saw bits of the machine flying off. When he said that, you could fancy you saw it too, up there in the blue. Anyhow, the little machine cocked itself up on end, rather slowly. Then down it came, like dropping a knife. It made you say, "Ooh," to see that dive. It came down, seemed to get a little bit under control, and then dive down again. You could hear the engine roar louder and louder as it came down. I never saw anything fall so fast. We saw it hit the ground among a lot of smashed-up buildings on the crest behind us. It went right over and flew to pieces, all to smithereens. It hurt your nose to see it hit the ground. Somehow, I was sort of overcome by the thought of the men in that dive. I was trying to imagine how they felt it, from the moment when they realized they were going. What on earth must it have seemed like at last? They fell 7,000 feet, the men say. Some say 9,000 feet. 1.5 miles. But all the chaps were cheering. And there was our machine hanging in the sky. You wanted to reach up and pat it on the back. It went up higher and away towards the German lines, as though it was looking for another German. It seemed to go now quite slowly. It was an English machine, though for a time we weren't sure. Our machines are done in tricolour just as though they were French. But everybody says it was English. It was one of our crack fighting machines, and from first to last it has put down 7 Germans. And that's really all the fighting there was. There has been fighting here a month ago. There are perhaps a dozen dead Germans lying out still in front of the lines. Little twisted figures, like overthrown scarecrows, about 100 yards away. But that is all. No, the trenches have disappointed me. They are a scene of tiresome domesticity. They aren't a patch on our quarters in the rear. There isn't the traffic. I've not found a single excuse for firing my rifle. I don't believe I shall ever fire my rifle at an enemy, ever. You've seen Rendezvous's fresh promotion, I suppose. He's one of the men the young officers talk about. Everybody believes in him. Do you remember how Manning used to hide from him? 14. Mr. Britling read this through, and then his thoughts went back to Teddy's disappearance, and then returned to Hugh. The youngster was right in the front now, and one had to steel oneself to the possibilities of the case. Somehow Mr. Britling had not expected to find Hugh so speedily in the firing line, though he would have been puzzled to find a reason why this should not have happened. But he found he had to begin the lesson of stoicism all over again. He read the letter twice, and then he searched for some indication of its date. He suspected that letters were sometimes held back. 4 days later, this suspicion was confirmed by the arrival of another letter from Hugh, in which he told of his second spell in the trenches. This time things had been much more lively. They had been heavily shelled, and there had been a German attack. And this time he was writing to his father, and wrote more freely. He had scribbled in pencil. "Things are much livelier here than they were. Our guns are getting to work. They are firing in spells of an hour or so, 3 or 4 times a day, and just when they seem to be leaving off, they begin again. The Germans suddenly got the range of our trenches the day before yesterday, and begun to pound us with high explosive. Well, it's trying. You never seem quite to know when the next bang is coming, and that keeps your nerves hung up. It seems to tighten your muscles and tire you. We've done nothing but lie low all day, and I feel as weary as if I had marched 20 miles. Then, whop, one's near you, and there is a flash and everything flies. It's a mad sort of smash-about. One came much too close to be pleasant, as near as the old oil jars are from the barn court door. It bowled me clean over and sent a lot of gravel over me. When I got up, there was 20 yards of trench smashed into a mere hole, and men lying about, and some of them groaning, and one 3/4 buried. We had to turn to and get them out as well as we could. I felt stunned and insensitive. It was well to have something to do. Our guns behind felt for the German guns. It was the damnedest racket. Like giant lunatics smashing about amidst colossal pots and pans. They fired different sorts of shells, stink shells as well as Jack Johnsons, and though we didn't get much of that at our corner, there was a sting of chlorine in the air all through the afternoon. Most of the stink shells fell short. We hadn't masks, but we rigged up a sort of protection with our handkerchiefs, and it didn't amount to very much. It was rather like the chemistry room, after Heinrich and the kids had been mixing things. Most of the time I was busy helping with the men who had got hurt. Suddenly there came a lull. Then someone said the Germans were coming, and I had a glimpse of them. You don't look at anything steadily while the guns are going. When a big gun goes off or a shell bursts anywhere near you, you seem neither to see nor hear for a moment. You keep on being intermittently stunned. One sees in a kind of flicker in between the impacts. Well, there they were. This time I saw them. They were coming out and running a little way and dropping, and our shell was bursting among them and behind them. A lot of it was going too far. I watched what our men were doing, and poured out a lot of cartridges ready to my hand, and began to blaze away. Half the German attack never came out of their trench. If they really intended business against us, which I doubt, they were half-hearted in carrying it out. They didn't show for 5 minutes, and they left 2 or 3 score men on the ground. Whenever we saw a man wriggle, we were told to fire at him. It might be an unwounded man trying to crawl back. For a time our guns gave them beans. Then it was practically over, but about sunset their guns got back at us again, and the artillery fight went on until it was moonlight. The chaps in our 3rd company caught it rather badly, and then our guns seemed to find something and get the upper hand. In the night, some of our men went out to repair the wire entanglements, and one man crawled halfway to the enemy trenches to listen. But I had done my bit for the day, and I was supposed to sleep in the dugout. I was far too excited to sleep. All my nerves were jumping about, and my mind was like a lot of flying fragments, flying about very fast. They shelled us again next day, and our tea dixie was hit, so that we didn't get any tea. I slept 30 hours after I got back here, and now I am slowly digesting these experiences. Most of our fellows are. My mind and nerves have been rather bumped and bruised by the shelling, but not so much as you might think. I feel as though I'd presently not think very much of it. Some of our men have got the stun of it a lot more than I have. It gets at the older men more. Everybody says that. The men of over 35 don't recover from a shelling for weeks. They go about sort of hesitatingly. Life is very primitive here, which doesn't mean that one is getting down to anything fundamental, but only going back to something immediate and simple. It's fetching and carrying and getting water and getting food and going up to the firing line and coming back. One goes on for weeks, and then one day one finds oneself crying out, "What is all this for? When is it to end?" I seemed to have something ahead of me before this war began. Education, science, work, discoveries, all sorts of things. But it is hard to feel that there is anything ahead of us here. Somehow, the last spell in the fire trench has shaken up my mind a lot. I was getting used to the war before, but now I've got back to my original amazement at the whole business. I find myself wondering what we are really up to, why the war began, why we were caught into this amazing routine. It feels orderly, methodical, purposeful. Our officers give us orders and get their orders, and the men back there get their orders. Everybody is getting orders. Back, I suppose, to Lord Kitchener. It goes on for weeks, with the effect of being quite sane and intended and the right thing. And then suddenly, it comes whacking into one's head. But this is utterly mad. This going to and fro and to and fro and to and fro. This monotony which breaks ever and again into violence. Violence that never gets anywhere. Is exactly the life that a lunatic leads. Melancholia and mania. It's just a collective obsession. By war. The world is really quite mad. I happen to be having just one gleam of sanity that won't last after I have finished this letter. I suppose when an individual man goes mad and gets out of the window because he imagines the door is magically impossible, and dances about in the street without his trousers, jabbing at passers-by with a toasting fork, he has just the same somber sense of unavoidable necessity that we have, all of us, when we go off with our packs into the trenches. It's only by an effort that I can recall how life felt in the spring of 1914. Do you remember Heinrich and his attempt to make a table chart of the roses, so that we could sit outside the barn and read the names of all the roses in the barn court? Like the mountain charts they have on tables in Switzerland. What an inconceivable thing that is now! For all I know, I shot Heinrich the other night. For all I know, he is one of the lumps that we counted after the attack went back. It's a queer thing, Daddy, but I have a sort of seditious feeling in writing things like this. One gets to feel that it is wrong to think. It's the effect of discipline, of being part of a machine. Still, I doubt if I ought to think. If one really looks into things in this spirit, where is it going to take us? Ortheris, his real name by the by is Arthur Jewell, hasn't any of these troubles. "The B-blank-Y Germans butted into Belgium," he says. "We've got to 'oof 'em out again. That's all abart it. Leastways, it's all I know. I don't know nothing about Serbia. I don't know nothing about anything, except that the Germans got to stop this sort of gime for everlasting. Amen." Sometimes I think he's righter than I am. Sometimes I think he is only madder. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 12 to 14. Book 2, Chapter 4, Section 15 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 15. These letters weighed heavily upon Mr. Britling's mind. He perceived that this precociously wise, subtle youngster of his was now close up to the line of injury and death, going to and fro from it in a perpetual fluctuating danger. At any time now, in the day or night, the evil thing might wing its way to him. If Mr. Britling could have prayed, he would have prayed for Hugh. He began and never finished some ineffectual prayers. He tried to persuade himself of a Roman stoicism, that he would be sternly proud, sternly satisfied, if this last sacrifice for his country was demanded from him. He perceived he was merely humbugging himself. This war had no longer the simple greatness that would make any such stern happiness possible. The disaster to Teddy and Mrs. Teddy hit him hard. He winced at the thought of Mrs. Teddy's white face, the unspoken accusation in her eyes. He felt he could never bring himself to say his one excuse to her. "I did not keep Hugh back. If I had done that, then you might have the right to blame." If he had overcome every other difficulty in the way to an heroic pose, there was still Hugh's unconquerable lucidity of outlook. War was a madness. But what else was to be done? What else could be done? We could not give in to Germany. If a lunatic struggles, sane men must struggle too. Mr. Britling had ceased to write about the war at all. All his later writings about it had been abandoned unfinished. He could not imagine them counting, affecting anyone, producing any effect. Indeed, he was writing now very intermittently. His contributions to the Times had fallen away. He was perpetually thinking now about the war, about life and death, about the religious problems that had seemed so remote in the days of the peace. But none of his thinking would become clear and definite enough for writing. All the clear stars of his mind were hidden by the stormy clouds of excitement that the daily newspaper perpetually renewed, and by the daily developments of life. And just as his professional income shrank before his mental confusion and impotence, the private income that came from his and his wife's investments became uncertain. She had had £2,000 in the Constantinople loan, 700 in debentures of the Ottoman Railway. He had held similar sums in 2 Hungarian and 1 Bulgarian loan, in a linoleum factory at Rouen, and in a Swiss hotel company. All these stopped payments, and the dividends from their other investments shrank. There seemed no limit set to the possibilities of shrinkage of capital and income. Income tax had leapt to colossal dimensions. The cost of most things had risen, and the tangle of life was now increased by the need for retrenchments and economies. He decided that Gladys, the facetiously named automobile, was a luxury, and sold her for a couple of £100. He lost his gardener, who had gone to higher-priced work with the miller, and he had great trouble to replace him, so that the garden became disagreeably unkempt and unsatisfactory. He had to give up his frequent trips to London. He was obliged to defer Statesminster for the boys. For a time, at any rate, they must go as day-boys to Brinsmead. At every point he met this uncongenial consideration of ways and means. For years now he had gone easy, lived with a certain self-indulgence. It was extraordinarily vexatious to have one's greater troubles for one's country and one's son and one's faith crossed and complicated by these little troubles of the extra sixpence and the untimely bill. What worried his mind perhaps more than anything else was his gradual loss of touch with the essential issues of the war. At first, the militarism, the aggression of Germany had seemed so bad that he could not see the action of Britain and her allies as anything but entirely righteous. He had seen the war plainly and simply in the phrase, "Now this militarism must end." He had seen Germany as a system, as imperialism and Junkerism, as a callous materialist aggression, as the spirit that makes war, and the Allies as the protest of humanity against all these evil things. Insensibly, in spite of himself, this first version of the war was giving place to another. The tawdry, rhetorical German emperor, who had been the great antagonist at the outset, the last upholder of Caesarism, God's anointed, with the withered arm and the mailed fist, had receded from the foreground of the picture. That truer Germany, which is thought and system, which is the will to do things thoroughly, the Germany of Ostwald and the once rejected Hindenburg, was coming to the fore. It made no apology for the errors and crimes that had been imposed upon it by its Hohenzollern leadership, but it fought now to save itself from the destruction and division that would be its inevitable lot if it accepted defeat too easily. Fought to hold out, fought for a second chance, with discipline, with skill and patience, with a steadfast will. It fought with science, it fought with economy, with machines and thought against all too human antagonists. It necessitated an implacable resistance, but also it commanded respect. Against it fought three great peoples with as fine a will, but they had neither the unity, the habitual discipline, nor the science of Germany, and it was the latter defect that became more and more the distressful matter of Mr. Britling's thoughts. France, after her initial experiences, after her first reeling month, had risen from the very verge of defeat to a steely splendor of resolution. But England and Russia, those twin slack giants, still wasted force, were careless, negligent, uncertain. Everywhere up and down the scale, from the stupidity of the uniform sandbags and Hugh's young officer who would not use a map, to the general conception and direction of the war, Mr. Britling's inflamed and oversensitized intelligence perceived the same bad qualities for which he had so often railed upon his countrymen in the days of the peace, that impatience, that indolence, that wastefulness and inconclusiveness, that failure to grip issues and do obviously necessary things. The same lax qualities that had brought England so close to the supreme imbecility of a civil war in Ireland in July 1914 were now muddling and prolonging the war, and postponing, it might be forever, the victory that had seemed so certain only a year ago. The politician still intrigued, the ineffectives still directed. Against brains used to the utmost, their fight was a stupid thrusting forth of men and yet more men. Men badly trained, under-equipped, stupidly led. A press clamor for invention and scientific initiative was stifled under a committee of elderly celebrities and eminent dufferdom. From the outset, the Ministry of Munitions seemed under the influence of the businessman. It is true that righteousness should triumph over the tyrant and the robber, but have carelessness and incapacity any right to triumph over capacity and foresight? Men were coming now to dark questionings between this intricate choice. And indeed, was our cause all righteousness? There, surely, is the worst doubt of all, for a man whose son is facing death. Were we, indeed, standing against tyranny for freedom? there came drifting to Mr. Britling's ears a confusion of voices, voices that told of reaction, of the schemes of employers to best the trade unions, of greedy shippers and greedy house landlords reaping their harvest, of waste and treason in the very households of the ministry, of religious cant and intolerance at large, of self-advertisement written in letters of blood, of forestalling and jobbery, of irrational and exasperating oppressions in India and Egypt. It came with a shock to him, too, that Hugh should see so little else than madness in the war, and have so pitiless a realization of its essential futility. The boy forced his father to see, what indeed all along he had been seeing more and more clearly. The war, even by the standards of adventure and conquest, had long since become a monstrous absurdity. Some way there must be out of this bloody entanglement that was yielding victory to neither side, that was yielding nothing but waste and death beyond all precedent. The vast majority of people everywhere must be desiring peace, willing to buy peace at any reasonable price. And in all the world it seemed there was insufficient capacity to end the daily butchery and achieve the peace that was so universally desired, the peace that would be anything better than a breathing space for further warfare. Every day came the papers with the balanced story of battles, losses, destructions, ships sunk, towns smashed, and never a decision, never a sign of decision. One Saturday afternoon, Mr. Britling found himself with Mrs. Britling at Clavering's. Lady Homerton was in mourning for her two nephews, the Glassington boys, who had both been killed, one in Flanders, the other in Gallipoli. Raeburn was there too, despondent and tired-looking. There were 3 young men in khaki, one with the red of a staff officer. There were 2 or 3 women whom Mr. Britling had not met before, and Mrs. Sharpspur, the novelist, fresh from nursing experience among the convalescents in the south of France. But he was disgusted to find that the gathering was dominated by his old antagonist, Lady Frensham, unsubdued, unaltered, rampant over them all, arrogant, impudent, insulting. She was in mourning. She had the most splendid black furs Mr. Britling had ever seen. Her large triumphant profile came out of them like the head of a vulture out of its ruff. Her elder brother was a wounded prisoner in Germany. Her second was dead. It would seem that hers were the only sacrifices the war had yet extorted from anyone. She spoke as though it gave her the sole right to criticize the war or claim compensation for the war. Her incurable propensity to split the country, to make mischievous accusations against classes and districts and public servants, was having full play. She did her best to provoke Mr. Britling into a dispute, and throw some sort of imputation upon his patriotism, as distinguished from her own noisy and intolerant conceptions of loyalty. She tried him first with conscription. She threw out insults at the shirkers and the funk classes. All the middle-class people clung on to their wretched little businesses, made any sort of excuse. Mr. Britling was stung to defend them. A business, he said acidly, isn't like land, which waits and grows rich for its owner, and these people can't leave ferrety little agents behind them when they go off to serve. Tens of thousands of middle-class men have ruined themselves and flung away every prospect they had in the world to go to this war. And scores of thousands haven't, said Lady Frensham. They are the men I'm thinking of. Mr. Britling ran through a little list of aristocratic stay-at-homes that began with the Duke. And not a soul speaks to them in consequence, she said. She shifted her attack to the Labour people. They would rather see the country defeated than submit to a little discipline. "Because they have no faith in the House of Lawyers or the House of Landlords," said Mr. Britling. "Who can blame them?" She proceeded to tell everybody what she would do with strikers. She would give them short shrift. She would give them a taste of the Prussian way, homeopathic treatment. "But of course old vote-catching Asquith daren't. He daren't." Mr. Britling opened his mouth and said nothing. He was silenced. The man in khaki listened respectfully but ambiguously. One of the younger ladies, it seemed, was entirely of Lady Frencham's way of thinking, and anxious to show it. The good lady, having now got her hands upon the cabinet, proceeded to deal faithfully with its 22 members. Winston Churchill had overridden Lord Fisher upon the question of Gallipoli, and incurred terrible responsibilities. Lord Haldane, she called him Tubby Haldane, was a convicted traitor. "The man's a German out and out. Oh, what if he hasn't a drop of German blood in his veins? He's a German by choice, which is worse." "I thought he had a certain capacity for organization," said Mr. Britling. "We don't want his organization, and we don't want him," said Lady Frensham. Mr. Britling pleaded for particulars of the late Lord Chancellor's treasons. There were no particulars. It was just an idea the good lady had got into her head, that had got into a number of accessible heads. There was only one strong man in all the country now, Lady Frensham insisted. That was Sir Edward Carson. Mr. Britling jumped in his chair. "But has he ever done anything," he cried, "except embitter Ireland?" Lady Frensham did not hear that question. She pursued her glorious theme. Lloyd George, who had once been worthy only of the gallows, was now the sole minister fit to put beside her hero. He had won her heart by his condemnation of the working man. He was the one man who was not afraid to speak out, to tell them they drank, to tell them they shirked and loafed, to tell them plainly that if defeat came to this country, the blame would fall upon them. "No!" cried Mr. Britling. "Yes," said Lady Frensham, "upon them and those who have flattered and misled them." And so on. It presently became necessary for Lady Homerdon to rescue Mr. Britling from the great lady's patriotic tramplings. He found himself drifting into the autumnal garden. The show of dahlias had never been so wonderful. In the company of Raeburn and the staff officer, and a small woman who was presently discovered to be remarkably well informed. They were all despondent. "I think all this promiscuous blaming of people is quite the worst, and most ominous, thing about us just now," said Mr. Britling, after the restful pause that followed the departure from the presence of Lady Frensham. "It goes on everywhere," said the staff officer. "Is it really honest?" said Mr. Britling. Raeburn, after reflection, decided to answer. "As far as it is stupid, yes. There's a lot of blame coming. There's bound to be a day of reckoning, and I suppose we've all got an instinctive disposition to find a scapegoat for our common sins. The Tory press is pretty rotten, and there's a strong element of mere personal spite. In the Churchill attacks, for example. Personal jealousy, probably. Our old families seem to have got vulgar-spirited imperceptibly, in a generation or so. They quarrel and shirk and lay blame, exactly as bad servants do, and things are still far too much in their hands. Things are getting muffed, there can be no doubt about that. Not fatally, but still rather seriously. And the government. It was human before the war, and we've added no archangels. There's muddle, there's mutual suspicion. You never know what newspaper office Lloyd George won't be in touch with next. He's honest and patriotic and energetic, but he's mortally afraid of old women and class intrigues. He doesn't know where to get his backing. He's got all a Labour member's terror of the dagger at his back. There's a lack of nerve, too, in getting rid of prominent officers who have friends." The staff officer nodded. "Northcliffe seems to me to have a case," said Mr. Britling. "Everyone abuses him." "I'd stop his Daily Mail," said Rayburn. "I'd leave the Times, but I'd stop the Daily Mail on the score of its placards alone. It overdoes Northcliffe. It translates him into the shrieks and yells of underlings. The plain fact is that Northcliffe is scared out of his wits by German efficiency. And in wartime, when a man is scared out of his wits, whether he is honest or not, you put his head in a bag, or hold a pistol to it to calm him. What is the good of all this clamoring for a change of government? We haven't a change of government. It's like telling a tramp to get a change of linen. Our men, all our public men, are second-rate men, with the habits of advocates. There is nothing masterful in their minds. How can you expect the system to produce anything else? But they are doing as well as they can, and there is no way of putting in anyone else now, and there you are." "Meanwhile," said Mr. Britling, "our boys get killed." "They'd get killed all the more if you had, let us say, Carson and Lloyd George and Northcliffe and Lady Frensham, with, I suppose, Austin Harrison and Horatio Bottomley thrown in, as a strong, silent government. I'd rather have Northcliffe as dictator than that. We can't suddenly go back on the past and alter our type. We didn't listen to Matthew Arnold. We've never thoroughly turned out and cleaned up our higher schools. We've resisted instruction. We've preferred to maintain our national luxuries of a bench of bishops and party politics, and compulsory Greek and the university sneer, and Lady Frensham, and all that sort of thing. And here we are. Well, damn it, we're in for it now. We've got to plow through with it, with what we have, as what we are." The young staff officer nodded. He thought that was about it. "You've got no sons," said Mr. Britling. "I'm not even married," said Rayburn, as though he thanked God. The little well-informed lady remarked abruptly that she had 2 sons. One was just home wounded from Souffle Bay. What her son told her made her feel very grave. She said that the public was still quite in the dark about the Battle of Anafarta. It had been a hideous muddle, and we had been badly beaten. The staff work had been awful. Nothing joined up, nothing was on the spot and in time. The water supply, for example, had gone wrong. The men had been mad with thirst. One regiment, which she named, had not been supported by another. When at last the first came back, the 2 battalions fought in the trenches, regardless of the enemy. There had been no leading, no correlation, no plan. Some of the guns, she declared, had been left behind in Egypt. Some of the train was untraceable to this day. It was mislaid somewhere in the Levant. At the beginning, Sir Ian Hamilton had not even been present. He had failed to get there in time. It had been the reckless throwing away of an army. And so hopeful an army. Her son declared it meant the complete failure of the Dardanelles project. "And when one hears how near we came to victory," she cried, and left it at that. "3 times this year," said Rayburn, "we have missed victories because of the badness of our staff work. It's no good picking out scapegoats. It's a question of national habit. It's because the sort of man we turn out from our public schools has never learned how to catch trains, get to an office on the minute, pack a knapsack properly, or do anything smartly and quickly. Anything whatever that he can possibly get done for him. You can't expect men who are habitually easygoing to keep bucked up to a high pitch of efficiency for any length of time. All their training is against it. All their tradition. They hate being prigs. An Englishman will be any sort of stupid failure rather than appear a prig. That's why we've lost 3 good fights that we ought to have won, and thousands of men, and material and time precious beyond reckoning. We've lost a year. We've dashed the spirit of our people." "My boy in Flanders," said Mr. Britling, "says about the same thing. He says our officers have never learned to count beyond 10, and that they are scared at the sight of a map." "And the war goes on," said the little woman. "How long, oh Lord, how long?" cried Mr. Britling. "I'd give them another year," said the staff officer, "just going as we are going. Then something must give way. There will be no money anywhere. There will be no more men. I suppose they'll feel that shortage first, anyhow. Russia alone has over 20 millions. "That's about the size of it," said Rayburn. "Do you think, sir, there will be civil war?" asked the young staff officer abruptly after a pause. There was a little interval before anyone answered this surprising question. "After the peace, I mean," said the young officer. "There'll be just the devil to pay," said Rayburn. "One thing after another in the country is being pulled up by its roots," reflected Mr. Britling. "We've never produced a plan for the war, and it isn't likely we shall have one for the peace," said Rayburn, and added, "and Lady Frenshham's little lot will be doing their level best to sit on the safety valve. They'll rake up Ireland and Ulster from the very start. But I doubt if Ulster will save 'em." "We shall squabble. What else do we ever do?" No one seemed able to see more than that. A silence fell on the little party. "Well, thank heaven for these dahlias," said Rayburn, affecting the philosopher. The young staff officer regarded the dahlias without enthusiasm. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Section 15. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 16 to 20 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 16. Mr. Britling sat one September afternoon with Captain Lawrence Carmine in the sunshine of the barn court, and smoked with him, and sometimes talked and sometimes sat still. "When it began, I did not believe that this war could be like other wars," he said. "I did not dream it. I thought that we had grown wiser at last. It seemed to me like the dawn of a great clearing up. I thought the common sense of mankind would break out like a flame, an indignant flame, and consume all this obsolete foolery of empires and banners and militarism directly it made its attack upon human happiness. A score of things that I see now were preposterous I thought must happen, naturally. I thought America would declare herself against the Belgian outrage, that she would not tolerate the smashing of the great sister republic, if only for the memory of Lafayette. Well, I gather America is chiefly concerned about our making cotton contraband. I thought the Balkan states were capable of a reasonable give and take, of a common care for their common freedom. I see now 3 German royalties trading in peasants, and no men in their lands to gainsay them. I saw this war, as so many Frenchmen have seen it, as something that might legitimately command a splendid enthusiasm of indignation. It was all a dream, the dream of a prosperous, comfortable man who had never come to the cutting edge of life. Everywhere cunning, everywhere small feuds and hatreds, distrusts, dishonesties, timidities, feebleness of purpose, dwarfish imaginations, swarm over the great and simple issues. It is a war now like any other, of the mobbing, many-aimed cataclysms that have shattered empires and devastated the world. It is a war without point, a war that has lost its soul, It has become mere incoherent fighting and destruction, a demonstration in vast and tragic forms of the stupidity and ineffectiveness of our species." He stopped, and there was a little interval of silence. Captain Carmine tossed the fag end of his cigar very neatly into a tub of hydrangeas. 3,000 years ago in China," he said, "there were men as sad as we are, for the same cause." 3,000 years ahead, perhaps," said Mr. Britling, "there will still be men with the same sadness. And yet, no, just now I have no elasticity. It is not in my nature to despair, but things are pressing me down. I don't recover as I used to recover. I tell myself still that though the way is long and hard, the spirit of hope, the spirit of creation, the generosities and gallantries in the heart of man must end in victory. But I say that over as one repeats a worn-out prayer. The light is out of the sky for me. Sometimes I doubt if it will ever come back. Let younger men take heart and go on with the world. If I could die for the right thing now, instead of just having to live on in this world of ineffective struggle, I would be glad to die now, Carmine. 17. In these days also, Mr. Durrock was very unhappy. For Sissy, at any rate, had not lost touch with the essential issues of the war. She was as clear as ever that German militarism and the German attack on Belgium and France was the primary subject of the war, and she dismissed all secondary issues. She continued to demand why America did not fight. "We fight for Belgium. Won't you fight for the Dutch and Norwegian ships? Won't you even fight for your own ships that the Germans are sinking?" Mr. Durrock attempted explanations that were ill received. "You were ready enough to fight the Spaniards when they blew up the Maine, but the Germans can sink the Lusitania. That's, as you say, a different proposition." His mind was shot by an extraordinary suspicion that she thought the Lusitania an American vessel. But Mr. Durrock was learning his Sissy, and he did not dare to challenge her on this score. "You haven't got hold of the American proposition," he said. "We're thinking beyond wars." "That's what we have been trying to do," said Sissy. "Do you think we came into it for the fun of the thing?" "Haven't I shown in 100 ways that I sympathize?" "Oh, sympathy!" He fared little better at Mr. Britling's hands. Mr. Britling talked darkly, but pointed all the time only too plainly at America. "There's 2 sorts of liberalism," said Mr. Britling, "that pretend to be the same thing. There's the liberalism of great aims, and the liberalism of defective moral energy." 18. It was not until Teddy had been missing for 3 weeks that Hugh wrote about him. The 2 Essex battalions on the Flanders front were apparently wide apart, and it was only from home that Hugh learnt what had happened. "You can't imagine how things narrow down when one is close up against them. One does not know what is happening even within a few miles of us until we get the newspapers. Then, with a little reading between the lines and some bold guessing, we fit our little bit of experience with a general shape. Of course, I've wondered at times about Teddy, but oddly enough, I've never thought of him very much as being out here. It's queer, I know, but I haven't. I can't imagine why." "I don't know about missing. We've had nothing going on here that has led to any missing. All our men have been accounted for. But every few miles along the front conditions alter. His lot may have been closer up to the enemy, and there may have been a rush and a fight for a bit of trench either way. In some parts the German trenches are not 30 yards away, and there is mining, bomb-throwing, and perpetual creeping up and give and take. Here we've been getting a bit forward, but I'll tell you about that presently. And anyhow, I don't understand about missing. There's very few prisoners taken now. But don't tell Letty that. I try to imagine old Teddy in it. Missing's a queer thing. It isn't tragic or pitiful, or partly reassuring like prisoner. It just sends one speculating and speculating. I can't find anyone who knows where the 14th Essex are. Things move about here so mysteriously that, for all I know, we may find them in the next trench next time we go up. But there is a chance for Teddy. It's worthwhile bucking Letty all you can. And at the same time, there's odds against him. There, plainly and unfeelingly, is how things stand in my mind. I think chiefly of Letty. I'm glad Sissy is with her, and I'm glad she's got the boy. Keep her busy. She was frightfully fond of him. I've seen all sorts of things between them, and I know that. I'll try and write to her soon, and I'll find something hopeful to tell her. Meanwhile, I've got something to tell you. I've been through a fight, a big fight, and I haven't got a scratch. I've taken 2 prisoners with my lily hand. Men were shot close to me. I didn't mind that a bit. It was as exciting as one of those bitter fights we used to have round the hockey goal. I didn't mind anything till afterwards. Then, when I was in the trench in the evening, I trod on something slippery. Pah! And after it was all over, one of my chums got it, sort of unfairly. And I keep on thinking of those 2 things so much that all the early part is just dreamlike. It's more like something I've read in a book or seen in the Illustrated London News than actually been through. One had been thinking so often, how will it feel? How shall I behave? That when it came, it had an effect of being flat and ordinary. They say we hadn't got enough guns in the spring, or enough ammunition. That's all right now, anyhow. They started in plastering the Germans overnight, and right on until it was just daylight. I never heard such a row, and their trenches, we could stand up and look at them without getting a single shot at us, were flying about like the crater of a volcano. We were not in our firing trench. We had gone back into some new trenches at the rear, I think to get out of the way of the counter-fire. But this morning they weren't doing very much. For once, our guns were on top. There was a feeling of anticipation, very like waiting for an examination paper to be given out. Then we were at it. Getting out of a trench to attack gives you an odd feeling of being just hatched. Suddenly, the world is big. I don't remember our gunfire stopping. And then you rush. Come on, say the officers. Everybody gives a sort of howl and rushes. When you see men dropping, you rush the faster. The only thing that checks you at all is the wire twisted about everywhere. You don't want to trip over that. The frightening thing is the exposure. After being in the trenches so long, you feel naked. You run like a scared child for the German trench ahead. I can't understand the iron nerve of a man who can expose his back by turning to run away. And there's a thirsty feeling with one's bayonet. But they didn't wait. They dropped rifles and ran. But we ran so fast after them that we caught 1 or 2 in the second trench. I got down into that, heard a voice behind me, and found my 2 prisoners lying artful in a dugout. They held up their hands as I turned. If they hadn't, I doubt if I should have done anything to them. I didn't feel like it. I felt friendly. Not all the Germans ran. 3 or 4 stuck to their machine guns until they got bayoneted. Both the trenches were frightfully smashed about, and in the first one there were little knots and groups of dead. We got to work at once, shying the sandbags over from the old front of the trench to the parados. Our guns had never stopped all the time. They were now plastering the third-line trenches. And almost at once the German shells began dropping into us. Of course they had the range to an inch. One didn't have any time to feel and think. One just set oneself with all one's energy to turn the trench over. I don't remember that I helped or cared for a wounded man all the time, or felt anything about the dead, except to step over them and not on them. I was just possessed by the idea that we had to get the trench into a sheltering state before they tried to come back, and then stick there. I just wanted to win, and there was nothing else in my mind. They did try to come back, but not very much. Then, when I began to feel sure of having got hold of the trench for good, I began to realize just how tired I was, and how high the sun had got. I began to look about me, and found most of the other men working just as hard as I had been doing. "We've done it," I said, and that was the first word I'd spoken since I told my 2 Germans to come out of it, and stuck a man with a wounded leg to watch them. "It's a bit of all right," said Ortheris, knocking off also, and lighting a half-consumed cigarette. He had been wearing it behind his ear, I believe, ever since the charge. Against this occasion. He'd kept close up to me all the time, I realized. And then old Park turned up, very cheerful, with a weak bayonet jab in his forearm that he wanted me to rebandage. It was good to see him practically all right, too. "I took 2 prisoners," I said, and everybody I spoke to I told that. I was fearfully proud of it. I thought that if I could take 2 prisoners in my first charge, I was going to be some soldier. I had stood it all admirably. I didn't feel a bit shaken. I was as tough as anything. I'd seen death and killing, and it was all just hockey. And then that confounded Ortheris must needs go and get killed. The shell knocked me over and didn't hurt me a bit. I was a little stunned, and some dirt was thrown over me, and when I got up on my knees I saw Jewel lying about 6 yards off, and his legs were all smashed about. Ugh! Pulped. He looked amazed. "Bloody," he said. "Bloody." He fixed his eyes on me, and suddenly grinned. You know, we'd once had 2 fights about his saying bloody. I think I told you at the time. A fight and a return match. He couldn't box for nuts. But he stood up like a Briton, and it appealed now to his sense of humor that I should be standing there, too dazed to protest at the old offense. "I thought you was done in," he said. "I'm in a mess. A bloody mess, ain't I? Like a stuck pig. Bloody. Right enough. Bloody. I didn't know I 'ad it in me." He looked at me, and grinned with a sort of pale satisfaction in keeping up to the last. Dying good Ortheris to the finish. I just stood up, helpless in front of him, still rather dazed. He said something about having a thundering thirst on him. I really don't believe he felt any pain. He would have done if he had lived. And then, while I was fumbling with my water bottle, he collapsed. He forgot all about Ortheris. Suddenly he said something that cut me all to ribbons. His face puckered up, just like the face of a fretful child which refuses to go to bed. "I didn't want to be out of it," he said petulantly, "and I'm done." And then he just looked discontented and miserable, and died, right off. Turned his head a little way over, as if he was impatient at everything, fainted, and fluttered out. For a time I kept trying to get him to drink. I couldn't believe he was dead. And suddenly it was all different. I began to cry, like a baby. I kept on with the water bottle at his teeth long after I was convinced he was dead. I didn't want him to be out of it. God knows I didn't. I wanted my dear little Cockney cat back. Oh, most frightfully I wanted him back. I shook him. I was like a scared child. I blubbered and howled things. It's all different since he died. My dear, dear father, I am grieving and grieving, and it's altogether nonsense. And it's all mixed up in my mind with the mess I trod on. And it gets worse and worse, so that I don't seem to feel anything really, even for Teddy. It's been just the last straw of all this hellish foolery. If ever there was a bigger lie, my dear Daddy, than any other, it is that man is a reasonable creature. War is just foolery, lunatic foolery, hell's foolery. But anyhow, your son is sound and well, if sorrowful and angry. We were relieved that night, and there are rumors that very soon we are to have a holiday and a refit. We lost rather heavily. We have been praised. But all along, Essex has done well. I can't reckon to get back yet, but there are such things as leave for 48 hours or so in England. I shall be glad of that sort of turning round. I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired. I wanted to write all about Jewel to his mother or his sweetheart or someone. I wanted to wallow in his praises, to say all the things I really find now that I thought about him. But I haven't even had that satisfaction. He was a poor law child. He was raised in one of those awful places between Sutton and Banstead in Surrey. I've told you of all the sweethearting he had. Soldiers 3 was his Bible. He was always singing Tipperary, and he never got the tune right, nor learnt more than 3 lines of it. He laced all his talk with B-Y. It was his jewel, his ruby. But he had the pluck of a robin or a squirrel. I never knew him scared or anything but cheerful. Misfortunes, humiliations, only made him chatty, and he'd starve to have something to give away. Well, well, this is the way of war, Daddy. This is what war is. Damn the Kaiser! Damn all fools! Give my love to the mother and the Bruddykins and everyone. 19. It was just a day or so over 3 weeks after this last letter from Hugh that Mr. Durrock reappeared at Matching's Easy. He had had a trip to Holland, a trip that was as much a flight from Cissy's reproaches as a mission of inquiry. He had intended to go on into Belgium, where he had already been doing useful relief work under Mr. Hoover, but the confusion of his own feelings had checked him and brought him back. Mr. Durrock's mind was in a perplexity only too common during the stresses of that tragic year. He was entangled in a paradox. Like a large majority of Americans at that time, his feelings were quite definitely pro-Ally, and like so many in that majority, he had a very clear conviction that it would be wrong and impossible for the United States to take part in the war. His sympathies were intensely with the Dower House and its dependent cottage. He would have wept with generous emotion to see the Stars and Stripes interwoven with the 3 other great banners of red, white, and blue that led the world against German imperialism and militarism. But for all that, his mind would not march to that tune. Against all these impulses fought something very fundamental in Mr. Durrock's composition, a preconception of America that had grown almost insensibly in his mind. The idea of America as a polity aloof from the old world system, as a fresh start for humanity, as something altogether too fine and precious to be dragged into even the noblest of European conflicts. America was to be the beginning of the fusion of mankind, neither German nor British nor French, nor in any way national. She was to be the great experiment in peace and reasonableness. She had to hold civilization and social order out of this fray, to be a refuge for all those finer things that die under stress and turmoil. It was her task to maintain the standards of life and the claims of humanitarianism in the conquered province and the prisoner's compound. She had to be the healer and arbitrator, the remonstrance and not the smiting hand. Surely there were enough smiting hands. But this idea of an America judicial, remonstrating, and aloof led him to a conclusion that scandalized him. If America will not and should not use force in the ends of justice, he argued, then America has no right to make and export munitions of war. She must not trade in what she disavows. He had a quite exaggerated idea of the amount of munitions that America was sending to the Allies. He was inclined to believe that they were entirely dependent upon their transatlantic supplies, and so he found himself persuaded that the victory of the Allies and the honor of America were incompatible things. And, in spite of his ethical aloofness, he loved the Allies. He wanted them to win, and he wanted America to abandon a course that he believed was vitally necessary to their victory. It was an intellectual dilemma. He hid this self-contradiction from Matching Zizi with much the same feelings that a curate might hide a poisoned dagger at a tea-party. It was entirely against his habits of mind to hide anything, more particularly an entanglement with a difficult proposition, but he perceived quite clearly that neither Cecily nor Mr. Britling were really to be trusted to listen calmly to what, under happier circumstances, might be a profoundly interesting moral complication. Yet it was not in his nature to conceal. It was in his nature to state. And Cecily made things much more difficult. She was pitiless with him. She kept him aloof. "How can I let you make love to me," she said, "when our English men are all going to the war, when Teddy is a prisoner and Hugh is in the trenches? If I were a man—" She couldn't be induced to see any case for America. England was fighting for freedom, and America ought to be beside her. "All the world ought to unite against this German wickedness," she said. "I'm doing all I can to help in Belgium," he protested. "Aren't I working? We've fed 4 million people." He had backbone, and he would not let her, he was resolved, bully him into a falsehood about his country. America was aloof. She was right to be aloof. At the same time, Cecily's reproaches were unendurable, and he could feel he was drifting apart from her. He couldn't make America go to war. In the quiet of his London hotel, he thought it all out. He sat at a writing table, making notes of a perfectly lucid statement of the reasonable, balanced, liberal American opinion. An instinct of caution determined him to test it first on Mr. Britling. But Mr. Britling realized his worst expectations. He was beyond listening. "I've not heard from my boy for more than 3 weeks," said Mr. Britling in the place of any salutation. "This morning makes 23 days without a letter." It seemed to Mr. Durrock that Mr. Britling had suddenly grown 10 years older. His face was more deeply lined. The color and texture of his complexion had gone gray. He moved restlessly and badly. His nerves were manifestly unstrung. "It's intolerable that one should be subjected to this ghastly suspense. The boy isn't 300 miles away." Mr. Durrock made obvious inquiries. "Always before he's written, generally once a fortnight." They talked of Hugh for a time, but Mr. Britling was fitful and irritable, and quite prepared to hold Mr. Durrock accountable for the laxity of the War Office, the treachery of Bulgaria, the ambiguity of Roumania, or any other barb that chanced to be sticking into his sensibilities. They lunched precariously. Then they went into the study to smoke. There Mr. Durrock was unfortunate enough to notice a copy of that innocent American publication, The New Republic, lying close to 2 or 3 numbers of The Fatherland, a pro-German periodical, which at that time inflicted itself upon English writers with the utmost determination. Mr. Durrock remarked that The New Republic was an interesting effort on the part of la jeunesse américaine. Mr. Britling regarded the interesting effort with a jaded, unloving eye. "You Americans," he said, "are the most extraordinary people in the world." "Our conditions are exceptional," said Mr. Durrock. "You think they are," said Mr. Britling, and paused, and then began to deliver his soul about America in a discourse of accumulating bitterness. At first he reasoned and explained, but as he went on he lost self-control. He became dogmatic, he became denunciatory, he became abusive. He identified Mr. Durrock more and more with his subject. He thrust the uncivil "you" more and more directly at him. He let his cigar go out and flung it impatiently into the fire, as though America was responsible for its going out. Like many Britons, Mr. Britling had that touch of patriotic feeling towards America which takes the form of impatient criticism. No one in Britain ever calls an American a foreigner. To see faults in Germany or Spain is to tap boundless fountains of charity. But the faults of America rankle in an English mind almost as much as the faults of England. Mr. Britling could explain away the faults of England readily enough. Our Hanoverian monarchy, our established church and its deadening effect on education, our imperial obligations and the strain they made upon our supplies of administrative talent were all very serviceable for that purpose. But there in America was the old race, without crown or church or international embarrassment, and it was still falling short of splendid. His speech to Mr. Durrock had the rancour of a family quarrel. Let me only give a few sentences that were to stick in Mr. Durrock's memory. "You think you are out of it for good and all. So did we think. We were as smug as you are when France went down in '71. Yours is only one further degree of insularity. You think this vacuous aloofness of yours is some sort of moral superiority. So did we, so did we. It won't last you 10 years if we go down. Do you think that our disaster will leave the Atlantic for you? Do you fancy there is any freedom of the seas possible beyond such freedom as we maintain, except the freedom to attack you? For 40 years the British fleet has guarded all America from European attack. Your Monroe Doctrine skulks behind it now. I'm sick of this high-thin talk of yours about the war. You are a nation of ungenerous onlookers, watching us throttle or be throttled. You gamble on our winning. And we shall win, and you will profit. And when we have won a victory only one shade less terrible than defeat, then you think you will come in and tinker with our peace. Bleed us a little more to please your hyphenated patriots." He came to his last shaft. "You talk of your new ideals of peace. You say that you are too proud to fight. But your businessmen in New York give the show away. There's a little printed card now in half the offices in New York that tells of the real pacifism of America. They're busy, you know, trade's real good. And so as not to interrupt it, they stick up this card. Nix on the war. Think of it, nix on the war. Here is the whole fate of mankind at stake, and America's contribution is a little grumbling when the Germans sank the Lusitania, and no end of grumbling when we hold up a ship or two, or some fool of a harbour-master makes an overcharge. Otherwise, nix on the war. Well, let it be nix on the war. Don't come here and talk to me. You, who were searching registers a year ago to find your Essex kin. Let it be nix. Explanations. What do I want with explanations? And he mocked his guest's accent and his guest's mode of thought. Difficult propositions. He got up and stood irresolute. He knew he was being preposterously unfair to America and outrageously uncivil to a trusting guest. He knew he had no business now to end the talk in this violent fashion. But it was an enormous relief. And to mend matters, no, he was glad he'd said these things. He swung a shoulder to Mr. Durrock and walked out of the room. Mr. Durrock heard him cross the hall and slam the door of the little parlour. Mr. Durrock had been stirred deeply by the tragic indignation of this explosion, and the ring of torment in Mr. Britling's voice. He had stood up also, but he did not follow his host. "It's his boy," said Mr. Durrock at last, confidentially to the writing-desk. "How can one argue with him? It's just hell for him." 20. Mr. Durrock took his leave of Mrs. Britling, and went very slowly towards the little cottage. But he did not go to the cottage. He felt he would only find another soul in torment there. "What's the good of hanging round talking?" said Mr. Durrock. He stopped at the stile in the lane, and sat thinking deeply. "Only one thing will convince her," he said. He held out his fingers. "First this," he whispered, "and then that. Yes." He went on as far as the bend from which one sees the cottage, and stood for a little time regarding it. He returned still more sorrowfully to the junction, and with every step he took, it seemed to him that he would rather see Cecily angry and insulting than not see her at all. At the post-office he stopped and wrote a letter-card. "Dear Sissy," he wrote, "I came down today to see you, and thought better of it. I'm going right off to find out about Teddy. Somehow I'll get that settled. I'll fly around and do that somehow if I have to go up to the German front to do it. And when I've got that settled, I've got something else in my mind. Well, it will wipe out all this little trouble that's got so big between us about neutrality. And I love you dearly, Sissy." That was all the card would hold. End of Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 16 to 20. Book 2, Chapter 4, Sections 21 to 26 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 21. And then, as if it were something that everyone in the Dower House had been waiting for, came the message that Hugh had been killed. The telegram was brought up by a girl in a pinafore instead of the boy of the old dispensation, for boys now were doing the work of youths, and youths the work of the men who had gone to the war. Mr. Britling was standing at the front door. He had been surveying the late October foliage, touched by the warm light of the afternoon, when the messenger appeared. He opened the telegram, hoping as he had hoped when he opened any telegram since Hugh had gone to the front, that it would not contain the exact words he read. That it would say wounded, that at the worst it would say missing, that perhaps it might even tell of some pleasant surprise, a brief return to home, such as the last letter had foreshadowed. He read the final, unqualified statement, the terse regrets. He stood quite still for a moment or so, staring at the words. It was 1.25 miles from the post office to the Dower House, and it was always his custom to give telegraph messengers who came to his house twopence, and he wanted very much to get rid of the telegraph girl, who stood expectantly before him, holding her red bicycle. He felt now very sick and strained. He had a conviction that if he did not by an effort maintain his bearing cool and dry, he would howl aloud. He felt in his pocket for money. There were some coppers and a shilling. He pulled it all out together and stared at it. He had an absurd conviction that this ought to be a 6-penny telegram. The thing worried him. He wanted to give the brat 6 pence, and he had only 3 pence and a shilling, and he didn't know what to do, and his brain couldn't think. It would be a shocking thing to give her a shilling, and he couldn't somehow give just coppers for so important a thing as Hugh's death. Then all this problem vanished, and he handed the child the shilling. She stared at him, inquiring, incredulous. "Is there a reply, sir, please?" "No," he said. "That's for you, all of it. This is a peculiar sort of telegram. It's news of importance." As he said this, he met her eyes, and had a sudden persuasion that she knew exactly what it was the telegram had told him, and that she was shocked at this gala-like treatment of such terrible news. He hesitated, feeling that he had to say something else, that he was socially inadequate, and then he decided that at any cost he must get his face away from her staring eyes. She made no movement to turn away. She seemed to be taking him in, recording him for repetition, greedily, with every fibre of her being. He stepped past her into the garden, and instantly forgot about her existence. 22. He had been thinking of this possibility for the last few weeks almost continuously, and yet now that it had come to him, he felt that he had never thought about it before, that he must go off alone by himself to envisage this monstrous and terrible fact, without distraction or interruption. He saw his wife coming down the alley between the roses. He was wrenched by emotions as odd and unaccountable as the emotions of adolescence. He had exactly the same feeling now that he had had when, in his boyhood, some unpleasant admission had to be made to his parents. He felt he could not go through a scene with her yet, that he could not endure the task of telling her, of being observed. He turned abruptly to his left. He walked away as if he had not seen her, across his lawn towards the little summer house upon a knoll that commanded the high road. She called to him, but he did not answer. He would not look towards her, but for a time all his senses were alert to hear whether she followed him. Safe in the summer house, he could glance back. It was all right. She was going into the house. He drew the telegram from his pocket again furtively, almost guiltily, and reread it. He turned it over and read it again. Killed. Then his own voice, hoarse and strange to his ears, spoke his thought. "My God! How unutterably silly! Why did I let him go? Why did I let him go?" 23. Mrs. Britling did not learn of the blow that had struck them until after dinner that night. She was so accustomed to ignore his incomprehensible moods that she did not perceive that there was anything tragic about him until they sat at table together. He seemed heavy and sulky and disposed to avoid her, but that sort of moodiness was nothing very strange to her. She knew that things that seemed to her utterly trivial, the reading of political speeches in the Times, little comments on life made in the most casual way, mere movements, could so avert him. She had cultivated a certain disregard of such fitful darknesses. But at the dinner table she looked up, and was stabbed to the heart to see a haggard white face and eyes of deep despair regarding her ambiguously. "Hugh," she said, and then with a chill intimation, "What is it?" They looked at each other. His face softened and winced. "My Hugh," he whispered, and neither spoke for some seconds. "Killed," he said, and suddenly stood up whimpering and fumbled with his pocket. It seemed he would never find what he sought. It came at last, a crumpled telegram. He threw it down before her, and then thrust his chair back clumsily and went hastily out of the room. She heard him sob. She had not dared to look at his face again. "Oh!" she cried, realizing that an impossible task had been thrust upon her. "But what can I say to him?" she said, with the telegram in her hand. The parlour-maid came into the room. "Clear the dinner away," said Mrs. Britling, standing at her place. "Master Hugh is killed." And then, wailing, "Oh, what can I say? What can I say?" 24. That night, Mrs. Britling made the supreme effort of her life to burst the prison of self-consciousness and inhibition in which she was confined. Never before in all her life had she so desired to be spontaneous and unrestrained. Never before had she so felt herself hampered by her timidity, her self-criticism, her deeply ingrained habit of never letting herself go. She was rent by reflected distress. It seemed to her that she would be ready to give her life and the whole world to be able to comfort her husband now. And she could conceive no gesture of comfort. She went out of the dining-room into the hall and listened. She went very softly upstairs until she came to the door of her husband's room. There she stood still. She could hear no sound from within. She put out her hand and turned the handle of the door a little way, and then she was startled by the loudness of the sound it made, and at her own boldness. She withdrew her hand, and then with a gesture of despair, with a face of white agony, she flitted along the corridor to her own room. Her mind was beaten to the ground by this catastrophe, of which to this moment she had never allowed herself to think. She had never allowed herself to think of it. The figure of her husband, like some pitiful beast, wounded and bleeding, filled her mind. She gave scarcely a thought to Hugh. "Oh, what can I do for him?" she asked herself, sitting down before her unlit bedroom fire. "What can I say or do?" She brooded until she shivered, and then she lit her fire. It was late that night, and after an eternity of resolutions and doubts and indecisions, that Mrs. Britling went to her husband. He was sitting close up to the fire with his chin upon his hands, waiting for her. He felt that she would come to him, and he was thinking meanwhile of Hugh with a slow, unprogressive movement of the mind. He showed by a movement that he heard her enter the room, but he did not turn to look at her. He shrank a little from her approach. She came and stood beside him. She ventured to touch him very softly and to stroke his head. "My dear," she said, "my poor dear. It is so dreadful for you," she said. "It is so dreadful for you. I know how you loved him." He spread his hands over his face and became very still. "My poor dear," she said, still stroking his hair. "My poor dear." And then she went on saying "poor dear," saying it presently because there was nothing more had come into her mind. She desired supremely to be his comfort, and in a little while she was acting comfort so poorly that she perceived her own failure, and that increased her failure, and that increased her paralyzing sense of failure. And suddenly her stroking hand ceased. Suddenly the real woman cried out from her. "I can't reach you," she cried aloud. "I can't reach you. I would do anything. You with your heart half broken." She turned towards the door. She moved clumsily. She was blinded by her tears. Mr. Britling uncovered his face. He stood up, astonished, and then pity and pitiful understanding came storming across his grief. He made a step and took her in his arms. "My dear," he said, "don't go from me." She turned to him weeping, and put her arms about his neck, and he too was weeping. "My poor wife," he said, "my dear wife, if it were not for you, I think I could kill myself tonight. Don't cry, my dear. Don't cry. You do not know how you comfort me. You do not know how you help me." He drew her to him. He put her cheek against his own. His heart was so sore and wounded that he could not endure that another human being should go wretched. He sat down in his chair and drew her upon his knees, and said everything he could think of to console her and reassure her, and make her feel that she was of value to him. He spoke of every pleasant aspect of their lives, of every aspect except that he never named that dear pale youth who waited now. He could wait a little longer. At last she went from him. "Good night," said Mr. Britling, and took her to the door. "It was very dear of you to come and comfort me," he said. 25. He closed the door softly behind her. The door had hardly shut upon her before he forgot her. Instantly he was alone again, utterly alone. He was alone in an empty world. Loneliness struck him like a blow. He had dependents, he had cares. He had never a soul to whom he might weep. For a time he stood beside his open window. He looked at the bed, but no sleep, he knew, would come that night, until the sleep of exhaustion came. He looked at the bureau at which he had so often written, but the writing there was a shriveled thing. This room was unendurable. He must go out. He turned to the window, and outside was a troublesome noise of night-jars and a distant roaring of stags, black trees, blacknesses, the sky clear and remote with a great company of stars. The stars seemed attentive. They stirred and yet were still. It was as if they were the eyes of watchers. He would go out to them. Very softly he went towards the passage door, and still more softly felt his way across the landing and down the staircase. Once or twice he paused to listen. He let himself out with elaborate precautions. Across the dark he went, and suddenly his boy was all about him, playing, climbing the cedars, twisting miraculously about the lawn on a bicycle, discoursing gravely upon his future, lying on the grass, breathing very hard, and drawing preposterous caricatures. Once again they walked side by side, up and down. It was athwart this very spot, talking gravely but rather shyly. And here they had stood a little awkwardly, before the boy went in to say good-bye to his stepmother, and go off with his father to the station. "I will work tomorrow again," whispered Mr. Britling, "but tonight is yours. Can you hear me? Can you hear? Your father, who had counted on you." 26. He went into the far corner of the hockey paddock, and there he moved about for a while, and then stood for a long time, holding the fence with both hands and staring blankly into the darkness. At last he turned away and went stumbling and blundering towards the rose garden. A spray of creeper tore his face and distressed him. He thrust it aside fretfully, and it scratched his hand. He made his way to the seat in the arbor, and sat down, and whispered a little to himself, and then became very still, with his arm upon the back of the seat, and his head upon his arm. End of Book 2, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 5 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Book 3, The Testament of Matching Zizi. Chapter the 1st. Mrs. Teddy Goes for a Walk. 1. All over England now, where the livery of mourning had been a rare thing to see, women and children went about in the October sunshine in new black clothes. Everywhere one met these fresh griefs, mothers who had lost their sons, women who had lost their men, lives shattered and hopes destroyed. The dyers had a great time turning colored garments to black. And there was also a growing multitude of crippled and disabled men. It was so in England. Much more was it so in France and Russia, in all the countries of the Allies, and in Germany and Austria. Away into Asia Minor and Egypt, in India and Japan and Italy, there was mourning. The world was filled with loss and mourning and impoverishment and distress. And still the mysterious powers that required these things of mankind were unappeased, and each day added its quota of heart-stabbing messages, and called for new mourning, and sent home fresh consignments of broken and tormented men. Some clung to hopes that became at last almost more terrible than black certainties. Mrs. Teddy went about the village in a colored dress, bearing herself confidently. Teddy had been listed now as missing since reported killed, and she had had 2 letters from his comrades. They said Teddy had been left behind in the ruins of a farm with 1 or 2 other wounded, and that when the Canadians retook the place, these wounded had all been found butchered. None had been found alive. Afterwards the Canadians had had to fall back. Mr. Durrock had been at great pains to hunt up wounded men from Teddy's company, and also any likely Canadians, both at the base hospital in France and in London, and to get what he could from them. He had made it a service to Sissy. Only one of his witnesses was quite clear about Teddy, but he, alas, was dreadfully clear. There had been only 1 lieutenant among the men left behind, he said, and obviously that must have been Teddy. He had been prodded in half a dozen places. His head was nearly severed from his body. Durrock came down and told the story to Sissy. "Shall I tell it to her?" he asked. Sissy thought. "Not yet," she said. Letty's face changed in those pitiful weeks when she was denying death. She lost her pretty color. She became white. Her mouth grew hard, and her eyes had a hard brightness. She never wept. She never gave a sign of sorrow, and she insisted upon talking about Teddy in a dry, offhand voice. Constantly she referred to his final return. "Teddy," she said, "will be surprised at this," or "Teddy will feel sold when he sees how I have altered that." "Presently we shall see his name in a list of prisoners," she said. "He is a wounded prisoner in Germany." She adopted that story. She had no justification for it, but she would hear no doubts upon it. She presently began to prepare parcels to send him. "They want almost everything," she told people. "They are treated abominably. He has not been able to write to me yet, but I do not think I ought to wait until he asks me." Sissy was afraid to interfere with this. After a time, Letty grew impatient at the delay in getting any address, and took her first parcel to the post-office. "Unless you know what prison he is at," said the postmistress. "Pity," said Letty. "I don't know that. Must it wait for that? I thought the Germans were so systematic that it didn't matter." The postmistress made tedious explanations that Letty did not seem to hear. She stared straight in front of her at nothing. Then, in a pause in the conversation, she picked up her parcel. "It's tiresome for him to have to wait," she said, "but it can't be long before I know." She took the parcel back to the cottage. "After all," she said, "it gives us time to get the better sort of throat lozenges for him, the sort the syndicate shop doesn't keep." She put the parcel conspicuously upon the dresser in the kitchen, where it was most in the way, and set herself to make a jersey for Teddy against the coming of the cold weather. But one night the white mask fell for a moment from her face. Sissy and she had been sitting in silence before the fire. She had been knitting. She knitted very badly. And Sissy had been pretending to read, and had been watching her furtively. Sissy eyed the slow, toilsome growth of the slack woolwork for a time, and the touch of angry effort in every stroke of the knitting needles. Then she was stirred to remonstrance. "Poor Letty," she said very softly. "Suppose, after all, he is dead?" Letty met her with a pitiless stare. "He is a prisoner," she said. "Isn't that enough? Why do you jab at me by saying that? A wounded prisoner. Isn't that enough despicable trickery for God even to play on Teddy? Our Teddy? To the very last moment he shall not be dead. Until the war is over. Until 6 months after the war. I will tell you why, Sissy." She leant across the table and pointed her remarks with her knitting needles, speaking in a tone of reasonable remonstrance. "You see," she said, "if people like Teddy are to be killed, then all our ideas that life is meant for, honesty and sweetness and happiness, are wrong, and this world is just a place of devils, just a dirty, cruel hell. Getting born would be getting damned. And so one must not give way to that idea, however much it may seem likely that he is dead. You see, if he is dead, then cruelty is the law, and someone must pay me for his death. Someone must pay me. I shall wait for 6 months after the war, dear, and then I shall go off to Germany and learn my way about there. And I will murder some German. Not just a common German, but a German who belongs to the guilty kind. A sacrifice. It ought, for instance, to be comparatively easy to kill some of the children of the Crown Prince, or some of the Bavarian princes. I shall prefer German children. I shall sacrifice them to Teddy. It ought not to be difficult to find people who can be made directly responsible, the people who invented the poison gas, for instance, and kill them, or to kill people who are dear to them, or necessary to them. Women can do that so much more easily than men. That, perhaps, is the only way in which wars of this kind will ever be brought to an end, by women insisting on killing the kind of people who make them, rooting them out, by a campaign of pursuit and assassination that will go on for years and years after the war itself is over. Murder is such a little gentle punishment for the crime of war. It would be hardly more than a reproach for what has happened, falling like snow, death after death, flake by flake. This prince, that statesman, the count who writes so fiercely for war, that is what I am going to do, if Teddy is really dead. We women were ready enough a year or so ago to starve and die for the vote, and that was quite a little thing in comparison with this business. Don't you see what I mean? It's so plain and sensible, Sissy. Whenever a man sits and thinks whether he will make a war or not, then he will think too of women, women with daggers, bombs, of a vengeance that will never tire nor rest, of consecrated, patient women ready to start out upon a pilgrimage that will only end with his death. I wouldn't hurt these war-makers, no, in spite of the poison gas, in spite of trench feet and the men who have been made blind, and the wounded who have lain for days, dying slowly in the wet. Women ought not to hurt. But I would kill, like killing dangerous vermin. It would go on year by year. Balkan kings, German princes, chancellors, they would have schemed for so much, and come to just a rattle in the throat. And if presently other kings and emperors began to prance about and review armies, they too would go. Until all the world understood that women would not stand war any more forever. Of course I shall do something of the sort. What else is there to do now for me? Letty's eyes were bright and intense, but her voice was soft and subdued. She went on after a pause, in the same casual voice. You see now, Sissy, why I cling to the idea that Teddy is alive. If Teddy is alive, then even if he is wounded, he will get some happiness out of it, and all this won't be just rot. If he is dead, then everything is so desperately silly and cruel from top to bottom. She smiled wanly to finish her sentence. But, Letty, said Sissy, there is the boy. I shall leave the boy to you. Compared with Teddy, I don't care that for the boy. I never did. What is the good of pretending? Some women are made like that. She surveyed her knitting. Poor stitches, she said. I'm hard stuff, Sissy. I take after mother more than father. Teddy is my darling. All the tenderness of my life is Teddy. If it goes, it goes. I won't crawl about the world like all these other snivelling widows. If they've killed my man, I shall kill. Blood for blood and loss for loss. I shall get just as close to the particular Germans who made this war as I can, and I shall kill them and theirs. The Women's Association for the Extirpation of the Whole Breed of Warlords, she threw out. If I do happen to hurt, does it matter? She looked at her sister's shocked face and smiled again. You think I go about staring at nothing, she remarked. Not a bit of it. I have been planning all sorts of things. I have been thinking how I could get to Germany, or one might catch them in Switzerland. I've had all sorts of plans. They can't go guarded forever. Oh, it makes me despise humanity to see how many soldiers and how few assassins there are in the world, after the things we have seen. If people did their duty by the dagger, there wouldn't be such a thing as a warlord in the world. Not one. The Kaiser and his sons would know nothing but fear now for all their lives. Fear would only cease to pursue as the coffin went down into the grave. Fear by sea, fear by land, for the vessel he sailed in, the train he travelled in. Fear when he slept for the death in his dreams. Fear when he walked for the death in every shadow. Fear in every crowd, fear whenever he was alone. Fear would stalk him through the trees, hide in the corner of the staircase, make all his food taste perplexingly, so that he would want to spit it out. She sat very still, brooding on that idea for a time, and then stood up. "What nonsense one talks!" she cried, and yawned. "I wonder why poor Teddy doesn't send me a postcard or something to tell me his address. I tell you what I am afraid of sometimes about him, Sissy." "Yes," said Sissy. "Loss of memory. Suppose a beastly lump of shell or something whacked him on the head. I had a dream of him, looking strange about the eyes and not knowing me. That, you know, really may have happened. It would be beastly, of course." Sissy's eyes were critical, but she had nothing ready to say. There were some moments of silence. "Oh, bed," said Letty, "though I shall just lie scheming." 2. Sissy lay awake that night, thinking about her sister, as if she had never thought about her before. She began to weigh the concentrated impressions of 1,000 memories. She and her sister were near in age. They knew each other with an extreme intimacy, and yet it seemed to Sissy that night as though she did not know Letty at all. A year ago she would have been certain she knew everything about her. But the old familiar Letty, with the bright complexion and the wicked eye, with her rebellious schoolgirl insistence upon the beautifulness of buffal young men, and her frank and glowing passion for Teddy, with her delight in humorous mystifications and open-air exercise, and all the sunshine and laughter of life. This sister Letty, who had been so satisfactory and complete and final, had been thrust aside like a mask. Sissy no longer knew her sister's eyes. Letty's hand had become thin and unfamiliar and a little wrinkled. She was sharp-featured and thin-lipped. Her acts, which had once been predictable, were incomprehensible, and Sissy was thrown back upon speculations. In their school days, Letty had had a streak of intense sensibility. She had been easily moved to tears. But never once had she wept or given any sign of weeping since Teddy's name had appeared in the casualty list. What was the strength of this tragic tension? How far would it carry her? Was Letty really capable of becoming a Charlotte Corday, of carrying out a scheme of far-seeing vengeance, of making her way through long months and years nearer and nearer to revenge? Were such revenges possible? Would people presently begin to murder the makers of the Great War? What a strange thing it would be in history if so there came a punishment and end to the folly of kings. Only a little while ago, Sissy's imagination might have been captured by so romantic a dream. She was still but a year or so out of the stage of melodrama. But she was out of it. She was growing up now to a subtler wisdom. People, she was beginning to realize, do not do these simple things. They make vows of devotion, and they are not real vows of devotion. They love, quite honestly, and qualify. There are no great revenges, but only little mean ones. No lifelong vindications, except the unrelenting vengeance of the law. There is no real concentration of people's lives anywhere such as romance demands. There is change, there is forgetfulness. Everywhere there is dispersal. Even to the tragic story of Teddy would come the modifications of time. Even to the wickedness of the German princes would presently be added some conflicting aspects. Could Letty keep things for years in her mind, hard and terrible as they were now? Surely they would soften. Other things would overlay them. There came a rush of memories of Letty in a dozen schoolgirl adventures, times when she had ventured and times when she had failed. Letty frightened, Letty vexed, Letty launching out to great enterprises, going high and hard and well for a time, and then failing. She had seen Letty snivelling and dirty, Letty shamed and humiliated. She knew her Letty to the soul. Poor Letty, poor dear Letty. With a sudden clearness of vision, Sissy realized what was happening in her sister's mind. All this tense scheming of revenges was the imaginative play with which Letty warded off the black alternative to her hope. It was not strength, it was weakness. It was a form of giving way. She could not face starkly the simple fact of Teddy's death. That was too much for her. So she was building up this dream of a mission of judgment against the day when she could resist the facts no longer. She was already persuaded, only she would not be persuaded until her dream was ready. If this state of suspense went on, she might establish her dream so firmly that it would at last take complete possession of her mind. And by that time also she would have squared her existence at Matching's Easy with the elaboration of her reverie. She would go about the place then, fancying herself preparing for this tremendous task she would never really do. She would study German maps. She would read the papers about German statesmen and rulers. Perhaps she would even make weak attempts to obtain a situation in Switzerland or in Germany. Perhaps she would buy a knife or a revolver. Perhaps presently she would begin to hover about Windsor or Sandringham when peace was made, and the German cousins came visiting again. Into Sissy's mind came the image of the thing that might be. Letty, shabby, draggled, with her sharp bright prettiness become haggard, an assassin dreamer, still dependent on Mr. Britling, doing his work rather badly, in a distraught, unpunctual fashion. She must be told, she must be convinced soon, or assuredly she would become an eccentric, a strange character, a Matching's Easy Miss Flight. 3. Sissy could think more clearly of Letty's mind than of her own. She herself was in a tangle. She had grown to be very fond of Mr. Durrock, and to have a profound trust and confidence in him, and her fondness seemed able to find no expression at all except a constant girding at his and America's avoidance of war. She had fallen in love with him when he was wearing fancy dress. She was a young woman with a stronger taste for body and color than she supposed. What indeed she resented about him, though she did not know it, was that he seemed never disposed to carry the spirit of fancy dress into everyday life. To begin with, he had touched both her imagination and senses, and she wanted him to go on doing that. Instead of which, he seemed lapsing more and more into reiterated assurances of devotion and the flat, competent discharge of humanitarian duties. Always nowadays he was trying to persuade her that what he was doing was the right and honorable thing for him to do. What he did not realize, what indeed she did not realize, was the exasperation his rightness and reasonableness produced in her. When he saw he exasperated her, he sought very earnestly to be righter and reasonabler and more plainly and demonstrably right and reasonable than ever. Withal, as she felt and perceived, he was such a good thing, such a very good thing. So kind, so trustworthy, with a sort of slow strength, with a careful honesty, a big good childishness, a passion for fairness. And so helpless in her hands. She could lash him and distress him, yet she could not shake his slowly formed convictions. When Sissy had dreamt of the lover that fate had in store for her in her old romantic days, he was to be perfect always. He and she were always to be absolutely in the right, and if the story needed it, the world in the wrong. She had never expected to find herself tied by her affections to a man with whom she disagreed, and who went contrary to her standards, very much as if she was lashed on the back of a very nice elephant that would wince to but not obey the goad. So she nagged him and taunted him, and would hear no word of his case. And he wanted dreadfully to discuss his case. He felt that the point of conscience about the munitions was particularly fine and difficult. He wished she would listen and enter into it more. But she thought with that more rapid English flash, which is not so much thinking as feeling. He loved that flash in her, in spite of his persuasion of its injustice. Her thought that he ought to go to the war made him feel like a renegade. But her claim that he was somehow still English held him in spite of his reason. In the midst of such perplexities, he was glad to find one neutral task wherein he could find himself wholeheartedly with and for Sissy. He hunted up the evidence of Teddy's fate with a devoted pertinacity. And in the meanwhile, the other riddle resolved itself. He had had a certain idea in his mind for some time. He discovered one day that it was an inspiration. He could keep his conscientious objection about America and still take a line that would satisfy Sissy. He took it. When he came down to Matching Zizi at her summons to bear his convincing witness of Teddy's fate, he came in an unwonted costume. It was a costume so wonderful in his imagination that it seemed to cry aloud, to sound like a trumpet as he went through London to Liverpool Street Station. It was a costume like an international event. It was a costume that he felt would blare right away to Berlin. And yet it was a costume so commonplace, so much the usual wear now, that Sissy, meeting him at the station, and full of the thought of Letty's trouble, did not remark it, felt indeed rather than observed that he was looking more strong and handsome than he had ever done since he struck upon her imagination in the fantastic wrap that Teddy had found for him, in the merry days when there was no death in the world. And Letty, too, resistant, incalculable, found no wonder in the wonderful suit. He bore his testimony. It was the queer, halting telling of a patched-together tale. "I suppose," said Letty, "if I tell you now that I don't believe that that officer was Teddy, you will think I am cracked. But I don't." She sat staring straight before her for a time after saying this. Then suddenly she got up, and began taking down her hat and coat from the peg behind the kitchen door. The hanging strap of the coat was twisted, and she struggled with it petulantly until she tore it. "Where are you going?" cried Sissy. Letty's voice over her shoulder was the harsh voice of a scolding woman. "I'm going out, anywhere." She turned, coat in hand. "Can't I go out if I like?" she asked. "It's a beautiful day. Mustn't I go out? I suppose you think I ought to take in what you have told me in a moment. Just smile and say, 'Indeed,' abandoned, while his men retreated. How jolly! And then not think of it any more. Besides, I must go out. You two want to be left together. You want to canoodle. Do it while you can." Then she put on coat and hat, jamming her hat down on her head, and said something that Sissy did not immediately understand. "He'll have his turn in the trenches soon enough, now that he's made up his mind. He might have done it sooner." She turned her back as though she had forgotten them. She stood for a moment as though her feet were wooden, not putting her feet as she usually put her feet. She took slow, wide, unsure steps. She went out, like something that is mortally injured and still walks, into the autumnal sunshine. She left the door wide open behind her. 4. And Sissy, with eyes full of distress for her sister, had still to grasp the fact that Durrock was wearing a Canadian uniform. He stood behind her, ashamed that in such a moment this fact and its neglect by everyone could be so vivid in his mind. 5. Sissy's estimate of her sister's psychology had been just. The reverie of revenge had not yet taken a grip upon Letty's mind sufficiently strong to meet the challenge of this conclusive evidence of Teddy's death. She walked out into a world of sunshine, now almost completely convinced that Teddy was dead, and she knew quite well that her dream of some dramatic and terrible vindication had gone from her. She knew that in truth she could do nothing of that sort. She walked out with a set face and eyes that seemed unseeing, and yet it was as if some heavy weight had been lifted from her shoulders. It was over. There was no more to hope for, and there was nothing more to fear. She would have been shocked to realize that her mind was relieved. She wanted to be alone. She wanted to be away from every eye. She was like some creature that after a long nightmare incubation is at last born into a clear, bleak day. She had to feel herself. She had to stretch her mind in this cheerless sunshine, this new world where there was to be no more Teddy, and no real revenge nor compensation for Teddy. Teddy was past. Hitherto she had had an angry sense of being deprived of Teddy, almost as though he were keeping away from her. Now there was no more Teddy to be deprived of. She went through the straggling village, and across the fields to the hillside that looks away towards Mertensome and its steeple. And where the hill begins to fall away, she threw herself down under the hedge by the path, near by the stile into the lane, and lay still. She did not so much think as remain blank, waiting for the beginning of impressions. It was, as it were, a blank stare at the world. She did not know if it was 5 minutes or half an hour later that she became aware that someone was looking at her. She turned with a start and discovered the Reverend Dimple with one foot on the stile, and an expression of perplexity and consternation upon his chubby visage. Instantly she understood. Already on 4 different occasions since Teddy's disappearance, she had seen the good man coming towards her, always with a manifest decision, always with the same faltering doubt as now. Often in their happy days had she and Teddy discussed him and derided him and rejoiced over him. They had agreed he was as good as Jane Austen's Mr. Collins. He really was very like Mr. Collins, except that he was plumper. And now it was as if he was transparent to her hard defensive scrutiny. She knew he was impelled by his tradition, by his sense of fitness, by his respect for his calling, to offer her his ministrations and consolations, to say his large, flat amiabilities over her, and pat her kindly with his hands. And she knew, too, that he dreaded her. She knew that the dear old humbug knew at the bottom of his heart, quite certainly, that he was a poor old humbug, and that she was in his secret. And at the bottom of his heart he found himself too honest to force his poor platitudes upon any who would not be glad of them. If she could have been glad of them, he would have had no compunction. He was a man divided against himself, failing to carry through his rich pretenses, dismayed. He had been taking his afternoon constitutional. He had discovered her beyond the stile, just in time to pull up. Then had come a fatal, a preposterous hesitation. She stared at him now, with hard, expressionless eyes. He stared back at her until his plump pink face was all consternation. He was extraordinarily distressed. It was as if 1,000 unspoken things had been said between them. "No wish," he said, "intrude." If he had had the Certain-Balm, how gladly would he have given it. He broke the spell by stepping back into the lane. He made a gesture with his hands, as if he would have wrung them. And then he had fled down the lane, almost at a run. "Poor girl!" he shouted. "Poor girl!" and left her staring. And then she laughed. This was good. This was the sort of thing one could tell Teddy when at last he came back and she could tell him anything. And then she realized again. There was no more Teddy. There would be no telling. And suddenly she fell weeping. "Oh, Teddy, Teddy!" she cried through her streaming tears. "How could you leave me? How can I bear it?" Never a tear had she shed since the news first came, and now she could weep her grief out. She abandoned herself unreservedly to this blessed relief. End of Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 1 to 5. Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 6 to 10 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 6. There comes an end to weeping at last, and Letty lay still in the red light of the sinking sun. She lay so still that presently a little foraging robin came darting down to the grass not 10 yards away, and stopped and looked at her. And then it came a hop or so nearer. She had been lying in a state of passive abandonment, her swollen wet eyes open, regardless of everything. But those quick movements caught her back to attention. She began to watch the robin, and to note how it glanced sidelong at her, and appeared to meditate further approaches. She made an almost imperceptible movement, and straightway the little creature was in a projecting spray of berried hawthorn overhead. Her tear-washed mind became vaguely friendly. With an unconscious effort, it focused down to the robin. She rolled over, sat up, and imitated his friendly cheep. 7. Presently she became aware of footsteps rustling through the grass towards her. She looked over her shoulder and discovered Mr. Britling approaching by the field path. He looked white and tired and listless. Even his bristling hair and moustache conveyed his depression. He was dressed in an old tweed knickerbocker suit and carrying a big atlas and some papers. He had an effect of hesitation in his approach. It was as if he wanted to talk to her and doubted her reception for him. He spoke without any preface. "Derek has told you," he said, standing over her. She answered with a sob. "I was afraid it was so, and yet I did not believe it," said Mr. Britling, "until now." He hesitated as if he would go on, and then he knelt down on the grass a little way from her and seated himself. There was an interval of silence. "At first it hurts like the devil," he said at last, looking away at Murdensome Spire and speaking as if he spoke to no one in particular. "And then it hurts. It goes on hurting, and one can't say much to anyone." He said no more for a time, but the two of them comforted one another, and knew that they comforted each other. They had a common feeling of fellowship and ease. They had been stricken by the same thing. They understood how it was with each other. It was not like the attempted comfort they got from those who had not loved and dreaded. She took up a little broken twig and dug small holes in the ground with it. "It's strange," she said, "but I'm glad I know for sure." "I can understand that," said Mr. Britling. "It stops the nightmares. It isn't hopes I've had so much as fears. I wouldn't admit he was dead or hurt, because I couldn't think it without thinking it horrible. Now "It's final," said Mr. Britling. "It's definite," she said after a pause. "It's like thinking he's asleep. For good." But that did not satisfy her. There was more than this in her mind. "It does away with a half and half," she said. "He's dead or he is alive." She looked up at Mr. Britling as if she measured his understanding. "You don't still doubt?" he said. "I'm content now in my mind, in a way. He wasn't anyhow there, unless he was dead. But if I saw Teddy coming over the hedge there to me, it would be just natural. No, don't stare at me. I know really he is dead, and it is a comfort. It is peace. All the thoughts of him being crushed dreadfully, or being mutilated, or lying and screaming, or things like that, they've gone. He's out of his spoilt body. He's my unbroken Teddy again. Out of sight somewhere. Unbroken. Sleeping." She resumed her excavation with the little stick, with the tears running down her face. Mr. Britling presently went on with the talk. "For me it came all at once, without a doubt or a hope. I hoped until the last that nothing would touch you, and then it was like a black shutter falling, in an instant." He considered. "Hugh, too, seems just round the corner at times, but at times it's a blank place." "At times," said Mr. Britling, "I feel nothing but astonishment. The whole thing becomes incredible. Just as for weeks after the war began, I couldn't believe that a big modern nation could really go to war, seriously, with its whole heart. And they have killed Teddy and Hugh. They have killed millions, millions, who had fathers and mothers and wives and sweethearts." 8. "Somehow I can't talk about this to Edith. It is ridiculous, I know, but in some way I can't. It isn't fair to her. If I could, I would. Quite soon after we were married, I ceased to talk to her. I mean talking really and simply, as I do to you. And it's never come back. I don't know why. And particularly I can't talk to her of Hugh. Little things, little shadows of criticism, but enough to make it impossible. And I go about thinking about Hugh and what has happened to him sometimes, as though I was stifling." Letty compared her case. "I don't want to talk about Teddy. Not a word. That's queer, but perhaps a son is different. Now I come to think of it, I've never talked of Mary. Not to anyone ever. I've never thought of that before, but I haven't. I couldn't. No, losing a lover, that's a thing for oneself. I've been through that, you see. But a son's more outside you, altogether, and more your own making. It's not losing a thing in you, it's losing a hope and a pride. Once when I was a little boy, I did a drawing very carefully. It took me a long time, and a big boy tore it up, for no particular reason, just out of cruelty. That was exactly like losing Hugh. Letty reflected. No, she confessed, I'm more selfish than that. It isn't selfish, said Mr. Britling, but it's a different thing. It's less intimate and more personally important. I have just thought, he's gone. Sometimes, do you know, I have felt quite angry with him. Why need he have gone so soon? Mr. Britling nodded understandingly. I'm not angry. I'm not depressed. I'm just bitterly hurt by the ending of something I had hoped to watch, always, all my life, he said. I don't know how it is between most fathers and sons, but I admired Hugh. I found exquisite things in him. I doubt if other people saw them. He was quiet, he seemed clumsy, but he had an extraordinary fineness. He was a creature of the most delicate and rapid responses. These aren't my fond delusions. It was so. You know, when he was only a few days old, he would start suddenly at any strange sound. He was alive like an Aeolian harp from the very beginning. And his hair when he was born, he had a lot of hair, was like the down on the breast of a bird. I remember that now very vividly, and how I used to like to pass my hand over it. It was silk, spun silk. Before he was 2 he could talk, whole sentences. He had the subtlest ear. He loved long words. And then, he said, with tears in his voice, all this beautiful fine structure, this brain, this fresh life as nimble as water, as elastic as a steel spring, it is destroyed. I don't make out he wasn't human. Often and often I have been angry with him and disappointed in him. There were all sorts of weaknesses in him. We all knew them, and we didn't mind them. We loved him the better, and his odd, queer cleverness, and his profound wisdom. And then all this beautiful and delicate fabric, all those clear memories in his dear brain, all his whims, his sudden inventions. You know, I have had a letter from his chum, Park. He was shot through a loophole. The bullet went through his eye and brow. Think of it. An amazement, a blow, a splattering of blood, rags of tormented skin and brain stuff. In a moment, what had taken 18 years, love and care. He sat thinking for an interval, and then went on. The reading and writing alone. I taught him to read myself, because his first governess, you see, wasn't very clever. She was a very good methodical sort, but she had no inspiration. So I got up all sorts of methods for teaching him to read. But it wasn't necessary. He seemed to leap all sorts of difficulties. He leapt to what one was trying to teach him. It was as quick as the movement of some wild animal. He came into life as bright and quick as this robin looking for food. And he's broken up and thrown away, like a cartridge case by the side of a covert. He choked and stopped speaking. His elbows were on his knees, and he put his face between his hands and shuddered and became still. His hair was troubled. The end of his stumpy moustache and a little roll of flesh stood out at the side of his hand, and made him somehow twice as pitiful. His big atlas, from which papers projected, seemed forgotten by his side. So he sat for a long time, and neither he nor Letty moved or spoke. But they were in the same shadow. They found great comfort in one another. They had not been so comforted before since their losses came upon them. 9. It was Mr. Britling who broke the silence. And when he drew his hands down from his face and spoke, he said one of the most amazing and unexpected things she had ever heard in her life. "The only possible government in Albania," he said, looking steadfastly before him down the hillside, "is a group of republican cantons after the Swiss pattern. I can see no other solution that is not offensive to God. It does not matter in the least what we owe to Serbia or what we owe to Italy. We have got to set this world on a different footing. We have got to set up the world at last, on justice and reason." Then, after a pause, "The Treaty of Bucharest was an evil treaty. It must be undone. Whatever this German king of Bulgaria does, that treaty must be undone, and the Bulgarians united again into one people. They must have themselves whatever punishment they deserve. They must have nothing more whatever reward they win." She could not believe her ears. "After this precious blood, after this precious blood, if we leave one plot of wickedness or cruelty in the world—" And therewith he began to lecture Letty on the importance of international politics, to everyone. How he and she and everyone must understand, however hard it was to understand. No life is safe, no happiness is safe. There is no chance of bettering life until we have made an end to all that causes war. We have to put an end to the folly and vanity of kings, and to any people ruling any people but themselves. There is no convenience, there is no justice in any people ruling any people but themselves. The ruling of men by others, who have not their creeds and their languages and their ignorances and prejudices, that is the fundamental folly that has killed Teddy and Hugh, and these millions. To end that folly is as much our duty and business as telling the truth or earning a living." "But how can you alter it?" He held out a finger at her. "Men may alter anything if they have motive enough and faith enough." He indicated the atlas beside him. "Here I am planning the real map of the world," he said. "Every sort of district that has a character of its own must have its own rule, and the great republic of the United States of the world must keep the federal peace between them all. That's the plain sense of life, the Federal World Republic. Why do we bother ourselves with loyalties to any other government but that? It needs only that sufficient men should say it, and that republic would be here now. Why have we loitered so long, until these tragic punishments come? We have to map the world out into its states, and plan its government and the way of its tolerations." "And you think it will come?" "It will come." "And you believe that men will listen to such schemes?" said Letty. Mr. Britling, with his eyes far away over the hills, seemed to think. "Yes," he said, "not perhaps today, not steadily. But kings and empires die. Great ideas, once they are born, can never die again. In the end, this world republic, this sane government of the world, is as certain as the sunset. Only—" He sighed, and turned over a page of his atlas blindly. "Only we want it soon. The world is weary of this bloodshed, weary of all this weeping, of this wasting of substance, and this killing of sons and lovers. We want it soon, and to have it soon we must work to bring it about. We must give our lives, what is left of our lives. That is what you and I must do, Letty. What else is there left for us to do? I will write of nothing else. I will think of nothing else now but of safety and order, so that all these dear dead, not one of them but will have brought the great days of peace and man's real beginning nearer, and these cruel things that make men whimper like children, that break down bright lives into despair, and kill youth at the very moment when it puts out its clean hands to take hold of life, these cruelties, these abominations of confusion, shall cease from the earth forever. 10. Letty regarded him, frowning, and with her chin between her fists. "But do you really believe," said Letty, "that things can be better than they are?" "But yes," said Mr. Britling. "I don't," said Letty. "The world is cruel. It is just cruel, so it will always be." "It need not be cruel," said Mr. Britling. "It is just a place of cruel things. It is all set with knives. It is full of diseases and accidents. As for God, either there is no God, or he is an idiot. He is a slobbering idiot. He is like some idiot who pulls off the wings of flies." "No," said Mr. Britling. "There is no progress. Nothing gets better. How can you believe in God after Hugh? Do you believe in God?" "Yes," said Mr. Britling, after a long pause, "I do believe in God." "Who lets these things happen?" She raised herself on her arm and thrust her argument at him with her hand. "Who kills my Teddy and your Hugh, and millions?" "No," said Mr. Britling. "But he must let these things happen, or why do they happen?" "No," said Mr. Britling. "It is the theologians who must answer that. They have been extravagant about God. They have had silly absolute ideas, that he is all-powerful, that he's omni-everything. But the common sense of men knows better. Every real religious thought denies it. After all, the real God of the Christians is Christ, not God Almighty. A poor, mocked and wounded God nailed on a cross of matter. Some day he will triumph. But it is not fair to say that he causes all things now. It is not fair to make out a case against him. You have been misled. It is a theologian's folly. God is not absolute. God is finite. A finite God, who struggles in his great and comprehensive way, as we struggle in our weak and silly way, who is with us. That is the essence of all real religion. I agree with you so. Why, if I thought there was an omnipotent God who looked down on battles and deaths and all the waste and horror of this war, able to prevent these things, doing them to amuse himself, I would spit in his empty face." "Anyone would." "But it's your teachers and catechisms have set you against God. They want to make out he owns all nature, and all sorts of silly claims, like the heralds in the Middle Ages, who insisted that Christ was certainly a great gentleman entitled to bear arms. But God is within nature and necessity. Necessity is a thing beyond God, beyond good and ill, beyond space and time, a mystery everlastingly impenetrable. God is nearer than that. Necessity is the uttermost thing, but God is the innermost thing. Closer he is than breathing, and nearer than hands and feet. He is the other thing than this world, greater than nature or necessity, for he is a spirit and they are blind, but not controlling them, not yet." "They always told me he was the maker of heaven and earth." "That's the Jew God the Christians took over. It's a quack God, a panacea. It's not my God." Letty considered these strange ideas. "I never thought of him like that," she said at last. "It makes it all seem different." "Nor did I, but I do now. I have suddenly found it, and seen it plain. I see it so plain that I am amazed that I have not always seen it. It is, you see, so easy to understand that there is a God, and how complex and wonderful and brotherly he is, when one thinks of those dear boys who by the 1,000, by the 100,000, have laid down their lives. Ay, and there were German boys, too, who did the same. The cruelties, the injustice, the brute aggression. They saw it differently. They laid down their lives. They laid down their lives. Those dear lives, those lives of hope and sunshine. Don't you see that it must be like that, Letty? Don't you see that it must be like that? No, she said, I've seen things differently from that. But it's so plain to me, said Mr. Britling. If there was nothing else in all the world but our kindness for each other, or the love that made you weep in this kind October sunshine, or the love I bear Hugh, if there was nothing else at all, if everything else was cruelty and mockery and filthiness and bitterness, it would still be certain that there was a God of love and righteousness. If there were no signs of God in all the world but the godliness we have seen in those two boys of ours, if we had no other light but the love we have between us. You don't mind if I talk like this? Said Mr. Britling. It's all I can think of now. This God who struggles, who is in Hugh and Teddy, clear and plain, and how he must become the ruler of the world. This God who struggles, she repeated. I have never thought of him like that. Of course he must be like that, said Mr. Britling. How can God be a person? How can he be anything that matters to man, unless he is limited and defined and human like ourselves, with things outside him and beyond him? End of Book 3, Chapter 1, Section 6 to 10. Book 3, Chapter 1, Sections 11 to 14 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 11. Letty walked back slowly through the fields of stubble to her cottage. She had been talking to Mr. Britling for an hour, and her mind was full of the thought of this changed and simplified man, who talked of God as he might have done of a bird he had seen or of a tree he had sheltered under. And all mixed up with this thought of Mr. Britling was the strange idea of God who was also a limited person, who could come as close as Teddy, whispering love in the darkness. She had a ridiculous feeling that God really struggled like Mr. Britling, and that with only some indefinable inferiority of outlook, Mr. Britling loved like God. She loved him for his maps and his dreams and the bareness of his talk to her. It was strange how the straining thought of the dead Teddy had passed now out of her mind. She was possessed by a sense of ending and beginning, as though a page had turned over in her life, and everything was new. She had never given religion any thought but contemptuous thought for some years, since indeed her growing intelligence had dismissed it as a scheme of inexcusable restraints and empty pretenses, a thing of discords where there were no discords except of its making. She had been a happy atheist. She had played in the sunshine, a natural creature with the completest confidence in the essential goodness of the world in which she found herself. She had refused all thought of painful and disagreeable things, until the bloody paw of war had wiped out all her assurance. Teddy, the playmate, was over. The love game was ended forever. The fresh, happy acceptance of life as life. And in the place of Teddy was the sorrow of life, the pity of life, and this coming of God out of utter remoteness into a conceivable relation to her own existence. She had left Mr. Britling to his Atlas. He lay prone under the hedge, with it spread before him. His occupation would have seemed to her only a little while ago the absurdest imaginable. He was drawing boundaries on his maps very carefully in red ink with a fountain pen. But now she understood. She knew that those red ink lines of Mr. Britling's might in the end prove wiser and stronger than the bargains of the diplomats. In the last hour he had come very near to her. She found herself full of an unwanted affection for him. She had never troubled her head about her relations with anyone except Teddy before. Now suddenly she seemed to be opening out to all the world for kindness. This new idea of a friendly God, who had a struggle of his own, who could be thought of as kindred to Mr. Britling, as kindred to Teddy, had gripped her imagination. He was behind the autumnal sunshine. He was in the little bird that had seemed so confident and friendly. Whatever was kind, whatever was tender, there was God. And 1,000 old phrases she had read and heard and given little heed to, that had lain like dry bones in her memory, suddenly were clothed in flesh and became alive. This God, if this was God, then indeed it was not nonsense to say that God was love, that he was a friend and companion. With him it might be possible to face a world in which Teddy and she would never walk side by side again, nor plan any more happiness forever. After all, she had been very happy. She had had wonderful happiness. She had had far more happiness, far more love in her short years or so than most people had in their whole lives. And so, in the reaction of her emotions, Letty, who had gone out with her head full of murder and revenge, came back through the sunset thinking of pity, of the 1,000 kindnesses and tendernesses of Teddy, that were, after all, perhaps only an intimation of the limitless kindnesses and tendernesses of God. What right had she to a white and bitter grief, self-centered and vindictive, while old Britling could still plan an age of mercy in the earth, and a red gold sunlight that was warm as a smile from Teddy lay on all the world? She must go into the cottage and kiss Sissy, and put away that parcel out of sight until she could find some poor soldier to whom she could send it. She had been pitiless towards Sissy in her grief. She had, in the egotism of her sorrow, treated Sissy as she might have treated a chair or a table, with no thought that Sissy might be weary, might dream of happiness still to come. Sissy had still to play the lover, and her man was already in khaki. There would be no such year as Letty had had in the days before the war darkened the world. Before Sissy's marrying, the peace must come, and the peace was still far away. And Durrock, too, would have to take his chances. Letty came through the little wood and over the stile that brought her into sight of the cottage. The windows of the cottage, as she saw it under the bough of the big walnut tree, were afire from the sun. The crimson rambler over the porch that she and Teddy had planted was still bearing roses. The door was open, and people were moving in the porch. Someone was coming out of the cottage, a stranger in an unfamiliar costume, and behind him was a man in khaki. But that was Mr. Durrock, and behind him again was Sissy. But the stranger! He came out of the frame of the porch towards the garden gate. Who was this stranger? It was a man in queer-looking foreign clothes, baggy trousers of some soft-looking blue stuff and a blouse, and he had a white bandaged left arm. He had a hat stuck at the back of his head and a beard. He was entirely a stranger, a foreigner. Was she going insane? Of course he was a stranger. And then he moved a step. He made a queer sideways pace, a caper on the path, and instantly he ceased to be strange and foreign. He became amazingly, incredibly familiar by virtue of that step. No! Her breath stopped. All Letty's being seemed to stop. And the stranger, who was also incredibly familiar, after he had stared at her motionless form for a moment, waved his hat with a gesture that crowned and scaled the effect of familiarity. She gave no sign in reply. No, that familiarity was just a mad freakishness in things. This strange man came from Belgium, perhaps, to tell something about Teddy. And then she surprised herself by making a groaning noise, an absurd, silly noise, just like the noise when one imitates a cow to a child. She said, "Moo," and she began to run forward, with legs that seemed misfits, waving her hands about, and as she ran she saw more and more certainly that this wounded man in strange clothing was Teddy. She ran faster and still faster, stumbling and nearly falling. If she did not get to him speedily, the world would burst. To hold him, to hold close to him. Letty, just one arm. She was clinging to him, and he was holding her. It was all right. She had always known it was all right. Hold close to him. Except just for a little while. But that had been foolishness. Hadn't she always known he was alive? And here he was alive. Hold close to him. Only it was so good to be sure. After all her torment, to hold him, to hang about him, to feel the solid man, kissing her, weeping too, weeping together with her. Teddy, my love! 12. Letty was in the cottage, struggling to hear and understand things too complicated for her emotion-crowded mind. There was something that Mr. Durrock was trying to explain about a delayed telegram that had come soon after she had gone out. There was much, indeed, that Mr. Durrock was trying to explain. What did any explanation really matter when you had Teddy, with nothing but a strange beard and a bandaged arm between him and yourself? She had an absurd persuasion at first that those two strangenesses would also presently be set aside, so that Teddy would become just exactly what Teddy had always been. Teddy had been shot through the upper arm. My hand has gone, dear little Letty. It's my left hand, luckily. I shall have to wear a hook like some old pirate. There was something about his being taken prisoner. That other officer, that was Mr. Durrock's officer, had been lying there for days. Teddy had been shot through the upper arm and stunned by a falling beam. When he came to, he was disarmed, with a German standing over him. Then afterwards he had escaped. In quite a little time he had escaped. He had been in a railway station somewhere in Belgium, locked in a waiting room with 3 or 4 French prisoners, and the junction had been bombed by French and British aeroplanes. Their guard and 2 of the prisoners had been killed. In the confusion, the others had got away into the town. There were trucks of hay on fire, and a store of petrol was in danger. After that, one was bound to escape. One would have been shot if one had been found wandering about. The bomb had driven some splinters of glass and corrugated iron into Teddy's wrist. It seemed a small place at first. It didn't trouble him for weeks, but then some dirt got into it. In the narrow cobbled street beyond the station, he had happened upon a woman who knew no English, but who took him to a priest, and the priest had hidden him. Letty did not piece together the whole story at first. She did not want the story very much. She wanted to know about this hand and arm. There would be queer things in the story when it came to be told. There was an old peasant who had made Teddy work in his fields in spite of his smashed and aching arm, and who had pointed to a passing German when Teddy demurred. There were the people called they, who had at that time organized the escape of stragglers into Holland. There was the night watch, those long nights in succession before the dash for liberty. But Letty's concern was all with the hand. Inside the sling there was something that hurt the imagination, something bandaged, a stump. She could not think of it. She could not get away from the thought of it. "But why did you lose your hand?" "It was only a little place at first, and then it got painful." "But I didn't go into a hospital, because I was afraid they would intern me, and so I wouldn't be able to come home. And I was dying to come home. I was homesick. No one was ever so homesick. I've thought about this place and the garden, and how one looked out of the window at the passers-by 1,000 times. I seemed always to be seeing them. Old Dimple with his benevolent smile, and Mrs. Wolker at the end cottage, and how she used to fetch her beer and wink when she caught us looking at her, and little Charlie Slobberface sniffing on his way to the pigs, and all the rest of them. And you, Letty, particularly you. And how we used to lean on the window-sill with our shoulders touching, and your cheek just in front of my eyes, and nothing aching at all in one. How I thought of that and longed for that. And so you see, I didn't go to the hospital. I kept hoping to get to England first, and I left it too long." "Life's come back to me with you," said Letty. "Until just today I've believed you'd come back. And today I doubted. I thought it was all over, all the real life, love and the dear fun of things, and that there was nothing before me but just holding out and keeping your memory. Poor arm, and being kind to people, and pretending you were alive somewhere. I'll not care about the arm. In a little while. I'm glad you've gone, but I'm gladder you're back and can never go again. And I will be your right hand, dear, and your left hand, and all your hands. Both my hands for your dear lost left one. And you shall have 3 hands instead of 2. 13. Letty stood by the window, as close as she could to Teddy, in a world that seemed wholly made up of unexpected things. She could not heed the others. It was only when Teddy spoke to the others, or when they spoke to Teddy, that they existed for her. For instance, Teddy was presently talking to Mr. Durrock. They had spoken about the Canadians who had come up and relieved the Essex men after the fight in which Teddy had been captured. And then it was manifest that Mr. Durrock was talking of his regiment. "I'm not the only American who has gone Canadian, for the duration of the war." He had got to his explanation at last. "I've told a lie," he said triumphantly. "I've shifted my birthplace 600 miles. Mind you, I don't admit a thing that Sissy has ever said about America. Not one thing. You don't understand the sort of proposition America is up against. America is the new world, where there are no races and nations any more. She is the melting pot, from which we will cast the better state. I've believed that always. In spite of 1,000 little things, I believe it now. I go back on nothing. I'm not fighting as an American either. I'm fighting simply as myself. I'm not going fighting for England, mind you. Don't you fancy that? I don't know I'm so particularly in love with a lot of English ways as to do that. I don't see how anyone can be very much in love with your empire, with its dead-alive court, its artful politicians, its lords and ladies and snobs, its way with the Irish, and its way with India, and everybody shifting responsibility and telling lies about your common people. I'm not going fighting for England. I'm going fighting for Sissy. And justice and Belgium and all that, but more particularly for Sissy. And anyhow, I can't look Pa Britling in the face any more. and I want to see those trenches, close. I reckon they're a thing it will be interesting to talk about some day. So I'm going," said Mr. Durrick. "But chiefly it's Sissy. See?" Sissy had come and stood by the side of him. She looked from poor broken Teddy to him and back again. "Up to now," she said, "I've wanted you to go." Tears came into her eyes. "I suppose I must let you go," she said. "Oh, I'd hate you not to go." 14. "Good God, how old the master looks!" cried Teddy suddenly. He was standing at the window, and as Mr. Durrick came forward inquiringly, he pointed to the figure of Mr. Britling, passing along the road towards the Dower House. "He does look old. I hadn't noticed," said Mr. Durrick. "Why, he's gone grey!" cried Teddy, peering. "He wasn't grey when I left." They watched the knickerbockered figure of Mr. Britling receding up the hill, atlas and papers in his hands behind his back. "I must go out to him," said Teddy, disengaging himself from Letty. "No," she said, arresting him with her hand. "But he will be glad." She stood in her husband's way. She had a vision of Mr. Britling, suddenly called out of his dreams of God ruling the United States of the world, to rejoice at Teddy's restoration. "No," she said, "it will only make him think again of Hugh, and how he died. Don't go out, Teddy, not now. What does he care for you? Let him rest from such things. Leave him to dream over his atlas. He isn't so desolate, if you knew. I will tell you, Teddy, when I can. But just now, no, he will think of Hugh again. Let him go. He has God and his atlas there. They're more than you think." End of Book 3, Chapter 1. Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 4 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. Chapter the 2nd. Mr. Britling Writes Until Sunrise. 1. It was some weeks later. It was now the middle of November, and Mr. Britling, very warmly wrapped in his thick dressing-gown and his thick llama-wool pyjamas, was sitting at his night-desk and working ever and again at an essay of preposterous ambitions, for the title of it was "The Better Government of the World." Latterly he had had much sleepless misery. In the day life was tolerable, but in the night, unless he defended himself by working, the losses and cruelties of the war came and grimaced at him insufferably. Now he would be haunted by long processions of refugees. Now he would think of the dead lying stiff and twisted in 1,000 dreadful attitudes. Then again he would be overwhelmed with anticipations of the frightful economic and social dissolution that might lie ahead. At other times he thought of wounds and the deformities of body and spirit produced by injuries. And sometimes he would think of the triumph of evil. Stupid and triumphant persons went about a world that stupidity had desolated, with swaggering gestures, with a smiling consciousness of enhanced importance, with their scornful hatred of all measured and temperate and kindly things, turned now to scornful contempt. And mingling with the soil they walked on lay the dead body of Hugh, face downward. At the back of the boy's head, rimmed by blood-stiffened hair, the hair that had once been as soft as the down of a bird was a big red hole. That hole was always pitilessly distinct. They stepped on him, heedlessly. They healed the scattered stuff of his exquisite brain into the clay. From all such moods of horror, Mr. Britling's circle of lamplight was his sole refuge. His work could conjure up visions, like opium visions, of a world of order and justice. Amidst the gloom of world bankruptcy, he stuck to the prospectus of a braver enterprise, reckless of his chances of subscribers. 2. But this night, even the circle of lamplight would not hold his mind. Doubt had crept into this last fastness. He pulled the papers towards him, and turned over the portion he had planned. His purpose in the book he was beginning to write was to reason out the possible methods of government that would give a stabler, saner control to the world. He believed still in democracy, but he was realizing more and more that democracy had yet to discover its method. It had to take hold of the consciences of men. It had to equip itself with still unformed organizations. Endless years of patient thinking, of experimenting, of discussion lay before mankind, ere this great idea could become reality, and right, the proven right thing, could rule the earth. Meanwhile, the world must still remain a scene of blood-stained melodrama, of deafening noise, contagious follies, vast irrational destructions. One fine life after another went down from study and university and laboratory to be slain and silenced. Was it conceivable that this mad monster of mankind would ever be caught and held in the thin-spun webs of thought? Was it, after all, anything but pretension and folly for a man to work out plans for the better government of the world? Was it any better than the ambitious scheming of some fly upon the wheel of the romantic gods? Man has come, floundering and wounding and suffering, out of the breeding darknesses of time that will presently crush and consume him again. Why not flounder with the rest? Why not eat, drink, fight, scream, weep, and pray? Forget Hugh. Stop brooding upon Hugh. Banish all these priggish dreams of the better government of the world, and turn to the brighter aspects, the funny and adventurous aspects of the war, the Chestertonian jolliness, punch side of things. Think you, because your sons are dead, that there will be no more cakes and ale? Let mankind blunder out of the mud and blood, as mankind has blundered in. Let us, at any rate, keep our precious sense of humor. He pulled his manuscript towards him. For a time he sat decorating the lettering of his title, The Better Government of the World, with little grinning gnomes' heads and waggish tails. 3. On the top of Mr. Britling's desk, beside the clock, lay a letter, written in clumsy English and with its envelope resealed by a label which testified that it had been opened by censor. The friendly go-between in Norway had written to tell Mr. Britling that Herr Heinrich also was dead. He had died a wounded prisoner in Russia some months ago. He had been wounded and captured after undergoing great hardships during the great Russian attack upon the passes of the Carpathians in the early spring, and his wound had mortified. He had recovered partially for a time, and then he had been beaten and injured again in some struggle between German and Croatian prisoners, and he had sickened and died. Before he died, he had written to his parents, and once again he had asked that the fiddle he had left in Mr. Britling's care should, if possible, be returned to them. It was manifest that both for him and them now it had become a symbol with many associations. The substance of this letter invaded the orange circle of the lamp. It would have to be answered, and the potentialities of the answer were running through Mr. Britling's brain to the exclusion of any impersonal composition. He thought of the old parents away there in Pomerania. He believed, but he was not quite sure, that Heinrich had been an only son, and of the pleasant spectacled figure that had now become a broken and decaying thing in a prisoner's shallow grave. Another son had gone. All the world was losing its sons. He found himself thinking of young Heinrich in the very manner, if with a lesser intensity, in which he thought about his own son, as of hopes senselessly destroyed. His mind took no note of the fact that Heinrich was an enemy, that by the reckoning of a war of attrition his death was balance and compensation for the death of Hugh. He went straight to the root fact that they had been gallant and kindly beings, and that the same thing had killed them both. By no conceivable mental gymnastics could he think of the two as antagonists. Between them there was no imaginable issue. They had both very much the same scientific disposition, with perhaps more dash and inspiration in the quality of Hugh, more docility and method in the case of Karl, until war had smashed them one against the other. He recalled his first sight of Heinrich at the junction, and how he had laughed at the sight of his excessive Teutonism. The close-cropped, shining fair head, surmounted by a yellowish-white cork-cap, had appeared dodging about among the people upon the platform, and manifestly asking questions. The face had been very pink with the effort of an unaccustomed tongue. The young man had been clad in a suit of white flannel, refined by a purple line. His boots were of that greenish-yellow leather that only a German student could esteem chic. His rucksack was upon his back, and the precious fiddle in its case was carried very carefully in one hand, this same dead fiddle. The other hand held a stick with a carved knob and a pointed end. He had been too German for belief. "Herr Heinrich," Mr. Britling had said, and straightway the heels had clashed together for a bow from the waist, a bow that a heedless old lady, much burthened with garden produce, had greatly disarranged. From first to last, amidst our off-hand English ways, Herr Heinrich had kept his bow, and always it had been getting disarranged. That had been his constant effect. A little stiff, a little absurd, and always clean and pink and methodical. The boys had liked him without reserve. Mrs. Britling had liked him. Everybody had found him a likable creature. He never complained of anything except picnics. But he did object to picnics, to the sudden departure of the family to wild surroundings, for the consumption of cold, knifeless and forkless meals in the serious middle hours of the day. He protested to Mr. Britling, respectfully but very firmly. It was, he held, implicit in their understanding that he should have a cooked meal in the middle of the day. Otherwise his noggin was perplexed and disordered. In the evening he could not eat with any gravity or profit. Their disposition towards underfeeding, and a certain lack of fine sentiment, were the only flaws in the English scheme that Herr Heinrich admitted. He certainly found the English unfeeling. His heart went even less satisfied than his noggin. He was a being of expressive affections. He wanted great friendships, mysterious relationships, love. He tried very bravely to revere and to understand and be occultly understood by Mr. Britling. He sought long walks and deep talks with Hugh and the small boys. He tried to fill his heart with Sissy. He found at last marvels of innocence and sweetness in the Hickson girl. She wore her hair in a pigtail when first he met her, and it made her almost Marguerite. This young man had cried aloud for love, warm and filling, like the Mittagsessen that was implicit in their understanding. And all these Essex people failed to satisfy him. They were silent, they were subtle, they slipped through the fat yet eager fingers of his heart, so that he fell back at last upon himself, and his German correspondence, and the idealization of Maud Hickson, and the moral education of Billy. Billy. Mr. Britling's memories came back at last to the figure of young Heinrich with the squirrel on his shoulder that had so often stood in the way of the utter condemnation of Germany. That, seen closely, was the stuff of one brutal Prussian. What quarrel had we with him? Other memories of Heinrich flitted across Mr. Britling's reverie. Heinrich at hockey, running with extreme swiftness and little skill, tricked and baffled by Letty, dodged by Hugh, going headlong forward and headlong back, and then with a cry flinging himself flat on the ground, exhausted. Or again, Heinrich very grave and very pink, peering through his glasses at his cards at Scott. Or Heinrich in the boats upon the great pond. Or Heinrich swimming, or Heinrich hiding very, very artfully from the boys about the garden on a theory of his own. Or Heinrich in strange postures, stalking the deer in Clavering's Park. For a time he had had a great ambition to creep quite close to a deer and touch it. Or Heinrich indexing. He had a passion for listing and indexing books, music, any loose classifiable thing. His favorite amusement was devising schemes for the indentation of dictionary leaves, so that one could turn instantly to the needed word. He had bought and cut the edges of 3 dictionaries, each in succession improved upon the other. He had had great hopes of patents and wealth arising therefrom. And his room had been a source of strange sounds, his search for music upon the violin. He had hoped when he came to Matching's Easy to join some string quartet. But Matching's Easy produced no string quartet. He had to fall back upon the pianola and try to play duets with that. Only the pianola did all the duet itself, and in the hands of a small Britling was apt to betray a facetious moodiness, sudden alternations between extreme haste and extreme lassitude. Then there came a memory of Heinrich talking very seriously, his glasses magnifying his round blue eyes, talking of his ideas about life, of his beliefs and disbeliefs, of his ambitions and prospects in life. He confessed 2 principal ambitions. They varied perhaps in their absolute dimensions, but they were of equal importance in his mind. The first of these was, so soon as he had taken his doctorate in philology, to give himself to the perfecting of an international language. It was to combine all the virtues of Esperanto and Edo. "And then," said Herr Heinrich, "I do not think there will be any more wars, ever." The second ambition, which was important first because Herr Heinrich found much delight in working at it, and secondly because he thought it would give him great wealth and opportunity for propagating the perfect speech, was the elaboration of his system of marginal indentations for dictionaries and alphabetical books of reference of all sorts. It was to be so complete that one would just stand over the book to be consulted, run hand and eye over its edges, and open the book, at the very exact spot. He proposed to follow this business up with a quite Germanic thoroughness. "Presently," he said, "I must study the machinery by which the edges of books are cut. It is possible I may have to invent these also." This was the double-barreled scheme of Herr Heinrich's career, and along it he was to go, and incidentally develop his large, vague heart that was at present so manifestly unsatisfied. Such was the brief story of Herr Heinrich. That story was over. just as Hugh's story was over. That first volume would never now have a second and a third. It ended in some hasty grave in Russia. The great scheme for marginal indices would never be patented. The duets with the pianola would never be played again. Imagination glimpsed a little figure toiling manfully through the slush and snow of the Carpathians, saw it staggering under its first experience of shell-fire, set it amidst attacks and flights and fatigue and hunger and a rush perhaps in the darkness, guessed at the wounding blow. Then came the pitiful pilgrimage of the prisoners into captivity, captivity in a land desolated, impoverished, and embittered. Came wounds wrapped in filthy rags, pain and want of occupation, and a poor little bent and broken Heinrich, sitting aloof in a crowded compound, nursing a mortifying wound. He used always to sit in a peculiar attitude, with his arms crossed on his crossed legs, looking slantingly through his glasses. So he must have sat, and presently he lay on some rough bedding and suffered, untended, in infinite discomfort. Lay motionless, and thought at times, it may be, of matching Zizi, and wondered what Hugh and Teddy were doing. Then he became fevered, and the world grew bright-colored and fantastic and ugly for him, until one day an infinite weakness laid hold of him, and his pain grew faint, and all his thoughts and memories grew faint, and still fainter. The violin had been brought into Mr. Britling's study that afternoon, and lay upon the further window-seat. Poor little broken sherd, poor little fragment of a shattered life. It looked in its case like a baby in a coffin. "I must write a letter to the old father and mother," Mr. Britling thought. "I can't just send the poor little fiddle, without a word. In all this pitiful storm of witless hate, surely there may be one greeting, not hateful." "From my blackness to yours," said Mr. Britling aloud. He would have to write it in English, but even if they knew no English, someone would be found to translate it to them. He would have to write very plainly. 4. He pushed aside the manuscript of The Better Government of the World, and began to write rather slowly, shaping his letters roundly and distinctly. Dear Sir, I am writing this letter to you, to tell you I am sending back the few little things I had kept for your son, at his request, when the war broke out. I am sending them. Mr. Britling left that blank for the time, until he could arrange the method of sending to the Norwegian intermediary. Especially I am sending his violin, which he had asked me thrice to convey to you. Either it is a gift from you, or it symbolized many things for him that he connected with home and you. I will have it packed with particular care, and I will do all in my power to ensure its safe arrival. I want to tell you that all the stress and passion of this war has not made us here in Matching's Easy forget our friend, your son. He was one of us, he had our affection, he had friends here who are still his friends. We found him honorable and companionable, and we share something of your loss. I have got together for you a few snapshots I chance to possess, in which you will see him in the sunshine, and which will enable you perhaps to picture a little more definitely than you would otherwise do the life he led here. There is one particularly that I have marked. Our family is lunching out of doors, and you will see that next to your son is a youngster, a year or so his junior, who is touching glasses with him. I have put a cross over his head. He is my eldest son. He was very dear to me, and he too has been killed in this war. They are, you see, smiling very pleasantly at each other. While writing this, Mr. Britling had been struck by the thought of the photographs, and he had taken them out of the little drawer into which he was accustomed to thrust them. He picked out the ones that showed the young German, but there were others, bright with sunshine, that were now charged with acquired significances. There were 2 showing the children and Teddy and Hugh and Sissy and Letty doing the goose step, and there was one of Mr. Vonderpont, smiling at the front door, in Heinrich's abandoned slippers. There were endless pictures of Teddy also. It is the happy instinct of the Kodak to refuse those days that are overcast, and the photographic record of a life is a chain of all its kindlier aspects. In the drawer above these snapshots there were Hugh's letters, and a miscellany of trivial documents touching on his life. Mr. Britling discontinued writing, and turned these papers over and mused. Heinrich's letters and postcards had got in among them, and so had a letter of Teddy's. The letters reinforced the photographs in their reminder of how kind and pleasant a race mankind can be, until the wild asses of nationalism came kicking and slaying amidst them, until suspicion and jostling greed and malignity poisoned their minds, until the fools with the high explosives blow that elemental goodness into shrieks of hate and splashes of blood. How kindly men are, up to the very instant of their cruelties. His mind teemed suddenly with little anecdotes and histories of the goodwill of men breaking through the ill will of war, of the mutual help of sorely wounded Germans and English lying together in the mud and darkness between the trenches, of the fellowship of captors and prisoners, of the Saxons at Christmas fraternizing with the English. Of that he had seen photographs in one of the daily papers. His mind came back presently from these wanderings to the task before him. He tried to picture these Heinrich parents. He supposed they were kindly, civilized people. It was manifest the youngster had come to him from a well-ordered and gentle-spirited home. But he imagined them, he could not tell why, as people much older than himself. Perhaps young Heinrich had on some occasion said they were old people. He could not remember. And he had a curious impulse, too, to write to them in phrases of consolation, as if their loss was more pitiable than his own. He doubted whether they had the consolation of his sanguine temperament, whether they could resort as readily as he could to his faith, whether in Pomerania there was the same consoling possibility of an essay on the better government of the world. He did not think this very clearly, but that was what was at the back of his mind. He went on writing. If you think that these 2 boys have both perished, not in some noble common cause, but one against the other, in a struggle of dynasties and boundaries, and trade routes and tyrannous ascendancies, then it seems to me that you must feel as I feel, that this war is the most tragic and dreadful thing that has ever happened to mankind. He sat thinking for some minutes after he had written that, and when presently he resumed his writing, a fresh strain of thought was traceable even in his opening sentence. If you count dead and wounds, this is the most dreadful war in history. For you, as for me, it has been almost the extremity of personal tragedy. Black sorrow. But is it the most dreadful war? I do not think it is. I can write to you and tell you that I do indeed believe that our 2 sons have died not altogether in vain. Our pain and anguish may not be wasted, may be necessary. Indeed, they may be necessary. Here am I bereaved and wretched, and I hope. Never was the fabric of war so black, that I admit, but never was the black fabric of war so threadbare. At 1,000 points the light is shining through. Mr. Britling's pen stopped. There was perfect stillness in the study bedroom. "The tin-pot style," said Mr. Britling at last, in a voice of extreme bitterness. he fell into an extraordinary quarrel with his style. He forgot about those Pomeranian parents altogether in his exasperation at his own inexpressiveness, at his incomplete control of these rebel words and phrases that came trailing each its own associations and suggestions to hamper his purpose with it. He read over the offending sentence. "The point is that it is true," he whispered. "It is exactly what I want to say." Exactly? His mind stuck on that exactly. When one has much to say, style is troublesome. It is as if one fussed with one's uniform before a battle. But that is just what one ought to do before a battle. One ought to have everything in order. He took a fresh sheet and made 3 trial beginnings. War is like a black fabric. War is a curtain of black fabric across the pathway. War is a curtain of dense black fabric across all the hopes and kindliness of mankind, yet always it has let through some gleams of light, and now, I am not dreaming, it grows threadbare, and here and there and at 1,000 points the light is breaking through. We owe it to all these dear youths. His pen stopped again. "I must work on a rough draft," said Mr. Britling. End of Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 1 to 4. Book 3, Chapter 2, Sections 5 to 12 of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Peter Eastman. 5. 3 hours later, Mr. Britling was working by daylight, though his study lamp was still burning, and his letter to old Heinrich was still no better than a collection of material for a letter. But the material was falling roughly into shape, and Mr. Britling's intentions were finding themselves. It was clear to him now that he was no longer writing as his limited personal self to those 2 personal selves grieving in the old, large, high-walled, steep-roofed household amidst pine woods of which Heinrich had once shown him a picture. He knew them too little for any such personal address. He was writing, he perceived, not as Mr. Britling, but as an Englishman. That was all he could be to them. And he was writing to them as Germans. He could apprehend them as nothing more. He was just England bereaved to Germany bereaved. He was no longer writing to the particular parents of one particular boy, but to all that mass of suffering, regret, bitterness, and fatigue that lay behind the veil of the front. Slowly, steadily, the manhood of Germany was being wiped out. As he sat there in the stillness, he could think that at least 2 million men of the Central Powers were dead, and an equal number maimed and disabled. Compared with that, our British losses, immense and universal as they were by the standard of any previous experience, were still slight. Our larger armies had still to suffer, and we had lost irrevocably not very much more than 250,000. But the tragedy gathered against us. We knew enough already to know what must be the reality of the German homes to which those dead men would never more return. If England had still the longer account to pay, the French had paid already nearly to the limits of endurance. They must have lost well over 1 million of their mankind, and still they bled and bled. Russia, too, in the East, had paid far more than man for man in this vast swapping off of lives. In a little while, no censorship would hold the voice of the peoples. There would be no more talk of honor and annexations, hegemonies and trade routes, but only Europe lamenting for her dead. The Germany to which he wrote would be a nation of widows and children, rather pinched boys and girls, crippled men, old men, deprived men, men who had lost brothers and cousins and friends and ambitions. No triumph now on land or sea could save Germany from becoming that. France too would be that, Russia and lastly Britain, each in their degree. Before the war, there had been no Germany to which an Englishman could appeal. Germany had been a threat, a menace, a terrible trampling of armed men. It was as little possible then to think of talking to Germany as it would have been to have stopped the Kaiser in mid-career in his hooting car down the Unter den Linden and demand a quiet talk with him. But the Germany that had watched those rushes with a slightly doubting pride had her eyes now full of tears and blood. She had believed, she had obeyed, and no real victory had come. Still she fought on, bleeding, agonizing, wasting her substance and the substance of the whole world, to no conceivable end but exhaustion. So capable she was, so devoted, so proud and utterly foolish. And the mind of Germany, whatever it was before the war, would now be something residual, something left over, and sitting beside a reading lamp, as he was sitting beside a reading lamp, thinking, sorrowing, counting the cost, looking into the dark future. And to that he wrote, to that dimly apprehended figure outside a circle of the light like his own circle of light, which was the father of Heinrich, which was great Germany, Germany which lived before and which will yet outlive the flapping of the eagles. Our boys, he wrote, have died, fighting one against the other. They have been fighting upon an issue so obscure that your German press is still busy discussing what it was. For us, it was that Belgium was invaded and France in danger of destruction. Nothing else could have brought the English into the field against you. But why you invaded Belgium and France, and whether that might have been averted, we do not know to this day. And still this war goes on, and still more boys die, and these men who do not fight, these men in the newspaper offices and in the ministries, plan campaigns and strokes and counterstrokes that belong to no conceivable plan at all. Except that now, for them, there is something more terrible than war, and that is the day of reckoning with their own people. What have we been fighting for? What are we fighting for? Do you know? Does anyone know? Why am I spending what is left of my substance, and you what is left of yours, to keep on this war against each other? What have we to gain from hurting one another still further? Why should we be puppets any longer in the hands of crowned fools and witless diplomatists? Even if we were dumb and acquiescent before, does not the blood of our sons now cry out to us that this foolery should cease? We have let these people send our sons to death. It is you and I who must stop these wars, these massacres of boys. Massacres of boys, that indeed is the essence of modern war. The killing off of the young. It is the destruction of the human inheritance. It is the spending of all the life and material of the future upon present-day hate and greed. Fools and knaves, politicians, tricksters, and those who trade on the suspicions and thoughtless, generous angers of men make wars. The indolence and modesty of the mass of men permit them. Are you and I to suffer such things until the whole fabric of our civilization, that has been so slowly and so laboriously built up, is altogether destroyed? When I sat down to write to you, I had meant only to write to you of your son and mine. But I feel that what can be said in particular of our loss need not be said. It can be understood without saying. What needs to be said and written about is this, that war must be put an end to, and that nobody else but you and me and all of us can do it. We have to do that for the love of our sons and our race and all that is human. War is no longer human. The chemist and the metallurgist have changed all that. My boy was shot through the eye. His brain was blown to pieces by some man who never knew what he had done. Think what that means. It is plain to me, surely it is plain to you and all the world, that war is now a mere putting of the torch to explosives that flare out to universal ruin. There is nothing for one sane man to write to another about in these days but the salvation of mankind from war. Now, I want you to be patient with me and hear me out. There was a time in the earlier part of this war when it was hard to be patient, because there hung over us the dread of losses and disaster. Now we need dread no longer. The dreaded thing has happened. Sitting together, as we do in spirit beside the mangled bodies of our dead, surely we can be as patient as the hills. I want to tell you quite plainly and simply that I think that Germany, which is chief and central in this war, is most to blame for this war. Writing to you as an Englishman to a German, and with war still being waged, there must be no mistake between us upon this point. I am persuaded that in the decade that ended with your overthrow of France in 1871, Germany turned her face towards evil, and that her refusal to treat France generously and to make friends with any other great power in the world is the essential cause of this war. Germany triumphed, and she trampled on the loser. She inflicted intolerable indignities. She set herself to prepare for further aggressions. Long before this killing began, she was making war upon land and sea, launching warships, building strategic railways, setting up a vast establishment of war material, threatening, straining all the world to keep pace with her threats. At last there was no choice before any European nation but submission to the German will or war. And it was no will to which righteous men could possibly submit. It came as an illiberal and ungracious will. It was the will of Zabern. It is not as if you had set yourselves to be an imperial people and embrace and unify the world. You did not want to unify the world. You wanted to set the foot of an intensely national Germany, a sentimental and illiberal Germany, a Germany that treasured the portraits of your ridiculous Kaiser and his litter of sons, a Germany wearing uniform, reading black letter, and despising every Kultur but her own, upon the neck of a divided and humiliated mankind. It was an intolerable prospect. I had rather the whole world died. Forgive me for writing you. You are as little responsible for that Germany as I am for Sir Edward Grey. But this happened over you. You did not do your utmost to prevent it, even as England has happened, and I have let it happen over me. It is so dry, so general, whispered Mr. Britling, and yet it is this that has killed our sons. He sat still for a time, and then went on reading a fresh sheet of his manuscript. When I bring these charges against Germany, I have little disposition to claim any righteousness for Britain. There has been small splendor in this war for either Germany or Britain or Russia. We three have chanced to be the biggest of the combatants, but the glory lies with invincible France. It is France and Belgium and Serbia who shine as the heroic lands. They have fought defensively and beyond all expectation, for dear land and freedom. This war for them has been a war of simple, definite issues, to which they have risen with an entire nobility. Englishmen and German alike may well envy them that simplicity. I look to you, as an honest man schooled by the fierce lessons of this war, to meet me in my passionate desire to see France, Belgium, and Serbia emerge restored from all this blood and struggle, enlarged to the limits of their nationality, vindicated and secure. Russia I will not write about here. Let me go on at once to tell you about my own country. remarking only that between England and Russia there are endless parallelisms. We have similar complexities, kindred difficulties. We have, for instance, an imported dynasty. We have a soul-destroying state church, which cramps and poisons the education of our ruling class. We have a people out of touch with a secretive government, and the same traditional contempt for science. We have our Irelands and Polands. Even our kings bear a curious likeness. At this point there was a break in the writing, and Mr. Britling made, as it were, a fresh beginning. Politically, the British Empire is a clumsy collection of strange accidents. It is a thing as little to be proud of as the outline of a flint or the shape of a potato. For the mass of English people, India and Egypt and all that side of our system mean less than nothing. Our trade is something they do not understand, our imperial wealth something they do not share. Britain has been a group of 4 democracies caught in the net of a vast yet casual imperialism. The common man here is in a state of political perplexity from the cradle to the grave. Nonetheless, there is a great people here, even as there is a great people in Russia, a people with a soul and character of its own, a people of unconquerable kindliness, and with a peculiar genius, which still struggle towards will and expression. We have been beginning that same great experiment that France and America and Switzerland and China are making, the experiment of democracy. It is the newest form of human association, and we are still but half awake to its needs and necessary conditions. For it is idle to pretend that the little city democracies of ancient times were comparable to the great essays in practical republicanism that mankind is making today. This age of the democratic republics that dawn is a new age. It has not yet lasted for a century, not for a paltry 100 years. All new things are weak things. A rat can kill a man-child with ease. The greater the destiny, the weaker the immediate self-protection may be. And to me it seems that your complete and perfect imperialism, ruled by Germans for Germans, is in its scope and outlook a more antiquated and smaller and less noble thing than these sprawling, emergent giant democracies of the West that struggle so confusedly against it. But that we do struggle confusedly, with pitiful leaders and infinite waste and endless delay, that it is to our indisciplines and to the dishonesties and tricks our incompleteness provokes that the prolongation of this war is to be ascribed, I readily admit. At the outbreak of this war, I had hoped to see militarism felled within a year. 6. From this point onward, Mr. Britling's notes became more fragmentary. They had a consecutiveness, but they were discontinuous. His thought had leapt across gaps that his pen had had no time to fill, and he had begun to realize that his letter to the old people in Pomerania was becoming impossible. It had broken away into dissertation. "Yet there must be dissertations," he said. "Unless such men as we are take these things in hand, always we shall be misgoverned, always the sons will die." 7. I do not think you Germans realize how steadily you are conquering the world before this war began. Had you given half the energy and intelligence you have spent upon this war to the peaceful conquest of men's minds and spirits, I believe that you would have taken the leadership of the world tranquilly, no man disputing. Your science was 5 years, your social and economic organization was a quarter of a century in front of ours. Never has it so lain in the power of a great people to lead and direct mankind towards the world republic and universal peace. It needed but a certain generosity of the imagination. But your Junkers, your imperial court, your foolish, vicious princes, What were such dreams to them? With an envious satisfaction, they hurled all the accomplishment of Germany into the fires of war. 8. Your boy, as no doubt you know, dreamt constantly of such a world peace as this that I foreshadow. He was more generous than his country. He could envisage war and hostility only as misunderstanding. He thought that a world that could explain itself clearly would surely be at peace. He was scheming always, therefore, for the perfection and propagation of Esperanto or Edo, or some such universal link. My youngster, too, was full of a kindred and yet larger dream, the dream of human science, which knows neither king nor country nor race. These boys, these hopes, this war has killed. That fragment ended so. Mr. Britling ceased to read for a time. "But has it killed them?" he whispered. "If you had lived, my dear, you and your England would have talked with a younger Germany, better than I can ever do." He turned the pages back, and read here and there with an accumulating discontent. 9. "Dissertations!" said Mr. Britling. Never had it been so plain to Mr. Britling that he was a weak, silly, ill-informed, and hasty-minded writer, and never had he felt so invincible a conviction that the Spirit of God was in him, and that it fell to him to take some part in the establishment of a new order of living upon the earth. It might be the most trivial part by the scale of the task, but for him it was to be now his supreme concern. And it was an almost intolerable grief to him that his services should be, for all his desire, so poor in quality, so weak in conception. Always he seemed to be on the verge of some illuminating and beautiful statement of his cause. Always he was finding his writing inadequate, a thin treachery to the impulse of his heart. Always he was finding his effort weak and ineffective. In this instance, at the outset, he seemed to see with a golden clearness the message of brotherhood or forgiveness of a common call. To whom could such a message be better addressed than to those sorrowing parents? From whom could it come with a better effect than from himself? And now he read what he had made of this message. It seemed to his jaded mind a pitifully jaded effort. It had no light. It had no depth. It was like the disquisition of a debating society. He was distressed by a fancy of an old German couple, spectacled and peering, puzzled by his letter. Perhaps they would be obscurely hurt by his perplexing generalizations. Why, they would ask, should this Englishman preach to them? He sat back in his chair wearily, with his chin sunk upon his chest. For a time he did not think, and then he read again the sentence in front of his eyes. These boys, these hopes, this war has killed. The words hung for a time in his mind. "No," said Mr. Britling stoutly, "they live." And suddenly it was borne in upon his mind that he was not alone. There were thousands and tens of thousands of men and women like himself, desiring with all their hearts to say, as he desired to say, the reconciling word. It was not only his hand that thrust against the obstacles. Frenchmen and Russians sat in the same stillness, facing the same perplexities. There were Germans seeking a way through to him, even as he sat and wrote. And for the first time, clearly, he felt a presence of which he had thought very many times in the last few weeks, a presence so close to him that it was behind his eyes and in his brain and hands. It was no trick of his vision. It was a feeling of immediate reality. And it was Hugh that he had thought was dead. It was young Heinrich living also. It was himself. It was those others that sought. It was all these, and it was more. It was the Master, the Captain of mankind. It was God, there present with him, and he knew that it was God. It was as if he had been groping all this time in the darkness, thinking himself alone amidst rocks and pitfalls and pitiless things. And suddenly a hand, a firm, strong hand, had touched his own. And a voice within him bade him be of good courage. There was no magic trickery in that moment. He was still weak and weary, a discouraged rhetorician, a good intention ill-equipped. But he was no longer lonely and wretched, no longer in the same world with despair. God was beside him, and within him, and about him. It was the crucial moment of Mr. Britling's life. It was a thing as light as the passing of a cloud on an April morning. It was a thing as great as the first day of creation. For some moments he still sat back with his chin upon his chest, and his hands dropping from the arms of his chair. Then he sat up and drew a deep breath. This had come almost as a matter of course. For weeks his mind had been playing about this idea. He had talked to Letty of this finite God, who is the king of man's adventure in space and time. But hitherto God had been for him a thing of the intelligence, a theory, a report, something told about but not realized. Mr. Britling's thinking about God hitherto had been like someone who has found an empty house, very beautiful and pleasant, full of the promise of a fine personality. And then, as the discoverer makes his lonely, curious explorations, he hears downstairs, dear and friendly, the voice of the Master coming in. There was no need to despair, because he himself was one of the feeble folk. God was with him indeed, and he was with God. The king was coming to his own. Amidst the darknesses and confusions, the nightmare cruelties and the hideous stupidities of the Great War, God, the captain of the World Republic, fought his way to empire. So long as one did one's best and utmost in a cause so mighty, did it matter though the thing one did was little and poor? "I have thought too much of myself," said Mr. Britling, "and of what I would do by myself. I have forgotten that which was with me." 10. He turned over the rest of the night's writing presently, and read it now as though it was the work of another man. These later notes were fragmentary and written in a sprawling hand. "Let us make ourselves watchers and guardians of the order of the world. If only for love of our dead. Let us pledge ourselves to service. Let us set ourselves with all our minds and all our hearts to the perfecting and working out of the methods of democracy, and the ending forever of the kings and emperors and priestcrafts and the bands of adventurers, the traders and owners and forestallers, who have betrayed mankind into this morass of hate and blood, in which our sons are lost, in which we flounder still." How feeble was this squeak of exhortation! It broke into a scolding note. "Who have betrayed," read Mr. Britling, and judged the phrase. "Who have fallen with us," he amended. "One gets so angry and bitter, because one feels alone, I suppose. Because one feels that for them one's reason is no reason. One is enraged by the sense of their silent and regardless contradiction, and one forgets the power of which one is a part." The sheet that bore the sentence he criticized was otherwise blank, except that written across it obliquely in a very careful hand were the words "Hugh" and "Hugh Philip Britling." On the next sheet he had written Let us set up the peace of the world republic amidst these ruins. Let it be our religion, our calling. There he had stopped. The last sheet of Mr. Britling's manuscript may be more conveniently given in facsimile than described. Hugh, my dear Hugh. Lawyers, princes, dealers in contention. Honesty, blood, can make an end of them. 11. He sighed. He looked at the scattered papers and thought of the letter they were to have made. His fatigue spoke first. Perhaps, after all, I'd better just send the fiddle. He rested his cheeks between his hands, and remained so for a long time. His eyes stared unseeingly. His thoughts wandered and spread and faded. At length he recalled his mind to that last idea. Just send the fiddle, without a word. No, I must write to them plainly, about God as I have found him, as he has found me. He forgot the Pomeranians for a time. He murmured to himself. He turned over the conviction that had suddenly become clear and absolute in his mind. Religion is the first thing and the last thing, and until a man has found God and been found by God, he begins at no beginning, he works to no end. He may have his friendships, his partial loyalties, his scraps of honor, but all these things fall into place, and life falls into place, only with God. Only with God. God, who fights through men against blind force and night and non-existence, who is the end, who is the meaning. He is the only king. Of course I must write about him. I must tell all my world of him. And before the coming of the true king, the inevitable king, the king who is present whenever just men foregather, this blood-stained rubbish of the ancient world, these puny kings and tawdry emperors, these wily politicians and artful lawyers, these men who claim and grab and trick and compel, these war-makers and oppressors, will presently shrivel and pass, like paper thrust into a flame. Then, after a time, he said, Our sons who have shown us God. 12. He rubbed his open hands over his eyes and forehead. The night of effort had tired his brain, and he was no longer thinking actively. He had a little interval of blankness, sitting at his desk with his hands pressed over his eyes. He got up presently, and stood quite motionless at the window, looking out. His lamp was still burning, but for some time he had not been writing by the light of his lamp. Insensibly, the day had come, and abolished his need for that individual circle of yellow light. Color had returned to the world, clean pearly color, clear and definite like the glance of a child or the voice of a girl, and a golden wisp of cloud hung in the sky over the tower of the church. There was a mist upon the pond, a soft grey mist not a yard high. A covey of partridges ran and halted, and ran again in the dewy grass outside his garden railings. The partridges were very numerous this year, because there had been so little shooting. Beyond in the meadow, a hare sat up, as still as a stone. A horse neighed. Wave after wave of warmth and light came sweeping before the sunrise across the world of Matching Zizi. It was as if there was nothing but morning and sunrise in the world. From away towards the church came the sound of some early worker whetting a scythe. End of Book 3, Chapter 2. End of Mr. Britling Sees It Through by H.G. Wells. Recorded by Peter Eastman, 2014. Thank you for listening.